Yahweh up in the kingdom, yeah.
Who are we? Israel. Then who are we? Israel. Can't hear you.
Israel.
Who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power.
I said, who's the power?
Yahweh Bahashim, Yahweh Shai's the power. Yeah. I'm chilling.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Oh, God. Everybody's chipper this morning, right? God. So, yeah, it's a Shabbat morning class. So, and we basically gonna, I know everybody's starting to roll in. So, we're gonna get the prayers rolling, and we're gonna start off with, of course, us three brothers standing up, and then we're gonna have everybody standing along as well. And not just yet, obviously, once we blow the horn. You ready? Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Natalanawa.
Natalanawa.
Award. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Amen. Let's bless you. Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai that gives to us light this day. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the law, statutes, and commandments. You read that in Matthew chapter 5, verse 16.
Right. And so what he did, he just translated what I said in Hebrew into the English. So, and he's letting you know what's the symbolic gesture of him lighting those candles. And you can read that in Matthew 5 and 16, like he said. It says, "Let your light shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven." So it's a symbolic gesture. That light represents that wisdom, like he said. So, Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Natalanawa. Rayach. Nayachachah. The water. Aman.
Amen. Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet savor represents our prayers going up to the Most High. You can read that in Psalms chapter 141, verse 1 and verse 2.
Okay. I imagine. Oh.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Natalanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thanks, so be it.
This is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. Anashah, Ayim Yah, Al, Haharyam, Na'ayah, Yabuwa'ah, Isaiah, Yabuwa'ah, Mayahawa, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'ah, Yonatan, Lamawat, Wagoya, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shasharamor, Yashariah, Yahweh, Shemoria, Yahweh, Tazoya, Al, Yimyah, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabanah, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashimoria,
Makol, Ran, Yashimor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashimor, Hawalakia, Wabuaya, Maitan, Wa'ai, Aiwalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, even forevermore. Amen.
Shema Yisrael. Yahweh Eloheinu. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yisrael. Yahweh Eloheinu. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yisrael. Yahweh Eloheinu. Yahweh Echad.
As hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one power.
And you can read that in Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4.
God.
This is the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew. Abanaw, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwaka, Taba'ah, Latazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawah, Hayah, Bashemayim, Latalanawa, Lacham, Tov, Yawam, Wasalachnawa, Kabawatnawa, Kasalachnawa, Kabawatyanawa, Wala'ah, Tabyanawa, Banisayawan, Abo, Hawashayanawa, Hawashayanawa, Mayan, Ran, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Wa'ara, Wa'ata, Pahara, La'aywalamya, Aman.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us of our debts, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
This is the Ten Commandments in Hebrew. Number 1, La'ah, Yahaya, Lakah. We're going to start it from the beginning. La'ah, Yahaya, Lakah, Alahaya, Achayim, Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other God before me.
Number 2, La'ah, Ta'aisha, Lakah, Paso, Wala'ah, Ta'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Number 3, La'ah, Talakwa'ah, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Number 4, Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakodashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5, Kabah, Abaka, Wa, Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6, La'ah, Taratazah.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 7, La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8, La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9, La'ah, Ta'ainah, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10, La'ah, Tachman, Kol, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house. Yeshavi, which means deceit.
Shaw, Rabban, Ban Yasha'Allah.
Asa, Sabbath, Shaw, Rabban, Ban Yasha'Allah. Men of Israel, Elijah, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushua Barakatah.
It's official. I said it's official.
So basically, we're gonna go over the. Oh, also, what he just did there, he just stated his name. He basically just stated his registry, his name, his tribe, and what nation he comes from. So, Asa, Saul, right, which is the tribe of Reuben. So he said Ra'aban. He said it in Hebrew, Reuben, Bun Yasha'Allah, like of the nation, son of Israel. So yeah, he stated his tribe and what nation he comes from. So Bun is son of Israel. Bun Yasha'Allah, son of Israel. Clear? Okay. Okay. Yeah, and we blew the horn, too, as well. That was just, in the sense, in the scripture, anytime they would go to war, they would blow the horn, the sound of the trumpet, to make the people aware, or to call the people. So, and this is an assembly, so this is a call for the people. This is an assembly, this is a moment of congregating. So that's what the purpose of the blowing of the horn was for. All right? Capturing attention. So, yeah. Was that clear for you, brother? Brother Quentin, right? Okay. Yeah, I'm Shaquat, by the way, just to remind. I think I said my name when we met, right? Yeah. Shaquat, Aria, and then you definitely know Asa. Right, so basically, today we started the Sabbath reading at Genesis chapter 43. Genesis chapter 43, verses 1 through 22. Right, so Genesis chapter 43, verses 1 through 22 is where we started the reading off at. Genesis 43, verses 1 through 22. For the first reading. Oh. Everybody there? Okay. Okay. Yeah, question? Okay.
Genesis chapter 43 and verse 1. And the famine was sore in the land. And it came to pass when they had eaten up the corn.
Oh, and just to backtrack a little bit. Just to backtrack a little bit, I know it was in Genesis 42, and I know Joseph's brothers had came up to Egypt, and there was a famine preparing to happen. Of course, the Most High showed Pharaoh in the dream that this famine was going to happen, and in that while Joseph was in jail as well for some years. How many years was he in jail? Like 2, 3, 42. So you got to double check that for the memory's sake.
Yeah, it was 2.
But it's around the estimation of 2 years he was in jail. But he spent time around that estimation. He's gonna double check it right now. But he was in jail, and obviously because the Pharaoh's wife tried to lie on him and say that he tried to rape her. But that definitely wasn't the case. But she lied on him. The Pharaoh just ran with the story. Didn't do any examination of what was really going on, and just threw him in the cell. And there was 2 of Pharaoh's, a butler and a court jester. They was in jail, and they both was having dreams.
A butcher.
Okay. It was a butcher a butcher and a cupbearer, right? So cup servant, cupbearer, right? And those two individuals had dreams, and those dreams they couldn't comprehend them, and it was causing a disarray in their mind, a stir. There it is. Right. Clarification, he was a baker, not a butcher. But it was causing a stir in their mind. The dream was causing a stir in their mind to where it was stressing them out, basically. They were stressed out because they couldn't comprehend it, but Joseph was in there. He was able to interpret the dream for them in the spirit of the Most High, obviously, right? In the spirit of the Father. And in him doing it, right, he told one of them was going to die, one of them was going to live. And the one that was going to live, he told him to speak to Pharaoh for him, right? Put a good word in for him. But this man forgot about him. But there came time when Pharaoh had a dream that he couldn't comprehend, that none of his diviners or so-called wise men, right, in Egypt couldn't understand, that he remembered Joseph at that moment when he was in prison. He told the Pharaoh about Joseph, the man that was in prison, right, that was able to interpret his dream. And the Pharaoh called for that man, which was Joseph. And that moment right there was where the Most High used to exalt Joseph in Egypt, to bring him up, right, to bring our people up. So that was that moment. And now we fast forward, and he's been exalted, right, and now he's hoping, because now he's told, he was able to tell Pharaoh the dream. And the dream was basically that there was going to be a famine. And this famine is now happening right now. And he's meeting with his brothers again after not seeing them for years. So this is what's going to happen in chapter 43. Yes, and it's happened. He's met his brothers, but he hasn't made his presence known. So right now they still think he's just an Egyptian. Okay? So just to kind of give you like a little backstory. I know y'all wasn't here like the last Sabbath. So we're going to start at Genesis 43, verses 1.
Any questions?
I think I read that story, but that's when he said about the moon, something about the stars, the moon was going to bow down to him, that ended up being his brothers and them.
So when he was younger, he had this dream about the shafts, and then he had the dream about the stars and the sun and the moon, and that was basically a foreshadowing of what was going to happen. And so now this is the story, that dream coming into effect, him being in power, everybody giving obeisance to him.
Right. So his dream and Pharaoh's dream coming into effect. So, go ahead.
Genesis chapter 43 and verse 1. And the famine was sore in the land, and it came to pass, when they had eaten up the corn which they had brought out of Egypt, their father said unto them, Go again, buy us a little food. And Judah spake unto him, saying, The man did solemnly protest unto us, saying, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you.
Oh yeah, and now Joseph, he's kind of toying with them. So in the last chapter 42 that we read last week, Joseph is basically, he was toying with them, right? And the toy was basically, like, bring your brother. He wanted to see what was going on with him, because his brothers had ended up selling him into slavery because of their jealousy and their envy. And he wanted to see where were they at spiritually at this point in time in their life. Did they repent for that? Did they change? Did they change from what manner of men they were when they was in their youth to now? And that's what he was testing. He was trying to see. And so he was messing around with them right now. And he wanted them to go back home to their father and bring this little brother. Obviously, there's some, I want to see my brother. That's his brother from his mom, right? So he want to see his brother, baby brother. But he's toying with them right now just to see where they're at. What manner of men are they just going to toss this little brother to them just for their freedom, for their own sake? So he's just messing around right now. But what he did, he told them to bring their brothers, and this is what they're telling their father right now. What happened? So,
It said, verse 4. If thou wouldst send our brother with us, we will go down and buy thee food. But if thou wilt not send him, we will not go down. For the man said unto us, Ye shall not see my face, except your brother be with you. And Israel said, Wherefore dealt ye so ill with me, as to tell the man whether ye had yet a brother?
Yeah, and the dad's trying to figure out, well, why you telling these men that you had a brother? Like, that's not wise. Why would you tell them you have a brother, but they've been going on and explain why they said it, right?
And they said, The man asked us straightly of our state and of our kindred, saying, Is your father yet alive? Have ye another brother? And we told him according to the tenor of these words.
Yeah, and you can see on Joseph, and he's asking these questions from the sense of like he just want to know what's been going on in his family's life ever since he's been gone, been away from them. Them thinking he's dead, right? And they don't even know he's alive. They're talking to them right now. He's asking these questions without them even knowing. He's just trying to figure out what's going on. Like, he's trying to catch up almost without catching up directly. He's asking them catch-up questions. And they don't realize that. And they was just like, but they're not even thinking. They just giving up free information. Not even thinking. They just giving up free information, thinking it's thinking that it's what? Everything's okay and easy. Nothing's going to happen. So they're just giving up this information willingly without even a thought. But, so they're just relaying this message to their father of how it happened. So, yeah.
Could we certainly know that he would say, Bring your brother down? And Judah said unto Israel his father, Send the lad with me, and we will arise and go, that we may live and not die, both we and thou, and also our little ones.
Verse 9?
Yeah, my bad. New Bible. Stuck
Okay.
together. Verse 9. I will be surety for him. Of my hand shall thou require him. If I bring him not unto thee, and set him before thee, then let me bear the blame forever.
And you gotta see this from a father's perspective. Think about Israel, which is Jacob. His name was changed to Israel. And him having already lose one son, right? Joseph thinking the son is dead. And then now another situation popping up where he has a Pharaoh wants to see his youngest son, right? Who the Most High ended up blessing him with another son, right? And it's like, well, damn, I don't know what's gonna come up with this situation. Like, dang, what's gonna happen to my son? So he's worried. He's worried about, well, damn, he's afraid to send his son out because he's like, damn, look what happened when I sent Joseph out. So in his mind, he's probably blaming himself, not knowing that his son was at fault. Yeah, in his mind, he thinking, I sent Joseph out to go check on them, and Joseph didn't come back. So he's probably blaming himself for even making that decision to send Joseph out. So this is him just being that father is like, I don't want to be in that scenario again. So he's trying to avoid the scenario, but then the son is trying to like get him to send their brother with him. So that's kind of it's an interesting situation. You can imagine being in that scenario, being a parent in that scenario, and being a man, an individual in this situation. Because there's so many moving pieces, and you can't even, if you're not in the spirit of the Most High, you won't be able to just move off of faith. Because these are all faith moments where you got to be faithful. The brothers got to be faithful. Joseph got to be faithful. The father got to be faithful. Everybody having to apply some form of faith in this situation because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to come up with this situation. So it's just that right now everybody's just like worried worried, nervous. They trying to plan. They trying to see what's the best idea. We just came over here for food. We didn't expect all of this. So it's like a bunch just running through people's brains right now. So, with time, read on.
Verse 10. For except we had lingered, surely now we had returned this second time. And their father Israel said unto them, if it must be, so now do this. Take of the best fruits in the land in your vessels, and carry down the man a present, a little balm, and a little honey, spices and myrrh, nuts and almonds. And take double money in your hand, and the money that was brought again in the mouth of your sacks, carry it again in your hand. Peradventure, it was an oversight. Take also your brother and arise.
And you see what Joseph's trying to do. I mean, not Joseph, but what Israel's trying to do is he's trying to use some wisdom. He's trying to use wisdom to hopefully appease the Pharaoh, right? He's trying to appease him so that he can spare his son. Hopefully spare his son, because he don't know what he's going to do. Like, all he knows is the man wants to see his son, but he don't know what's going to happen. So he's basically just like trying to appease him. Use wisdom, like the scriptures say, agree with that adversary quickly. Instead of just actually getting angry and frustrated and just panicking, right? He did what? He locked into the spirit and decided to do what? Trust in the Father, right? And what we're reading right here is basically, go to Proverbs 3 and 5, just to give a mindset. Just to give a mindset.
God.
Go ahead, read that. Oh, you there, bro? Everybody there? Come on. Hold on. Yeah. All right, you trying to find it. Open on a little bit on Miles. Proverbs 3 and verse 5. Yeah, so the reason why we're going to this verse is just to show you this is what everybody in this story is kind of going through right now. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 3 verse 5. Trust in the Most High with all thine heart.
You see that? So the Most High is showing us how to trust in the Lord. These men, each and every individual in this scenario is learning how to literally trust in the Father, right? So that they can see the best outcome in the situation. Because a lot of times, like, because think about it, we read these stories, right? And these stories are history. These stories are like literal events, real events that actually happen. And being that it's real events that actually happen, it's things that we can actually pull from for ourselves as experiences to be able to look at and be like, I can model myself after this character because he's following the wisdom of the Father. This person's following the wisdom. Joseph's following the wisdom of the Most High. Judah, his brother is actually trying to follow the wisdom of the Most High, right? Israel, they follow the wisdom of the Most High, but look at how they do it. They do it with a faithful spirit, not with doubt in the back of their mind or malice or anger or confusion. They're not allowing these types of spirits to come into them. They're actually trying to figure out the solution. And that's the issue with us today, because a lot of times we don't want to figure out the solution. And these men are figuring out the solution in the Spirit of the Lord, though. Read.
And lean not unto thy own understanding.
And this is what they're not doing. They're not leaning on their own understanding. They think about what they're doing. They're literally sitting, Judah and Israel, they're sitting amongst each other, talking, trying to figure out what should be done. How should we handle this? So it's not just sitting in his room by himself, right, by herself, and saying to her own self that, hey, I know the way out of the situation. When every time I try to stop being prideful, right? Every time I try to stop being slothful, I come up with a plan, I come up with an idea, and it don't work. It don't work. But I'm constantly just sitting in my room by myself, trying to make an idea like my idea is the best idea. No, these men are actually sitting down together talking about it and trying to get different perspectives, different opinions, and different ideas for what's the best plan to move forward. What's the best plan to make sure that we get the best result? And that's what's going on over here. They're not leaning on their own understanding. Read.
In all thy ways, acknowledge him.
And in every aspect of this story, they're acknowledging the Father. They're putting him within their plans and their ideas on what they need to do to be able to move forward, so that a bad situation doesn't become worse, or a situation that seems to be bad don't become worse, right? Not knowing that the Father is just moving the pieces to protect Israel, the nation, right? The future of Israel. So, but you can drop that. We'll jump back to the story.
Genesis chapter 43 and verse 13. It says, take also your brother and arise, go again unto the man. And God Almighty give you mercy before the man, that he may send away your other brother and Benjamin. And if I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. And the men. I
said bereaved.
Bereaved, right? Come, bereaved.
Bereaved.
Come. If I be bereaved of my children, I am bereaved. And the men took that present.
And the word bereaved just means to be deprived. Deprived by your loved one's death. So, meaning your children being taken from you by death. He's like, okay, if I'm bereaved, if I lose my kid, I lose my kid. I'm gonna have to eat it. Basically, he's like, I'm gonna have to deal with it. Right? Leave it in the Father's hand, basically, is what he's saying. If it's the Lord's will, it will be done. Right? Read them.
And the men took that present, and they took double money in their hand, and Benjamin rose up and went down to Egypt and stood before Joseph. And when Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the ruler of his house, bring these men home and slay and make ready, for these men shall dine with me at noon. And the man did as Joseph bade, and the man brought the men into Joseph's house.
Let me ask you, are y'all understanding the story so far? What y'all kind of getting from just what's going on?
Alright, so basically he's going to the Pharaoh, and he's going to the Pharaoh summoned his son, Israel's son. Right? And Joseph is Israel's son, and he's also bringing Benjamin with him. They're going to see the Pharaoh, and basically, I guess they're going to meet with the Pharaoh, and I guess they bringing him into Joseph's house.
Right. But right now, it's Joseph kind of wanting their presence, because in this scenario, Joseph wanting their presence, but they're looking at him like he's an Egyptian, though, a high-ranking Egyptian official.
Yeah, they don't know that Joseph is their brother. They still don't know that?
No, at this point they don't know it just yet. He's going to end up revealing himself, but not just yet. It's going to come later down the story. But he's still trying to like see where everybody's at. There's a lot going on in this story. You know, it's a lot. It's like you got a famine going on, right? Then you ran into your brothers when they come to get some food in the country. Your brothers who sold you into slavery, and then you over there seeing that. You either can choose to be angry, or you can choose to be forgiving, right? And it's like, where are you at? What have you been learning like the whole time you've been in Egypt, and the Most High has been taking you through these tough situations? You know, because that's where we at, right? We've been going through our whole lives, going through just living, whether poverty, or you're in the street, or you're doing the 9 to 5s, trying to hustle, do 3 to 4 jobs, right? Just to take care of your kids, your family, your wife, yourself, right? Or chasing an American dream. You're doing all these different things, you're struggling through it all, right? And you're at this point where you're like, okay, you should have learned some lessons along the way. What things you were doing that were causing your life to be harder, and what things was making it to where, okay, I was at least being efficient in this area. Like the pros and the cons, the goods and the bads, what I need to let go of, what I need to use to move forward. Like when it comes to like skills and habits and thought processes and emotions and things that I'm allowing to overtake me. It's like, but Joseph was like going through all these different things, and he was learning from it. He was learning from each and every experience, and that's the case. What I'm trying to say is like we're supposed to be learning from each and every experience and get stronger from it. It shouldn't make us to where we become more negative. And now he's at this point where he's beating his brother, and he could choose to be angry. He could choose to mistreat them, right? He could mistreat them how they mistreated him, right? Evil render evil for evil, right? He can give them the same evil that they gave him. Would it be right? No, because the Father's not with that, right? The Father's about us forgiving, because none of us are perfect, right? We all got shortcomings. We all got battles. So the Most High is about us forgiving, so that we can rectify the issue, fix it, and actually move forward, so that we don't have anger, murder. Because that's why our community. Think about it. That's why our community is so filled with just death, right? Or negativity, or chaos. Because everybody's angry, everybody's vengeful, everybody wants revenge, everybody's hateful, they're jealous. So all these different bad attributes is right in the neighborhood. It's right in the neighborhood, and everybody looks at each other like an enemy. And then as soon as something's done, you blast off. You lose it. Because there was nothing that you was learning from the experience you just went through. Right? You got kicked out your apartment. You was late on your rent. Well, look how you were spending your money. You didn't learn from that experience. Now you get into another spot, and what do? The same thing. Or you move in with somebody, and then what do you do with the money that you're supposed to be paying the person, the rent for the room that you're in? You blow that money, and then what? 2 months, 3 months pass, and then what? The person looking at you crazy, you looking at the person crazy, but the person not really crazy, you the crazy one, because you doing what? Ain't using your money wisely. But you ain't learned from the experience. So this is what Joseph did. He's learned from the experience, and that's what we should be taking from this historical account, this biblical story right here.
Basically, we're just trusting the Lord more than trusting our own instinct and our own understanding.
Right. And just seeing how even you can even look at his brothers, because if you read back a couple chapters, you'll see how his brothers they wasn't in the right spirit. Because look at how they dealt with him, but they didn't just stay in that spirit. They felt bad for what they did, and they made the necessary changes in their spirit.
So let me ask you, did they used to mistreat him before he disappeared, or was it like, you know what I'm saying, he disappeared and he looked for him and he felt some type of way?
No, they mistreated. They literally sold him into slavery. So the only reason why he was a slave to the first he was a slave to the Arabs. Then the Arabs sold him into slavery to the Egyptians, right? And before they was trying to kill him, they was trying to murder him. They was trying to murder him at first, but then one of the brothers was like, no. And then that brother threw him in the hole, right? Reuben threw him in the hole, and then I think who ended up selling him to Judah, right? And then the Judah, right, ended up selling him into slavery. So that's how his brothers was treating him, right? But think about how dark you gotta be for you to be able to do all that to your blood brother, right? Like you probably can't even fathom that, like me selling my brother into slavery, trying to murder my brother. You got siblings? Yeah. Right? You can't even fathom doing that.
Nah, not me personally, no.
Right? Yeah. So it's like, but think about how dark, how deep in your mind, how many parts of your godly conscience you gotta reject for you to be able to do something like that, to even act it out. Because thoughts flow through your brain all the time. Negative thoughts try to flow through your brain all the time. It's whether you accept it or not. Right? It tries to flow through your brain. But are you going to do it though? Are you going to accept that thought, that random thought that just tried to pop in your brain? And they accepted those thoughts. And
So-
that's what they did.
So, just to give you that little backstory, Genesis chapter 37 and verse 18. Real quick.
Right.
God. Genesis chapter 37, verse 18.
You mean Khan when you got it? And when you hear brothers say Khan, that means yes. If you hear him say La'ah, that means no. Alright?
Right. That's Hebrew.
You said la,
La'ah
la,
means no.
call me yes.
Khan means yes. Yes, sir.
Or agreements.
Or you agree.
Right.
Genesis
Everybody-
chapter 37.
Come. Verse 18. And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them.
So this is during the time. This is during the time Joseph. He had the dream. He got up. He had the dream about the sun and the moon, the giving obeisance to him, the shafts giving obeisance to him, bowing down to him. And so he told his brothers and his father. And his father didn't like it, but he meditated on it. The brothers, they didn't like it. And this is that story now is going into how they felt about that dream. Alright? Now, also keep in mind, he was the favorite son. He was favored by Israel. So you got your brothers who are looking at you like, oh, okay, here comes this dream, here comes this dude. He's supposed to be like dad's favorite. And now he's talking about like we're supposed to be bowing down to him in the future. Like, so they're feeling some type of way about it. Go ahead.
They conspired against him.
So his father told him, go meet your brothers who were feeding the flock. So he went to this one town. He went to a town. They weren't there. So this man instructed him, your brothers are over here, over yonder. So now he's going to go catch up with his brothers. Read from the top.
And when they saw him afar off, even before he came near unto them, they conspired against him to slay him.
See, that's what his brothers were doing. They conspired against him, against Joseph to slay him. Evil intent. Go ahead.
And they said, one to another, behold, this dreamer cometh.
Look at that. So they're mocking him. They're mocking him about his dreams they had. Go ahead.
Come now therefore, and let us slay him, and cast him into some pit. And we will say, some evil beast hath devoured him. And we shall see what will become of his dreams. And Reuben heard it, and he delivered him out of their hands, and said, let us not kill him. And Reuben said unto them.
So this is the backstory of where they were coming from. So this
Reuben is one of their brothers too.
one of the brothers, yes, he's the eldest, right? But so what's going on is this is the mind state that they were in when he was young. He was 17 years old at this time, or no, 15. 37 verse 1. Yeah, Joseph was 17 years old at this time. All right. So you got during this time equation when you got them meeting Joseph now as the governor of Egypt, this is a 15-year difference. So what Joseph is doing, he's trying to see where's your mind at, and where's your mind been in the past 15 years.
Have they grown or are they still the same?
Correct.
Brothers?
Correct. That's what's going on. So now he's interrogating them. When they first came, he asked the well-being of their estate, his father, and his brother. And he hid it under the guise of him being a governor for Egypt. Not being an Egyptian, not being his brother, not being related to him. And then he made the stipulation, okay, well, I want to know how your brother's doing and how the father's doing. You know what? Leave one of your brothers here and go and you will not see me again until you bring that your youngest brother back. Yeah. And they did it. So then they left, and then they came back, and now Judah made this petition with his dad, like, hey, We can't get any more food, we can't get any more supplies unless we bring Benjamin with us. And so that's where he's like, okay, well, if I gotta get bereaved, then I'm gonna be bereaved. Go ahead. And so now they're bringing him, now you see the story where they're bringing Joseph along, or Benjamin along, to stand before Joseph. Again, this is all to see what have you done, what have you changed in the past years, right? Because when you go into the backstories, Judah, he lost 2 of his sons, right? And Onan. Why? Because they were doing wicked in the eyes of the Most High. He wasn't playing with them. So you got to think like that. You lose 2 of your children, right? What does the Most High do? He's checking you. Why? For your past evil dealings. But how does that apply to us? We're trying to get our household in order, right? And we think we come into the knowledge, we come into the understanding of the truth, and now we find out we're Hebrew Israelites. We want to get our house in order. But why isn't it falling in the way we want it to? Because of our previous evil dealings. Cotton, that's good that you came to the light. That's good that you're now seeking to change. But you still got past things that you've done that you still have to suffer for. Huh? So, and that's what we're realizing. That's what Judah realized, and that's what we got to realize. Right? So, read on.
Back to the reading.
Yes, sir. That was back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 43 and verse 18.
You're reading until what?
22.
22, okay. Go ahead.
And the men were afraid because they were brought into Joseph's house. And they said, because of the money that we returned in our sacks at the first time, are we brought in, that he may seek occasion against us, and fall upon us, and take us for bondmen and our asses.
So the reason why his brothers are shook now, because now they brought Benjamin back into the land of Egypt with their money. And so what happened before was the first time they came to buy corn and supplies for their households, they came with money, right? But when they left and they made a pit stop, and they opened up their sacks to give their asses a little food, right? A little supply, re-up. They realized, oh dang, my money's still here. Wait a minute, I thought I paid, right? And then they got home, and all of them had their money in their pouches. So they all got shook, like, wait a minute, we got the corn, but we didn't pay. Oh dang. You ever walk out the store like that? Yeah. And you like, oh, right.
Now we got them eggs.
But in this sense, that's a fearful thing, right? Why? Because you got to understand, you're stealing in a time of need. This is during the famine. This is the first 2 years of the famine. Food and money is scarce. So you walking out with extra. You like, ooh. You get shook. So now they figure, because they're returning back to get more food and more supplies, they're like, wait a minute, hey, as soon as you gotta imagine, as soon as you walk through the door, yeah, come here, let's go into the back. You're like, the hell? I didn't even do nothing. I just walked in. I'm with my son. I got my kids. I just came in to sit down and look at work. Yeah, cool. Put your bag down. Let's go in the back. Your heart starts fluttering, right? And that's what's going on with them. They get shook. They're like, wait a minute, what do? We do something wrong? Oh, you know what? I know why. The Most High, he always brings things back to your remembrance. He makes you examine yourself. Dang, what did I do? Did I do something wrong? Did I say something? Did I breathe a certain way? Right? And that's the change and the growth that these men, they've come to in the past 15 years. Now they're trying to take accountability for their actions. And that's what we got to do. Again, we're reading this as a history. We got to look at it as history, but we got to also see it spiritually too. What have these men doing? They're taking accountability for their actions. You want a lot of things from the Most High, right? Yeah, but what are you doing to be accountable for your actions for the Most High to work? Give me that. Proverbs, I quote it all the time. Proverbs. 16, what is it, 16, 17? man's ways?
Con.
Yeah?
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 7.
I pull this all the time, but we gotta really pay attention to what it means. Go ahead.
When a man's ways please the Lord.
We gotta look at what's pleasing in the eyes of the Lord. We got a lot of enemies and trials and tribulations that we're going through in this life. Con? We got a lot of hardship that we're going through right now, right? Go ahead.
He maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him.
So we got to make sure our ways are pleasing in the eyes of the Father. But how do we do that? We got to,
Right. 2 Corinthians
yeah. Go to 2 Corinthians
13, 5. 13, 5.
Is it 13:5?
Con.
Yeah, 2 Corinthians chapter 13 and verse 5.
2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 5.
So, and then give me the definition of examine. Wait for the brother to get it. Wait 1 second.
2 Corinthians chapter what?
13 and verse 5. Mm-hmm. You got it? Okay, everybody got it?
Con.
Go ahead and read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 13, verse 5.
Uh-huh.
Examine yourselves.
You have to what?
Examine yourselves.
What does that mean to examine yourself? Go ahead.
Inspect in detail to determine.
You have to what?
Inspect.
You have to inspect. You have to do a thorough inspection. When everybody likes to take a shower, huh?
Con.
When you get in the water, you just jump in the water and jump out, you're clean? You have to do a thorough cleansing. You gotta get your loofah wet, your sponge wet, you gotta lather it up, you gotta put the body wash on there, lather it up, then you gotta scrub thoroughly, right? You're doing a whole hand body inspection to make sure all the nooks and crannies and crevices are clean, huh? So this is what you're doing spiritually. You're doing an inspection. You're doing an inspection in your mind. Where is my mind at? What am I weak to? What are my vices? What are my triggers? What do I fall weak to all the time? What pisses me off? What starts to piss me off? What gets me irritated? What bad habits do I have? What good habits do I have? That's an inspection. You're making this list, this laundry list of pros and cons of what you do good and what you do bad, where you need improvement at. But and you're holding that list is according to the scriptures. And if you're young and you're inexperienced in what that is, that's why you got to keep coming to class. Because it's always an evolving evolution of growing and getting rid of the old man. Understanding where my vices, what am I prone and what do I get weak to? And then line that up with the scriptures. Communicating with one another. Talking about it. Right? And then going to the scriptures and finding out how to get rid of those vices. How to get stronger. So this is a daily inspection. Go ahead.
Inspect in detail.
In what?
In detail.
Yeah, you can't just, like the scripture says in Ecclesiasticus 5:15, not taking any matter great or small. Oh, you know what? I like to look at a couple of big butts when they walk by. There's nothing major. Whoa, why? Wait a minute, why? Dang, every time I hear the sizzling, it reminds me of some pork chop and some bacon. Whoa, dang, sounds small, but some people it's big. So you got to find out that why do I salivate in the back of my glands every time I hear the sizzling and it reminds me of some bacon, some pork bacon. Right? Every time I smell smoke, first thing I think about is smoking me a big fat split. Why? You got to figure out, you have to inspect in details, understanding the points and the triggers. What makes you want to smoke weed? What feeling do you have that moment, that urge at that time you want to smoke weed? What makes you want to look at an obscene amount of women and googly eyed and look at them in a sexual manner? What triggers that? Right? What feeling do I get where I'm lazy as hell and I don't want to do anything and get out of bed? Where I don't want to cleanse myself and wake up and be productive that day? You got to look at in detail, examination. Go ahead.
To determine their nature.
To determine what nature, what mind of spirit you want to be in that day. So you have to examine yourself. Go ahead.
Examine yourselves, whether ye be in faith.
So you have to do a deep, thorough inspection and understanding where your mind's at. Does it line up with the scriptures? And if you're inexperienced, can I get a brother's help to, hey bro, I was thinking this. You think that's wrong? What did the scripture say about that? Hey, I was trying to do this. Is there a scripture that talks about that me doing this is wrong? Or should I be doing this or should I not be doing this? Can we get some scriptures on that? That's how you examine yourself. Whether you what?
Whether you be in faith.
Whether you be in the faith of the Most High or not. And when you do this exercise every day, every hour, every minute, and you're trying to change for the better, your ways start to please the Most High. And in doing that, He makes your enemies at peace with you. Does that make sense, sir?
Say that again.
I said, does that make sense?
Yeah. Say it again.
What part?
The last part.
When you examine yourself and you're trying to line it up according to the scriptures and you're trying to change and do what's pleasing in the eyes of the Lord, then He makes your enemies at peace with you. We talked about it yesterday, right? Right? Hold that. Give me Matthew chapter 10, verse 35. Just in retrospect, because I said I quoted it yesterday, but I want to give it to you. Go ahead.
Matthew chapter 10, verse 35.
So we were at Proverbs 16 and 7, right?
Come.
And that read what?
Proverbs 16:7.
Yeah.
If a man's ways please the Lord,
It says, if a man's ways please the Lord, he makes what?
his enemies at peace with him.
He makes your enemies at peace with you. But who are your enemies? Well, who are some of your enemies? Go ahead, Nas.
For I am come to set a man at variance.
Where are you at?
Oh, Matthew chapter 10, verse 35.
Go ahead.
For I have come to set a man at variance.
At variance, that war, all right? The opposition, right? Being opposed to one another, right? I've come to set a man at variance, opposing, and what? Go ahead.
Against his father.
Against his what?
Father.
Go ahead.
And the daughter against her mother.
Read on.
And the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's foes shall be they.
A man's what?
Foes.
Your foe is your enemy. That definition of foe is your enemy. F-O-E, right? A man's foe should be what?
Shall be of his own household.
There it is. Yeah. So your enemies sometimes could be in your household. Why? Because you're trying to change and they're not. Right? But you're going through this self-examination, understanding how you're trying to change. And when you do that daily, all the time through the scriptures, you're getting understanding. Your ways start to please the Lord. When you're trying to do what's right and exercise yourself according to the scriptures, then and you're growing in that fashion, then He makes your enemies at peace with you. Some of your enemies are considered your household. It be your rib. It might be your children. It might be your mom. It might be your dad. It might be your brother, your sister, your uncle, your grandma. All of those people in your household, right? Because when you come in and you're trying to change, you already got ops. They're already looking at you like, whoa, wait a minute. When you put down the shrimp, the crab, the lobster, the pork, you don't celebrate Christmas, you don't celebrate Halloween, you don't celebrate birthdays. But they're going to change, and their minds and their opinions are going to change about you, and they might gravitate more towards you once you're being more examining of yourself and you're trying to change. What is the scripture? Hold that. You could drop that, Nas.
2 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 6.
2 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 6. Go ahead.
2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 7.
2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 6.
Go ahead.
And having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience.
Because when you come in, you're trying to swing the sword, you're trying to get everybody to change. Knock the Christmas tree down, smack the plate of pork chops up, right? You're trying to get your rib in the dress. You're trying to get her to do all these things, right? Your mom, your pops, you're trying to get them on the straight and narrow like you're trying to change, right? Go ahead.
When your obedience is fulfilled.
But that's only going to happen when your obedience is fulfilled. When you put down the filth of the flesh. That's the only time that it's going to start. That change is going to happen. Does that answer your question? Time.
Yeah.
So we can jump back. So again, this examination through the time of the process of the brothers through the 15 years. I'm bringing this all back to retrospect. But the time of the 15 years that the brothers were separated from Joseph, this is that examination. He's trying to see, okay, what did you guys change in the years of being away? Or are you still the same degenerates? John? Okay.
Genesis chapter 43 and verse 19. And they came near to the steward of Joseph's house, and they communed with him at the door of the house, and said, O sir, we came indeed down at the first time to buy food. And it came to pass, when we came to the end, that we opened our sacks, and behold, every man's money was in the mouth of his sack, our money in full weight, and we have brought it again in our hand. And other money have we brought down in our hands to buy food. We cannot tell who put our money in our sacks. And he said,
yeah, you're supposed to start at verse 22.
Oh, right.
All right. So that was. Okay.
Shabbat Yahawada, Ban Yasharala.
Malakia, Shabbat Yahawada, Ban Yasharala. Men of Israel, Magi, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Brakatham. Y'all try to make sure I pronounce your name right.
He said he's from the tribe of Judah. Yeah, so he said Yahweh. Yeah, so Judah, the so-called Negroes, which they call so-called African Americans. Right, so he's Judah, Reuben, Gad, Reuben, she's Reuben. No, Gad, Levi. So most of everybody here is Judah, though, right? No, because our house is Reuben, and you're Benjamin. Oh yeah, Khan. Yeah,
Kaya and Benjamin too.
Oh yeah, Khan. Oh, yeah, Benjamin is the so-called West Indians, the so-called black, like Jamaicans, Barbadians, Trinidad, Tobago, Dominica, Turks and Caicos, So all those different islands there. Guyana, St. Thomas, St. Kitts. So all those different individuals. But what's funny is when you run into those people, they're you talk to them, a lot of them be like Panamanian descent, and they be Costa Rican descent, and they be like really there be some northern people over there, more than you think, in the islands. So when I be meeting people from St. Kitts and St. Croix and all those things, but no, my papa, he's from Panama. Yeah, so they be from some Spanish-speaking countries.
Oh, I said, I met this one young lady. She said she's American Samoan.
American Samoan?
Yeah. She said Samoan. She said she's from Ireland.
She's American Samoan? Well, I mean, when you think about it, our people scattered all over the world. So, I mean, I'm not going to say that, I know we ain't saying that, cause I know the Hawaiians to be Japan, but I know there's some history out there, but I haven't tapped into that history, but I know them to be more so Japan, things of that nature, so not really Israel. But I say this: our people are scattered all over the world, though. So we're in every nation. We're in China, we're in Africa, we're in the Arabic countries, we're in East Indian countries. So we could be mingled in there. She could be one of those mingled people. I can't say it, But we do know this: the Spirit does what? Bear witness. My sheep hear my voice. So wherever you at. Whatever nation you was born into at this time period of the world, the Most High gonna pull you if He wants you, right? And He gives us all that liberal opportunity to learn. So, if your spirit bear witness, So, judge not by sight of the eyes, right? So, but yeah, I can't speak to say that they themselves that they're Israel.
She was trying to figure out. She was like, man, I really know.
Okay. I mean. We can go by the Spirit bear witness, though. Receiving that word. So, because we are scattered, though. So, who am I? I'm not the creator to say I know what every scattered person is, what they look like, right? Oh, this particular Chinese man, he's Israel. No, I can't say that. This particular African, he's Israel. This particular Judite, he's Israel. I can't say that, but the Spirit bear witness. Some people know their history, their family's genealogy, but not everybody. 9 times out of 10, cats don't know their family genealogy. It's a rare remnant that knows, but even in that endless genealogy.
I heard you say sheep will hear my voice, and there's something else like about scattering. So when that scripture in the Bible says I will strike the shepherd and the flock, the sheep will be scattered. What did that mean?
Strike the shepherd.
Yeah, it said I will strike the shepherd and the flock, the sheep will be scattered. Or was that just talking about during that time?
Strike the shepherd. Here, let me see. Find out. The sheep be scattered. It sounds familiar though.
Yeah, we just hit that.
When we hit that?
We just hit that, like before the feast.
Shepherd. Yeah, find it. It's not coming from my brain. Yeah, so we're gonna jump to the reading. Somebody find that. So you're at Genesis chapter 43, verse 23. You're going to read all the way to chapter 44, verse 10.
Okay.
Genesis chapter 43, verse 23. And you're going to read all the way to Genesis chapter 44, verse 10.
Genesis chapter 43, verse 23.
Let's let everybody get there. Everybody's there? Come.
And he said, Peace be to you. Fear not. Your power and the Most High of your father hath given you treasure in your sacks. I had your money. And he brought Simeon out unto them. And the man brought the men into Joseph's house, and gave them water, and they washed their feet, and he gave their asses provender. And they made ready the present against Joseph came at noon, for they heard that they should eat bread there.
Right.
And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house.
And keep in mind, they still don't know that this is their brother Joseph. So Joseph still, obviously Joseph knows who they are, but they still don't know who Joseph is. So they're still kind of trying to figure out what the heck does he really want with us? Why is he messing with us to this level? And they're having to keep their composure, right, and not make a irrational decision, right? Not react off of emotion or panic is the word. They can't panic or be double-minded or doubtful, right? Give you the biblical word. They can't be double-minded or doubt what's going to happen in this situation, right? He said in verse 23, they already have the assurance. He said, "Peace be to you. Fear not, your power and the God of your father had given you treasure in your sacks." Like, we don't have no reason to fear, right? Of what's going to come up, what's going to happen in the next sequence of events. So just keep that in mind while you're reading the story.
Yeah, he put their mind at ease. He let them know, I put your money back in your sacks.
Mm-hmm.
God. Most High did this for you.
God. Yeah, God did this for you. Oh. You want to read?
It says new international version. I mean, it's different version, but it says.
Which verse is it?
It's Zechariah 13:7.
Zechariah 13:7. Let's get it in the King James version.
Zechariah chapter 13, verse 7.
If you could, sir, you got to read with a little bit more focus. Because that way the people on the YouTube land can hear you.
God. Zechariah chapter 13, verse 7. "Awake, O sword, against my shepherd, and against the man that is my follower, my fellow, said the Lord of hosts, smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered. And I will turn my hand upon the little ones." Shall I continue?
No. Let me see. Let me hold that question and come back to it. I kind of, because it's definitely talking about the prophets, but just to give you like a clear coded answer in detail to every aspect of what it's talking about. So I just had to give you a gist of what I know it's talking about, but just to give you like every aspect of to give you the detailed understanding of that verse. Let me write it down and come back to you about it. All right. So we're going to jump back to the reading though.
Genesis chapter 43 verse 26.
Right. So just keep in mind, Joseph doesn't, they don't know. But he's kind of giving them some sort of comfort by saying, what? Peace be unto you. Right? Your power is with you. So they should be listening. They should be listening to the keys that the Most High is showing them about. Be faithful. You're good. Everything's fine. Right? Just let everything play out. But that's to be the mind though. Like with each and every one of us, right? Sometimes you panic, sometimes you get worried, sometimes that doubt try to come up, but then you'll see the situation play out so smooth. You thought you were about to get into an argument if you bring this up. But then what? The situation don't even turn to an argument. It's just a smooth interaction, a smooth conversation. The person receives exactly what you said, but because you were so in your head, you was doubting how it was going to play out. So you was fearful to actually go through the scenario or go through the experience, right? But these men having to go through this experience without fear, doubt, right? So the Most High is strengthening them right now. So read on.
Also, just point out because like they're because I know all this conversing is going back and forth between them and Joseph, right? Chapter 42, verse 23, real quick. Because he's hiding himself under disguise too at the same time. So you do have to move by faith, right? Because think about it, you're in another country and you're talking to one of the leader or the representative of that country, right? And you gotta be very respectful. And you're talking with your brothers in front of this guy. But this is what's going on, just to give you a little clarity of the whole scenario, the whole scene of what's going on.
You said verse 23, right?
Verse 23, yes sir.
Genesis chapter 42 and verse 23. Is everyone there? Con. Verse 23. And they knew not that Joseph understood them, for he spake unto them by an interpreter.
So you had an interpreter there who's basically translating from Joseph's language, which is the Egyptian language, right? And then he's interpreting that to his brothers. So instead of me talking to you directly or you talking to me directly, I can understand you, but I'm telling him, yeah, tell these guys da 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 da, and then he's gonna tell you da 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 da.
Yeah, that's all part of the plot of him hiding his identity.
Right. That's how he's hiding his, because a lot it might be misunderstood. Damn, wait, they're face to face. How is he hiding his identity to his brothers? Like, you can't look at your brother and be like, that's my brother. Because you would figure like, yeah, I know what my brother would look like. You know what I mean? That's family. But you got to think about the customs and the whole scenario. One, you're not going to look the king. When you come in the presence of the king or the representative, you're not going to look him directly in the eye. You're going to be like, what's happening, baby? What's going on, partner? No. As soon as he came in the room, they were like, ooh. Permission to speak, sir. Can I speak? You're not going to look at him directly in the eye. You're going to bow yourself down to the earth, and you're going to speak in a respectful fashion. And then the interpreter is going to interpret for you to the king, right? So that's the whole scenario of what's going on. You got to imagine you coming in, you shook, you thought you stole, you thought you were in trouble for stealing something when you really didn't. He put you at ease because the first time they came, he talked to them harsh. This is the second time they're like, oh dang. Now we already in trouble because he got our brother, and now we really in trouble because he thought we stole some money. So, but now he's setting their mind at ease, and at the same time, there's still this interpreter who's translating Egyptian to Hebrew to Egyptian. Right. Yeah, because he told them in verse 23 that he put the money back in the sacks. Right? So this whole translation is being interpreted back and forth. Because when they speak, when you read in verse 21, 42 and 21 through 23, they're communing with themselves. Like, I'm talking to my brother, all my brothers, we're talking to each other, and they're thinking they didn't know that Joseph, he speaks the same language. Right? So he's keeping his bearing. And he's like, okay, listen, tell him this. Hey, tell him this. And then they talk to the interpreter, and the interpreter comes back and talks to Joseph like, oh yeah, these men said this. These men said X, Y, and Z. So that's what's going on. All right.
I'm just trying to be clear something. When y'all read calling about scriptures and other brothers read out the Bible, is there some like stipulations or requirements? Like say if we're reading the Bible and y'all say Genesis chapter 1 verse 20, right? And I'm already there. Am I allowed to stand up and read for y'all, or do I have to be like, how does that go?
No, you can stand up and read.
You just have to do it loud and clearly, right?
Yeah, loud and clear. And then, cause you just say con. You would say con just to let everybody know that you already got it.
Okay,
right? So that, like, let's say you sit in the back right now, right? You said somebody's in the front, but they didn't know you got it, but they stood up. And then the teacher's just like, read. And then both of y'all gonna read at the same time. And then you're gonna think like, damn, this brother stole my scripture. I already had it already. You was sitting down while I was standing up. And you're gonna misunderstand. So you just say con, just to clarify for everybody that you already got it. And then it's like it's like a connection with you and the teacher, just to give some understanding. So obviously, I see you understand how to read, right?
Yeah, it just makes me feel more involved and stuff. And I know the certain things you had to know or do before you can do that. Because I don't have no problem reading. You know, that's my strongest subject. So like when I'm reading, I'm listening and watching other people doing it. It just makes me feel more involved as I'm learning.
No, that's perfect. That's the spirit, you know. That's the spirit. So that's good. Yeah. So this is. I mean, I just pay attention to how they're reading, so that you can pick up the pattern, the speech pattern of how they're reading. Because look at the connection between them and the teacher. And that's a technique. All right. So, okay. Would you have to read something?
That was it. Yeah, just to show you that there was an interpreter during this whole scenario. So you got a lot of conversation between Joseph and his brothers, but the interpreter, he's interpreting the conversation back and forth.
All right.
Genesis chapter 43, verse 26. And when Joseph came home, they brought him the present which was in their hand into the house, and bowed themselves to him to the earth. And he asked them of their welfare, and said, Is your father well? The old man of whom ye spake, is he yet alive? And they answered, Thy servant our father is in good health. He is yet alive. And they bowed down their heads and made obeisance. And he lifted up his eyes and saw his brother Benjamin, his mother's son, and said, Is this your younger brother, of whom ye spake unto me?
Right. So he's basically seeing his little brother for the first time, who he just learned of his existence, right? From just that when he met up with his brother, right?
So Benjamin is the youngest brother?
Oh, excuse me, my bad. He knew Benjamin's existence, but this is him really. Yeah. For the first time after 15 years. Yeah, excuse me, my bad, clarification.
And Benjamin is the youngest.
Right. Yeah, Benjamin's the youngest brother, and it's from his mother, Rachel. So, yeah. All right.
And he said, The Most High be gracious unto thee, my son. Verse 30. And Joseph made haste, for his bowels did yearn upon his brother, and he sought where to weep.
So basically right here, because he's seen his brother in 15 years, he hadn't seen his brother in 15 years, he's like, I'm going to be right back. Yeah, right? And that's what's going on. Yeah, so he was overwhelmed. He was like, oh my God. Oh, get back in there. Right? And so that's what he had to leave before he broke his barrier. Go ahead.
And he entered into his chamber and wept there. He washed his face and went out and refrained himself and said, Set on bread. And they set on for him by himself, and for them by themselves, and for the Egyptians, which did eat with him by themselves, because the Egyptians might not eat bread with the Hebrews, for that is an abomination unto the Egyptians. And they sat before him, the firstborn according to his birthright, and the youngest according to his youth. And the man marveled one at another, and he took and sent messes unto them from before him. But Benjamin's mess was 5 times so much as any of theirs, and they drank and were merry with him. Genesis chapter 44, verse 1. And he commanded the steward of his house, saying, Fill the men's sack with food, as much as they can carry, and put every man's money in his sack's mouth. And put my cup, the silver cup, in the sack's mouth of the youngest, and his corn money. And he did according to the word that Joseph had spoken. As soon as the morning was light, the men were sent away, they and their asses.
Right. So again, he's doing that same thing, just toying with them again, seeing where they're at. Right? He's just using wisdom all over again just to see where they're at. And this is one of the last instances, of course, we're gonna read before he reveals himself. But yeah, we'll read on.
Verse 4. And when they were gone, out of the city, and not yet far off, Joseph said unto his steward, Up, follow after the men, and when thou doest overtake them, say unto them, Wherefore have ye rewarded evil for good? Is not this it in which my Lord drinketh? And whereby indeed he divineth? Ye have done evil in so doing. And he overtook them, and he spake unto them these same words. And they said unto him, Wherefore saith my Lord these words? God forbid that thy servant should do according to these things, to this thing. Behold, the money which ye found in our sack's mouth, we brought again unto thee out of the land of Canaan. How then should we steal out of thy Lord's house silver of gold?
Yeah, so he accusing them of stealing right now. So seeing how they gonna react. And then think about it. On the flip side for them, the Lord's seeing how they gonna react. You gonna lie? Right? You gonna do something to save yourself, or you're gonna deal with integrity, right? Because that's a key component in this whole story. Are you gonna deal with integrity? Because when y'all was dealing with your brother in the past, y'all didn't deal right. Y'all didn't deal in the right spirit, right? There was no justice. You were dealing with a just, right, upright mind, right? So now this is this scenario again where the Most High is giving them a chance to do the right thing, right? Because obviously we know who Joseph ordered for the cups to go in whose bag, which was Benjamin. So it's in Benjamin's bag now. So obviously he's the youngest brother. He's like, okay, let me see what they do with him. Let me see how they do with him. If they're gonna do with him what they did with me. You see that? Let me see if they're gonna still act the same way. Let me see if they actually changed. So that's what's going on right now.
Verse 9. With whomsoever of thy servants it be found, both let him die, and we also will be my Lord's bondmen. And he said, Now also let it be according unto your words. He with whom it is found shall be my servant, and ye shall be blameless.
All right, that's a view. Next reading.
Shabbat Shalom, Yehowadah, Ban Yasharallah.
Miles, Shabbat Shalom, Yehowadah, Ban Yasharallah, Men of Israel, Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua Barakatam.
Basically after he states his registry, he salute. You know how at the end when we circle up, we'll salute each other at the end of class? So, you know how in the class, right, we'll salute each other? That's basically the same thing. We just salute him. So, it's basically saying the same thing he just said to us. He's saying it in a plural sense to all three of us, and we're saying it in a singular sense to him. He's one person. So stop, please. Yeah, so basically like bless you. Barak God. Most High Christ bless you.
All our brothers go up there to do that same.
Yeah, so you have seven readers, 7 priests. Right? You're gonna see the 2 up here, that's their consistency. You'll see myself and God. And then you have the young 3rd priest. There'll be 3 priests on the podium. Right? But 5 people will come up and read. Right? 4 people will come up here. Excuse me. So but it's 7 in total that's reading. And that's the priest and the young aspiring priest, right? Which is the duty, right? One teach, another read. So, and then 7 is the most high as well. Very number, so that's the number of completion. Right, so we got that young aspiring priest comes up so that he can read, right, and do the duties of a young priest, so that he can learn so basically that he can learn every office of a priest, right? You read, and then he's obviously as he's up here reading, he's paying attention to how the teacher teaches, so he can learn that step as well. So you learn every aspect, right? So there's stages to everything that you do, right? So that's everything, right? Before you could be the supervisor at Walmart or at whatever job it is, you start off just what? Picking the boxes up. Or you might start just paying attention to the person at the register so you can learn how to do the register. So it's a step-by-step process. So, but yeah, so that's basically all the reasons why. All right. So. So you're going to be reading at Genesis chapter 44 verses 11 through 32. Genesis chapter 44 verses 11 through 32.
Genesis chapter 44 and verse 11. Then they speedily took down every man his sack to the ground, and opened every man his sack. And he searched, and began at the eldest, and left at the youngest. And the cup was found in Benjamin's sack.
You see that? Think about the suspense, right? The heart thumping, your heart's thumping, you're nervous. They threw it down immediately. First of all, they know they didn't do anything, but at the same time, they could be thinking, I hope it wasn't Judah. I hope Reuben didn't take that.
So the Pharaohs think that they steal it.
Yeah.
So they checking it right now to see if they steal it, and they found something on Benjamin.
Right. So, but obviously we know Benjamin didn't do it though.
Yeah, we're gonna see how he acts.
Right. We're gonna see how everybody acts. God, read on.
Verse 13. Then they rent their clothes, and ladded every man his asses, and returned to the city.
No, you read. You read to him. Come. Verse 13.
Verse 14. And Judah and his brethren came to Joseph's house, for he was yet there. But
look what they did in verse 13. They didn't act prideful, right? Because they knew they was innocent. They could have acted prideful. Like, what you talking about? But then again, think about it. You standing right before the king and his army. So it's like, you ain't gonna do too much talking crazy. Especially not at this time. They know better. They're not like Jake today. You one man and you standing there and you acting crazy. Right? People are like people in the world today where they're loose with their tongue. You see that? But they did the humble thing. They rent their clothes like a plea. That was a form of them pleading. Like, come on, man, I ain't do nothing. We ain't do nothing. I'm sorry. They got to plead for their little brother. Because now he get to see the change. This is where he actually gets to see the change in them. Instead of having that hate, that envy, that jealousy, that murdering spirit, now they're pleading for his life. They care. They're considering him. So they have a different spirit now.
But it could also be because he was a dreamer. You know what I'm saying? Benjamin wasn't a dreamer, he was just a little brother. But the fact that they were scared of the fact that he was going to be the leader of them, and he was going to be in charge, and they were going to be having a bend their knee to him, made them fearful of him for his position in the future.
Yeah, but definitely, they was fearful of the fact that he was his position.
But more or less so, you know what I'm saying?
They still had that spirit in them. Because even if it wasn't Joseph, right? Let's say they didn't go to that experience with Joseph, they still had that spirit in them.
Yeah, true.
It was still lingering, so something would have brought it up. You see that? To where it would expose that spirit in them, but the Most High used that situation. You see that? To show us where men can go when you're envy, when you get jealous. But that was the situation he used. But he was trying to see, is that spirit still in y'all? Yeah. So it's a piece of what you said, but generally anything could bring that up. Because think about it, it could be a relationship. They could have liked the same girl. It's none of their wives, but they could like the same girl. So now they're being what? Envious toward each other. I gotta kill him so I can be the only one here. You see that? So any scenario could bring it up, but this was the one that was used for this purpose right here. So, count. And yeah. So, but now they're being humble about it. They're pleading for their little brother. They have an actual kid, a watchman. Go ahead.
Verse 14, last precept. And they fell before him on the ground. And Joseph said unto them, what deed is this that ye have done? What? Ye not that such a man as I certainly divine. And Judah said, what shall we say unto my Lord? What shall we speak? Or how shall we clear ourselves? God hath found out the iniquity of thy servants. Behold, we are my Lord's servants, both we and he also, with whom the cup is found. And he said, God forbid that I should do so. But the man in whose head the cup is found, he shall be my servant. And as for you, get you up in peace unto your father. Then Judah came near unto him and said, O my Lord, let thy servant, I pray thee, speak a word in my Lord's ears. And let not thy anger burn against thy servants, for thou art even as Pharaoh. My Lord asked his servants, saying, have ye a father or a brother? And we said unto my Lord, we have a father, an old man, and a child of his old age, a little one, and his brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother, and his father loveth him. And thou said unto thy servants, bring him down unto me, that I may set my eyes upon him. And we said unto my Lord, the lad cannot leave his father, for if he should leave his father would die. And thou saidest unto thy servants, except your youngest brother come down with you, ye shall see my face no more.
So they pleaded him. They told him, like, we did everything you asked of us. Can we have some mercy? They asked him for mercy, like, damn, we did everything. We did everything. We followed every step. We listened to every order. We met every requirement. Right? Just have some mercy. So they're going to go on and explain. Read.
Verse 24. And it came to pass, when we came up unto thy servant, my father, we told him the word of my Lord. And our father asked, go again and buy us a little food. And we said, we cannot go down. If our youngest brother be with us, then we will go down. For we may not see the man's face, except our youngest brother be with us. And thy servant, my father, said unto us, ye know that my wife bare me 2 sons. And the one went out from me. And I said, surely he is torn in pieces.
And it's like they paint the picture in his brain, like, listen to the things that you asked us to do. This man lost his brother. His mother's left with 1 son. His father left with 1 son from his mother. Like, damn, hey, look at what we had to do just to listen to what you wanted us to do. And they're literally pleading for this mercy. So they're appeasing his wrath, basically. And he's looking to see if that's what they're going to do, or they're going to do something contrary. Read.
And I saw him not since. Verse 29. And if ye take this also from me, and mischief befall him, ye shall bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. Now therefore, when I come to thy servant my father, and the lad be not with us, seeing that his life is bound up in the lad's life, it shall come to pass, when he seeth that the lad is not with us, that he will die. And thy servants shall bring down the gray hairs of thy servant our father with sorrow to the grave. For thy servant became surety for the lad unto my father, saying, if I bring him not unto thee, then I shall bear the blame to my father forever. Now therefore I pray thee, let thy servant abide instead of the lad, a bondman to my Lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me, lest peradventure I see the evil that shall come on my father.
And they just constantly, he's killing them. He almost didn't summarize every step of the way. Since they first tried to come into Egypt, and just simply do what? Buy some food. Because that's all they came for. They didn't come for all that. But then they're like, damn, we went through all this.
Yeah. So who they talking to right now? They talking to Joseph right now? Or they talking to somebody else?
Well, they're talking to Joseph. Yeah. Yeah, they're talking to Joseph.
Joseph's playing the role perfectly.
But they.
Yeah. So what happened from the start? So what happened from the start is after they dined together, they got up, and before everybody got up, he told his servants, "Look, put this cup and the money in the youngest sack. Let them leave. When they're leaving, surround them, catch up with them, and ask them why you guys steal from them. And whoever's cup is found in that sack, he's gonna be my servant, right? So then they run, they catch up. Hey, we suspect somebody stole something. Boom, they search, and now all of a sudden their countenance, instead of being back in the day prideful like they were 15 years ago, they were sad. Why? Because this is a serious accusation. So now they're like, oh man, they rent their clothes, they're showing remorse and sorrow for what could happen to their brother, their youngest brother. So they bring him back in front of Joseph, and Joseph was like, okay, well listen, all is forgiven. Whoever had my money in my cup, they're gonna be my servant. You guys can go home. Judah's like, wait a minute, I can't let this happen. My dad, you told us that he didn't say it like that. He said, but if permission to speak. He said, go ahead. So he's like, first you told us we couldn't come and see your face again or get more supplies unless our youngest brother comes with us. But my dad, he was like, wow, I only had 2 sons, one who died, and then this is the last of my son from his mother. So what do you want me to do? And so, but nonetheless, he let him go. So this is Judah making this, what's the word I want to use? Petition. He's being the ambassador, not the ambassador, he's putting up a petition, but what's the word? The intercession. He's being the intercessor for Joseph, for Benjamin and for himself, right? That's what Yahushua is doing. That's what Yahushua did. This same like figure is what Yahushua has done for us. He made intercession for us, right? He died on the cross, so we don't have to. He died for our sins, for the nation of Israel, so we don't have to, And that's the same like figure which you see what's going on right now. Judah is putting up a petition for Benjamin and putting himself in that position instead of Benjamin. Because he doesn't want to make his dad, he doesn't want to bring down the gray hairs and the death of his dad in sorrow because he lacked and he lost his youngest son. So that's what's going on. But yeah, he's talking to Joseph. He's putting this petition to Joseph. Is that it? Cool.
That makes sense, but something you just said about the die on the cross thing, and when y'all can give me a scripture on that, because when I grew up in partially a Christian home, certain people try to look at, okay, Christ died on the cross for the sins of mankind or whatever, right? And they try to take that and say, well, if he's already died for the sins that I committed or will commit, then why do I need to fear God or hell or repent or anything? Because he's already paid the price.
And you try to understand. What are you trying to
I
understand?
mean, like something that like the scripture, like, because you still are held accountable for the wrong that you do, but they're trying to say that because Christ has already died for my sins, then why should I fear God when I can pretty much do anything I want to do off that him dying for the sins of mankind? And I'm like, no, that's not correct. But I didn't know how to refer it back to the word.
Okay. Yeah.
I feel like because back then,
Well,
they used to make sacrifices for people's innocence by sacrificing something that's innocent. They use sheep.
Right.
Jesus, what they say, Jesus sacrificed himself. We don't have to make sacrifices with innocence. We can just speak through Jesus Christ, I guess, and then repent through that way. In that sense, instead of making sacrifices through innocence, you know what I'm saying? He was an innocent lamb that sacrificed himself so that we could have that connection with the Most High.
Yeah, but what it is that he didn't do away with the law. They're thinking like in the mind like he did away with the law and that we don't have to. Well, what's the purpose of you serving God if the law is done away with? right? Like there's no consequences coming with it. So really, it's like just showing a first. You gotta see that the person comes from a Bible mindset.
Yeah, they were like,
they're saying it.
Some of them and some of them not. Some of them were like, Christians in the church.
Okay. Are they like at least reasonable to talk to?
Yeah, they're reasonable. They're not like straight debate or pushing it away, but it depends on who it is. I just know that came up. That came up a lot, and I used to myself say that. I was like, well, Christ already died for my sins. Why do I need to feel? Not that I didn't, but repent and feel bad for what I'm doing. If you already paid the price, you made it feel like you excused already. Like you just do whatever. And Christ already died for your sins, so why fear God or you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right. Hold on. Hold on. Give me one second, bro. Not to cut you off, but just showing because we got to make sure that everything's done decently in order. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I know you're new to the environment. Well, we got to make sure everything's done decently in order. So we don't want to jump from question to question, and then because then what we try to teach brothers in here too is the example of how we're royalty, right? We're kings and priests. So we try to make sure that we just when we want to speak, we gotta raise our hands. So because then it'll be a confusion. It'll be confusing and it'll be like here, and then nothing get accomplished. So just when you're speaking, just raise your hand. It's not to belittle anybody, to say anybody's less than. It's just order. 1 Corinthians 14 and 40, right? Somebody get that real quick, just to show them. Just to show the brother real quick.
God.
Go ahead.
1 Corinthians chapter 14 and verse 40.
Yeah, just to show you.
Let all things be done decently and in order.
And the decency and in order is because it alleviates confusion because, people get easily distracted or they can, they'll lose focus. And then we're learning how to regain our focus in here. And order brings about focus. Order being what? Organization. Organization brings more for a clear mind. But confusion brings what? A disruption. Disruption breeds confusion and you don't know what's going on around you anymore. And you don't understand what's the focal point. What's the reasoning, what's the intention of what's going on. Right? So that's the reason why we try to hand or like let one question get answered, then the next question get answered. Right? But you had a question though, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to know what's the name y'all use for Jesus? Like what's his real name versus me just saying Jesus? Because some people say Yahweh, because I think ain't that the most high name that we call him Yahweh? It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Christians call him Yahweh, but and then or like Jehovah's Witness say Yahweh, right? Yeah, Jehovah's Witness Christians, I think they say Yahweh, but for the most part Christians say God though. But like if it's a Christian that is actually into reading, they'll say Yahweh. But we say Yahweh for God's name, and then for Christ's name in Hebrew, you say Yahweh Shai, right? Yeah, he who saves. So Yahweh Shai, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then just for your question, let's just start off with Matthew 5:17. Because this is for your understanding, right? Because you sitting here, you want to learn, you want to understand. But for those individuals, they may or may not want to understand, but this is so that you can understand why it's important to keep those commandments. So read that.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 17. Mm-hmm. Think not that I have come to destroy the law.
Hold on, let them get there. Matthew chapter 5, verse 17. Somebody get that. Got it? Okay.
Matthew chapter 5, verse 17. Think not that I have come to destroy the law.
So he's letting you know right there in the first few words, because this is Christ speaking. He's letting you know in the first few words that he didn't come to put anything away as far as the law. He didn't come to destroy the law. He's letting you know that right there. But what did he come to do? Read.
Or the prophets. I have not come to destroy.
You see that? He said, I didn't come to destroy the law and I didn't come to take away from anything that was written in the Bible in times past. I'm not disannulling anything from the book. So that means when you read, you're not supposed to eat swine, that means you're not supposed to eat swine. But the church will tell you that it's okay, and that nothing's wrong with that. First of all, you see the health effects of it, but then it's wrong because the Lord is telling you it's wrong, right? Because of the health effects that come from it. And it has a certain purpose. They're supposed to be like that garbage disposal. You're not supposed to use them for what? For food, as a food source. Because food's supposed to give you a source of life, right? A substance, something to gain from energy. But they're eating something that's dead and defiled. And they teach us that we don't have to keep the law anymore, and that doesn't matter to serve God, because no consequences is going to come from it. But ain't life just showing you that there's consequences coming from it? Like, think about it. We was talking in class about being careful because people passing away, like left and right? And then what happened yesterday before class? A drive-by, right? So there's consequences coming from those people's behavior, because they're not doing the things of the law. So it says, think not that I am come to destroy the law. Read.
Or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
And you know why it's so important to know that Lamar? Is because it's showing you right there that, like, say your question again.
That people use Christ's crucifixion as a way to justify not repenting or fearing the consequence of their sins that they continue to commit.
But look at what he just said out of his own mouth. I didn't do away with the thing that you have to commit to. I didn't do anything. I didn't do away with the wisdom that was given to you to understand how to commit to those things. Because why? I'm basically telling you how to die if I'm telling you to not commit to those things. So he's telling you right there. Read.
For verily, I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one joint or one tittle.
He said now. So he said one jot. He says till heaven and earth pass, and we still on heaven and earth, right? We still look up to the sky, right? And we still on earth. Read.
One jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law.
You see that? So it's like even from the smallest thing, the smallest thing, you can't even omit. They look at not eating pork as a small thing, right? Or eating pork as a small, not being able to eat pork as a small thing. So they're like, no, we can eat pork. The law's done away with it. They look at that like it's something small. And I'm not going to get in trouble for doing that, right? But then what ended up happening to their health? Yeah, you end up getting that high blood cholesterol, right? You get those cankles, right? You better get up off the bed, right? Your body gets formed because you're eating all the nasty foods. But it's showing you just in that right there that Christ is telling you that, listen, I'm not doing away with the law. It's not gone. It's not omitted. You don't get an excuse. You don't get to use me as an excuse to not commit to the law. That's what he's showing you in that verse right there. Right? And what'd you have?
Romans 12:1.
I got
Let me see. Hold on. Oh, y'all got one? But you seeing that the right Lamar, how their statement is not adequate, because he's telling you right there that it's not done away with. Oh, okay. So say your question one more time, and I'm gonna repeat it for everybody.
That using Christ's crucifixion to justify continuing sin is incorrect.
Right. So he's asking, can you use Christ's crucifixion as a way to say that you don't have to keep the law? Right. And repent. So can you, using Christ's crucifixion He said, can you use Christ's crucifixion as an excuse to not keep the law and repent? So, and I went to Matthew 5:17 to just start it off, just to show him that Christ out of his own mouth showing you that the law ain't done away with. So he's making it clear as day that you have no excuse why you shouldn't be keeping the law. You should be doing those things, because those things bring you to life. Those things bring you to life. But let me go to Romans. What do you have, Asa?
I got Romans 6:1.
What that say? Let me see. Hold on.
Let me just that definition of sin with the Bible.
No.
I got Hebrews.
Huh?
I got Hebrews 10:26.
No. Let me go. Hold on. Read First Timothy chapter 1, verse 9.
Con.
Yeah, just going along the connection, just showing you that in Matthew 5:17, right? So he's saying, Christ out of his own mouth saying, I didn't come to destroy the law, right? Well, how does the law benefit us? Because you got, in understanding that, it shows you how that doesn't give us an excuse. Because what he did was he came to show us how to actually even live it out spiritually. He didn't come to destroy. The only thing that he destroyed was the law of sacrifice. We don't have to get up and sacrifice animals because, like you said earlier, he was the greatest sacrificial lamb, right? So, or you said it earlier, a second ago. He was the greatest sacrificial lamb. So he just did away with that law of sacrifice. That was basically it. But we gotta understand to understand how it's not a valid statement that they make it to you. This is a key verse too. Read.
1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 9.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing this, that the law is not made for a righteous man.
You see that? So you got to understand, well, what was the purpose of the law then?
But
No. Well, what was the purpose of the law? Do you know?
The purpose of the law.
Right. Come.
To guide people on how to live a righteous way.
So to guide people. You said to guide people.
Yeah, to guide them through their ways, words, and actions, so that they stay in accordance to, live righteous, staying pure, and making it happen.
Right. So, but does man naturally just know to do good?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think nobody's born just knowing evil.
Right.
That you exposed to or taught and learned.
Right? But then how do you know which one's right and which one's wrong? The decision that you make.
Results that you get.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because every evil comes to an end, destruction and all that. It's a matter of time. But when you live in righteous things, it's just way different. I mean, I've experienced.
That's somebody that's being real with themselves.
Yeah.
But 99% of people ain't being real with themselves. And then the lines get blurred. And the line is blurred on what's right and what's wrong. What you say?
I would say, well, even with that, you had some righteous men that died a terrific death.
Right.
And if you can't comprehend that, like,
You think
how
he
they
died?
was really living.
Right. Because you would think that man died for doing wrong.
Right.
But I'm asking that question because with this verse is showing you, it says, knowing this, that the law is not made for a righteous man. Well, there was a purpose on why the law was created. And the purpose was good. The purpose was to show the unrighteous how to be righteous. Right? So the law was written there so that you could see what to not do to kill yourself. We keep using the pork example, right? Well, your health is messed up because you keep eating the thing that was created for cleaning up the earth. Well, stop eating it and you'll see that what? You'll lighten up on the load on your body. It'll become easier on you. Read.
But for the lawless
Right, so it was created for somebody that was lawless and disobedient. But think about it. Was the people good when Christ came? So why would he come and get rid of something that was for a good purpose? You see that? But that's I'm doing it like in a conversation sense, because this is you sitting down with the person talking to them, and you're showing them like what you're basically showing them how what they're saying doesn't make sense. Because think about it, were the people good when Christ came? Because think about why he had to die. He didn't have to die because for good, because he wouldn't have had to die if they were good. But it was made, he had to come because of lawless and disobedient people. Right? And he had to show those lawless and disobedient people how to actually fulfill the law. How to actually act out and live out the law. The word of God. And be righteous. You see that? What, huh?
That blurry that you were talking about, like, and what the other brother said, because I know certain people I conversate with, they make a statement, knowing, well, from the outside appearance anyway, that a person's living righteous while they die, and you see wicked people living long. But I'm like, that also comes with understanding of, knowing the scripture and word and how it works. I mean, intellectually, you can't think like God, but then you start reading certain scriptures that the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, or, whatever time that God calls for you to come home, is when you're going to go, whether you're wicked or righteous. So, I mean, you can't sit out here and be like, well, bad people living and good people are dying. It's a whole lot more understanding that you have to have, instead of just allowing that to make your vision blurry. Is that if I started studying more and understanding things, I don't have a question on it. I just say, it's that person's time to go.
Right.
God called them home, what I'm saying, whether he was good or bad. Bad people living on, they can be suffering. Even though they're doing wrong, they can be suffering mentally, emotionally, financially, physically, and going through some type of consequence. You can't try to think so much deep into that without having some type of understanding and trying to think on the level of God, why he's allowing this and why he's allowing that.
Right. But even in you saying that, right, it answers your question in that sense, because what gives us a basis to kind of even gauge the law. At the end of the day, you can't really determine it because. But I mean, obviously, there's two ways, right? Because what he said is truth. But then, if a cat's in the street, right? If somebody is just whoremongering, you jumping from woman to woman, and then you mess around with married women, and then you in somebody's house with a woman, and then you get shot, that was what? And that was judgment from what? But we only understand that to be that judgment from God because of what? No, the Bible. The Bible, because because one person would say that he was wrong for murdering.
Right. He didn't deserve that.
Yeah. He didn't deserve that, but then who knows the mind of God, and how do we know the mind of God? From the law. Right? It's yeah. I'm gonna show you a verse. He gonna find it real quick. But I would want to go to here just to show you that, look, this is the purpose of why the law was created. He's telling, first Christ told us, I didn't even destroy it. I didn't come to destroy it. I came to fulfill it. Nobody gets a pass. You can't even skip over these, what you might consider minute laws. But now it's just showing you that what was the purpose of it? What was the purpose of the law actually being created? For somebody that's lawless. So why would I do away with something that was created for somebody that's lawless, and I came to die for lawless people? What's the only way I'm going to show lawless people how to live? Through the righteous example, the Bible, the Word of God, the laws. Yeah. Psalms 119 and 1, verse 1 and 4.
Psalms chapter 119, verse 1 and 4. Through thy precepts I get understanding.
And the precepts is like the Bible verses. Through the different verses in the Bible, you get understanding.
You said Psalm 19, verse
119.
Oh.
Psalms chapter 119, verse 104.
Yeah. Wait for him.
chapter 119, verse 104. Through thy precepts I get understanding. Therefore, I hate every false way.
You see that? Through the Bible verses, we get understanding. But within these Bible verses are laws, statutes, commandments, what to do, what not to do. And through that, I get the understanding on situations, how to have better health, how to be a better husband, how to teach a woman how to be a good wife, right? How to be a better father. You learn these things through the Bible, and then what do?
Therefore, I hate every false way.
And then you learn to hate every false way. That's how you learn to hate the evil. But then that's how you even learn what is evil. You see that? So why does Christ dying on the cross have to do with me not having to learn anymore what's evil and how to stay away from that evil? Right? It don't make sense. What you know?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 15 and verse 20. Page 79 in the red book. Page 79. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 15, verse 20.
Wait for the brother to get behind you.
Well, no, it's one Bible.
When you open up the original 1611 King James Version, you'll see that the book that he just handed you, the Apocrypha, was in there as well. It's a part of the Bible that they took out. Yeah, so when you read, like if you you can even Google search it, but if you ever open up a 1611 Bible, you'll see that it's actually in there already. Right. Right. Yeah. So he has one. He has one himself. So,
Page 79. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 15, verse 20. He hath commanded no man to do wickedly.
Right. So the Most High didn't give anybody a license to do wicked. Right. It was your job. It was always your job to learn the word to do righteous. Go ahead.
Neither have he given any man license to sin.
And he gave nobody license to break the law. Plain and simple, huh? What you got?
Definition for sin.
Go ahead. Because what is sin? That's good.
1 John chapter 3 and verse 4.
Because he's saying he didn't give anybody license to sin, but what is sin? Go ahead.
Whoso committeth sin transgresseth also the law.
Go ahead.
For sin is the transgression of the law.
Right. Sin is breaking the law. The law, statutes, and commandments. So when you read in Matthew chapter 5 and verse 17, think not that I have done away with the I'm paraphrasing it. Read it again. Matthew 5 and 17.
Matthews.
1 Peter chapter.
Matthew chapter 5 verse 17.
Tell him. Go.
1 John 3 and 4.
1 John 3 and 4. Go ahead.
Think not that I come to destroy the law.
Because Yahweh Shai didn't destroy the law. He came to give understanding. Why the wages of sin is death? Right? Okay, you thought about murdering. Well, or you committed murder, right? Well, where did it start? It was a seed that was planted. So no, men aren't born naturally good. We got children back there. We got children back there that naturally just like to be stingy. Right? You keep that same mind state as a toddler all the way to your adulthood. And nobody taught you any better. That hate, that grudging leads to murder, leads to stealing, leads to killing, leads to all these different things. Right? So Yahweh Shai, he said he came not to destroy the law. Go ahead.
Or the prophets.
Or anything that the prophets laid down in retrospect for the law. Time? Go ahead.
I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
But now he came to give you understanding.
You said that seed was planted, right? That hadn't been planted.
The seed of when Adam created it, when Adam broke the law, that seed of sin was planted from then. So it's been in the generations from creation, right? So when you made the statement, like, you believe that people can naturally be good, huh? Well, they can, but they got to get taught, right? They got to get taught. Hebrews chapter 5, right? When the time you think you're good to be a teacher or a leader, right? You have need that one teach you again. Why? Because you don't know how to be a teacher. You don't know how to be a husband. You don't know how to be a wife, a father. These things that we put the title on. Yeah, I'm a man. No, you're a male. You know how to breathe, but you're not a man. Oh yeah, I'm a woman. No, you're a female. I mean, you got the organs to reproduce, but that doesn't make you a woman. What is a woman? What is a man? You're committed according to the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Bible. That's what a man is. That's what a woman is. Yes, sir. Oh, okay. Well, I thought you had a question. But that's what Yahushua came to give the understanding. You claim to be these titles and you want this lifestyle and you want to be righteous. Well, what are you being righteous according to? What society says? Right? Are you a man because you paid your wife's bills and you take care of your baby? A faggot does the same damn thing. Right? Sodomites know how to buy diapers, they know how to change a diaper, they know how to take their kids, they know how to put them in sports and play sports with them, right?
Paying for 2-3 houses.
Come on. So, what is a man or what is a woman according to whose standards? It's always according to the scripture. Come?
God.
But that was it.
Come. Let it you don't tell them.
That was it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just one more on that. Oh, I just was looking at it.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Not to cut anybody off. You know what I'm saying? Is there a statute of limitation to forgiveness when committing certain sins? Like, say for instance, I got friends that just came home from doing, from killing somebody. You know what I'm saying? Are they allowed to be forgiven? Are they ordained from the situation? Because maybe they don't know the laws of the Bible, or probably just doesn't know the instinct of survival, or where they from. You know what I'm saying? Are they able to come here and change their lives around and be forgiven? Or is it like you said, they got to pay a certain type of price first before they be able to be submitted to the Most High?
Well, they basically paid that price. They went to prison. You know? I mean, we pay our price. You pay your price. Let's say somebody didn't go to prison. They pay the price. God do what? Hit it with the dreams. What do a lot of people that murder people say? They see, I see the guy I killed in my dreams. So they paid that price even if they would go to jail. You see that? So, but yes, they can come in and change and renew their whole life. They say, I'm gonna answer this question, then I'm gonna show you a verse for yours. Don't kind of look like that. Answer one more verse. 1 John chapter 2, verse 3.
1 John chapter 2 and verse 3.
Right. So this is a key one, right, to understanding, because the purpose of the law is like it's something good. It's to help enlighten those that don't know where they're doing wrong in their life. So it's impossible for it to not be something that would no longer be required for you to live for. You see that? So read, and this is going to tell you why. Read.
1 John chapter 2 and verse 3.
Because think about it, right? How do you present yourself to the Father? You think He's just going to accept you any type of way? you're gonna come as a whore and you still thinking like a whore, and then, or you're gonna come as a drug dealer, you're gonna think as a drug dealer, you're gonna talk as a drug dealer, and he's just gonna accept you into his kingdom? No, right? So listen to what this verse is saying. Read that.
And hereby we do know that we know him.
This is the only way we can say we have a true connection and a true relationship with the Father. Right? Because this is what you show them. Well, you ain't got to go home and show them, but this is for your understanding, because a lot of people ain't listening. Right? But we got rare souls out there listening, but if they're going back and forth with you, you don't want to be like trying to show them, because I know you're still learning, so you want to make sure that you studied up and have the understanding of just the Bible and its compass and truth, right? So it's like, because this is the only way we can know that we know the Father. Read.
And hereby we do know that we know him, if we keep his commandments.
It's the only way you know that you have an understanding with the Father, that you have a true relationship with him, is you keep his commandments. So why would Christ kill your connection when he came to bring the connection? You see that? Why would he destroy something that gives you the connection to the Father? Read.
He that saith, I know him.
Right, so if somebody's opening up their mouth and saying that, oh, okay, I know the Father, but they eat pork, they eat shrimp, they eat crab, right? They whoremongering, they jumping from man to man, right? They making whores out of the daughter of Israel, right? What does God have to say about him? Read.
And keepeth not his commandments.
But the key is, you got to be keeping the commandments to know him. So if you're verbalizing it and saying, I believe in God, I'm a Bible believer, but you're not doing the acts that show it, what does God have to say?
Is a liar.
You're lying. You're lying. You see that? God's saying that that type of character is a liar. Because the only way you can connect with me is if you obey my law. It's like you going into your parents' house. Like when you get that stern parent, or that stern, I don't know, some people have guardians, right? That stern guardian, the only way they let you in the house is you respect the rules. As soon as you disrespect, they kick you out. Right? You think you're grown, get out of my house. That's what the Father said. You think you're grown? Get out of my house. And then what did he do? He literally sent us to the opposite side of the world. Get out of Israel. That's my house. Right? Well, it's not. His house is in heaven, but speaking analogetically, right? But that's the only way we know the Father. Read.
And the truth is not in him.
So the only way you can have truth within you, the only way you can have life within you is by keeping the commandments. So the crucifixion of Christ, but the crucifixion of Christ didn't have nothing to do with that. He's not going to sever something that brings the connection. That's the umbilical cord. That's what keeps us alive, keeps us getting fed from the Father. Us reading this book. You said it earlier. Like when you read the book is how you get the understanding. So why would I deter away from something that gives me the understanding? You see that? Read.
But whosoever keepeth his word.
But now this person that keeps the word, the commandment, right? Read.
In him, verily, is the love of God perfected.
Right, but this person's doing what? They're throughout their entire lives applying it. And they're reaching for this level, their highest peak of perfection in this life. So the potential that God sees in you, you're striving to see that potential come out of you. And you're trying to reach this level of perfection in God's eyes. But the only way you can do that is like he's saying, by keeping the word. So it's impossible for us to not have to keep the commandment. Read.
Hereby know that we are in him.
And that's how we know we have that connection with the Father. So it's impossible for us to have the connection. If Christ died and did away with the law, he basically just separated us even furthermore from the Father. That's basically what it's saying. You see that? I mean, does that answer your question though? What did you grasp from just the sequence?
You just clarified everything in detail and actually, you know what I'm saying, showed me the scripture to back it up. Because like consciously I knew that didn't make sense, but they could just look at that as going off my own intellect.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, see, I'm gonna answer, but so that's good, right? Okay, I'm gonna answer your question too, about the, can your friend be forgiven? But all sin can be forgiven though, just to let you know that though. All sin can be forgiven. Well, I want to find this verse for you. It's worded. I'm probably miswording it. Like it's like repent and worded.
Oh, come.
That all your sins may be blotted out.
I got you.
Oh, you got it?
No, boy, no, on the street speak. That's the closer.
Really?
3 and 19.
Yeah, oh, no. But that's not the exact one I wanted though. So y'all can hit it.
Oh.
But no, that's the one. That's the one right now that I was looking for. But there's another one talking about forsake deeds that I was looking for too. But this one basically goes along the same lines. So, God.
Acts chapter 3 and verse 19.
So just in answering your question, right? So we in Acts chapter 3 and verse 19, and what this is going to show is that the process in which he has to go through, and that we all of us is going through, right? And it's daily. It's a daily process, but in us giving our lives and sacrificing our lives to the Father, that's where the forgiveness is there. You making that change. You're no longer doing the things that you used to do. That's the key. You see that? Because think about, does he know the knowledge, or you just like thinking about it and you ask the question about it? Does your friend know the knowledge?
Mm-hmm. But I figured, you know what I'm saying, because when I told him sometimes where I bring certain information out, and we sitting around and we, you know, having a little pile out and talking, you know what I'm saying? You can tell that they don't hear this often, or they're not familiar with certain things like this. So in my mind, like, are they dead from certain, from connected to the Most High because of they lack of knowledge and the wisdom? Or is it like, you know what I'm saying, like, could they still have room to change it? Like, a lot of people that live like that feel like they can't change their life around because of the things they do or the things they into. You know what I'm saying?
So I want to make sure I understand. So I feel like
I could go to somebody else that I told you, or like I know before I started this journey, right? And I try to bring it to a certain life, but they feel in their mind, I can't move this way or be this certain type of life because of my lifestyle.
Oh, so they're saying to you, you're talking to them, and then their response to you, what you're saying is like, but I can't do it, man. You know, I did this, man. God don't mess with me.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, okay. So they self-condemning themselves.
Yeah.
They condemning themselves like the God don't mess with me.
Yeah. So like the mom, like, is it? Can they come here and be able to submit themselves to the Most High in a fashion like we are, like we do? Like I said, is there a certain limitation or special limitation on forgiveness? You know what I'm saying? Or moving yourself according to the Bible, or getting in touch with the Most High? We live a certain way, or you've been living a certain way, off the just the Bible. Because a lot of people, where I come from, not really tap into the Bible. Every corner is a Baptist church, Catholic church, Christian church. They don't relate to them.
Right. that, well, that's what, the good thing is this, right? You hear it. So now you're able to take in all this information and pass it on in hopes that they receive it. You know what I mean? But, you know, I want to read this verse for you right here.
Acts chapter 3 and verse 19. Repent ye therefore.
That's the first thing that they got to do, repent. And repent is that asking for forgiveness. They got to pray to the Father, asking for forgiveness, right? For the things that they've done, right? And then I want to share something else in that too. Hold on. What happened?
I have a verse that's pretty specific. It's James chapter 5, verse 14 and 15 on repentance.
Hold on. Read Acts 17:30. What were you at, Asa? Yeah, before. Because this is to give you understanding, because think about it, right? We always trapped. We always trapped in the world. Like you said, you didn't know nothing. Nobody in this room knew nothing. Right? We all coming from a particular background and lifestyle, right? And probably definitely all did something that we all ashamed of, right? Did things ashamed of and regret and wish you never did or never said or, right, never had to go through. It's like a lot of different bad things that you probably, you would rather have done without, right? But the Most High understands that we was trapped in that because we was enslaved. We don't know nothing. And then we live under our enemies. And they teaching us stuff that's not beneficial to our spirit. And they teaching us to enjoy negativity, darkness, evil, right? And this is what the Father's trying to show us right here.
Acts chapter 17, verse 30. In the times of this ignorance.
See that they was in their, your friends is in their ignorance. We was all in our ignorance. We didn't know nothing. Right? We didn't know what was going wrong. We didn't know you're not supposed to eat pork. Some people did, and some people grew up in church. But they had the same excuse that he was talking about earlier. Right? And they believed it because they grew up in that environment. But we was ignorant at that point. Read. But what does God do at that ignorance?
The Most High winked at.
He winked at it. Read.
But now, command all men.
But now when you know, because obviously your friends don't know. You know, now he's commanded to make that change. So that's the key, but that's the key same thing that they have to do. Once they know, they have to now make that change. Because when they didn't know, God was winking at their ignorance. That wink is a mercy. That wink is that mercy that the Most High has us. Because back to this thing, right? Back to what he was saying about the crucifixion. Christ died for us. He died for us and had this opportunity to be able to live and change our lives so that we can be forgiven. Live a lifestyle to be forgiven from the Father. So that he winked at that ignorance at the beginning when you didn't know. But now he's commanding us, once we know, you're learning to be able to make that change. So he's showing you that they have an opportunity. But I want to get this verse to expound on it some more. No. Okay. Yeah, so read that. Where you at again?
Acts chapter 3 and verse 19. Repent.
So she's going to give you the definition of the word repent.
To change the mind in consequence.
So to change the mind in consequence. Right? Read.
Of the inconvenience or injury done by past conduct.
You see that? So you're changing the mind of consequence. Like that train of thought. The way you used to think about things. The way you looked at life. And then read that definition, that part with the injury.
The inconvenience or injury done by past conduct.
You see that? And then you're changing from your past conducts. You're changing your thought process and you're changing your behavior. So they have to just go through this process of changing their conduct and their behavior. Yeah. Read.
Repent ye therefore and be converted.
And so that's the conversion process. And conversion, you know what it means to be converted? To transition. Yeah, you transition. Same thing, right? Repent, convert. Ask for forgiveness and make the change. So that's what they have to do, read.
That your sins may be blotted out.
Yeah, so your sins could be blotted out, wiped out. So you can have a clean slate.
So you can't have a clean slate.
You can't have a clean slate. Right? But you have to live this life though. And you have, in the sense of for God. You have to give your life to the Father and walk in Christ. Because that's how you pay it back. Right? We owe the Father a debt. And we got to pay that debt back. He sent his only begotten Son to die for us on the cross. Right? And now we got to pay that debt back with our lifestyle. All the pain, all the suffering that Christ felt, we got to feel that in our lifestyle. Right?
I got Romans 8:1.
Romans 8:1. Go ahead. Go to Romans.
Romans chapter 8, verse 1. There is therefore now no condemnation to them.
Hold there. Go to 2 Corinthians 5:17. Just to give you, this is a clear code. Like, yes, you can walk a clean slate, but you have to give your life to Christ. Because this will connect with the one that he was just about to read. And these are verses you probably will write these down. Because these right here, this is something you can go back and study so that you can be able to give this. So when you read it, when you study it for yourself, be able to break it down to your friend or friends. You need a pen? Yeah, give them a pen pad. And a pen pad, a pen and a paper. Yeah, pen, pad, and paper. Oh yeah, pen and paper. Excuse me. So, but just showing that they can get right. Right. So basically, the first verse we went to, right, was Acts chapter what?
3 verse 19.
3 and 9. Not that one. The wink at ignorance. That was 3 and 17.
17 and 30.
17 and 30. That was the winking at the ignorance? Okay. So the first one was Acts 17 and 30. Then the second one now is Acts 3 and 19. And then now we're going to 2 Corinthians
5 and 17.
Right. So 2 Corinthians 5 and verse 17. And then we're going to read that Romans 8. Yeah, Romans 8.
8 and 1.
You said 2 Corinthians what?
5 verse 17.
Yeah. Yeah. So 2 Corinthians 5 and 17. You ready, brother? Y'all ready? Come. Read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 5 verse 17.
So they have to repent, be converted, so that their sins can be blotted out, right? So we understand that. But once that sin is blotted out, just think about it. If you don't change, what you gonna do? Right. Like we're talking about with the reading, right? If his brothers wasn't changing and examining themselves, they would have done the same thing to what? Benjamin at that moment. They were like, here, look, y'all can have him. He did it. Y'all can have him. Listen, we don't want no parts of that. They just let him go and die. Right? And not try to help him out. And you see that? But they actually cared. They made a change. So, go ahead.
Did Israel know that they sold Joseph into slavery? They pushed into slavery? Or did he just think that he just disappeared and came back?
He thought he got murdered.
Yeah, they thought he got eaten by a wild animal.
Right.
Wild beast.
Right. So they thought he got eaten up. He thought he...
And they never told their father the truth.
No. He thought he just got murdered. Now they had to eat it up internally, and the Most High was definitely checking them. You can read back in one of the chapters in Genesis where one of the brothers, Judah, he got checked by the Most High. through his children. Yeah, you can read it.
And they killed two of his children, right?
Yeah, Most High did. Killed his children, right? Because they was being, first of all, they was being off, but the Most High was checking them and then showing them how, look, they learned that from you.
Right.
So he basically got checked. So, but he made the changes he had to make, and I'm pretty sure even though the Bible didn't go into it, but the other brothers got checked, and they had to make the same changes, right? But he used Judah, because Judah's the head tribe. That's Judah's the head tribe, right?
Yeah,
but Judah's the head tribe, right? And they did wrong. They didn't follow the law, So well, we all did wrong. All the brothers did wrong. So
you like come on, now.
Right.
Instruments of cruelty.
Right. They was following the leader though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But they basically broke the law though. They broke it, and then Most High checked them, and they all got their lessons, and that's what basically was happening. That's what happened with your friends. They was living a life of ignorance. They was getting checked, but the Most High was being merciful. But they would have to come and change. Like all of us, we did it, right? We all get checked. We get the word. That's the mercy, and now we got to change. But if we don't change, then we're gonna continue to get the check until unless that final judgment comes, because you didn't want to change, right? And that's what happened. But read where you at.
2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17. Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature.
You see that? So it says, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature. And when you read biblically, the Most High would reference us as creatures, right? Because we're a species, human. We're a human species. You got the animal species, you got the bird species, you got the sea creatures. So right? So there's different creatures. We're the humans. And he says we would be a new creature if we fall into the mindset and the lifestyle of Christ. Read.
All things are passed away.
So the old behavior, the old thought process, those things fade away. They're supposed to, because you're supposed to resist against it and make those changes. Those changes could be your environment, the people you hang around, the people you communicate with, right? The things that you found to be fun when you were in your negative, when you were doing wrong, but you will change that. You'll go away from that. Okay. Read. Whose video was that? Yeah, put that volume down. But those old things will pass away. Read.
All things are become new.
You understand it now? Or do you kind of like grasp? I want to make sure we're on the same page.
I mean, yeah, it's no limitation basically, because like I asked, I come from New York, you know what I'm saying, and I come from the Bronx, in a certain area in the Bronx, you know what I'm saying, and now the majority of the people I know, and the people that I've grown up to know, like, you know what I'm saying, from late high to my age now, and a lot of the people that I hang around with, or used to hang around because I'm in Virginia now, you know what I'm saying, a lot of them come home from murders, a lot of them still on that time, but it's not like they don't want to change. I just feel like it's just a disconnection from lack of information.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like I said, if you got a lot of churches on every corner, and it's like a lot of people don't understand how that relates to them. You know what I'm saying? Especially the fact that their circumstances. You know what I'm saying? And they probably feel like they overlooked because, you know what I'm saying, you see there's certain people in certain places and high places, and they feel like they didn't have the chance to live those type of things and have those type of benefits and come out with certain, you know what I'm saying, family destructions, you know what I'm saying, that they have to, you know what I'm saying, live by or move with, you know what I'm saying? Right. I guess we all understand that, but what I'm saying is this: is there a limitation to come in here and submit to God, or is there wiggle room to change your life, knowing that you have the
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like if I was to tell them, yeah, you know, I'm into, I'm Bible studying, I'm going to this place, you know what I'm saying? I learned about Hanukkah stuff. It sounds good, stuff like that, but where do they fit? You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure that's on their mind. Or any average mind that, you know what I'm saying, doesn't have that type of connection or the information that we have. You know what I'm saying? So like if they come in, there's certain limitations with, you know what I'm saying? Can they step and just change their life just like that? You know what I'm saying? And just reroute everything? Or is it just like, you know what I'm saying? Do I have to am I damned to doing these things because of the way I'm living and the way I'm moving?
Am I damned?
Certain people, there's certain people, like, I have friends and family members that sell drugs because their circumstances is not up to means to where they could fend for their family in a certain way, so they sell drugs. So the fact they did certain things beforehand that caused them to have a certain type of record to it, they feel like this is how they gotta live a certain way, you know what I'm saying? And they don't understand
There's a life outside of that?
Yeah, is there another life they could live besides the life that they've been living? Is there what we want for them, you know what I'm saying? Because even me, you know what I'm saying? I can't exclude myself, but I found certain information that worked for me. You know what I'm saying? And in my back of my mind sometimes it's like, you know what I'm saying? Yo, you want to stop smoking weed, you want to bring down the blood and stuff like that, but don't you fornicate when you girl? Are you married? You see what I'm saying? Is that not a sin? So how can you
Wait, you said you fornicate when you with your girl?
Alright, so listen. Me telling somebody to put down a blunt and start living a certain way sounds good, right? But then they look at the reality of like how most of us are not married. You feel what I'm saying?
How most of us are married?
Are not married.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So when you obviously with a girl, you have a girlfriend, so with a son or mother, you know what I'm saying? You're not married to them at some sort of space. Are you not creating a sin? Are you not living in sin every day? So how can you tell somebody to stop doing certain things? I'm thinking to myself, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, even me, I can't exclude myself when I'm in here.
Okay. So you're saying how can
Yeah.
And I'm saying based on you giving an example, are you saying how can you say something to them when you feel like you're not even living up to what you want to live up to? Is that what you're saying?
In a sense, is there such thing as a perfect man? You know what I'm saying? A person that doesn't sin, a person that doesn't live up to a certain meaning in their life where they have to do these things. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
if you're not married and you with a girl, is that not fornicating?
Well, you're not married with your girl. Is that not fornicating?
Yeah.
Well, you gotta know biblically what marriage is.
Okay.
Yeah, you gotta know biblically what marriage is, because marriage biblically was like a man and a woman laying together. Yeah. So, in it coming in the conscience of this is my intention when I lay with you, I want to marry you. Right? So, that's not the traditional American marriage of going to the church and ring on the finger, you bow on the one leg and going before the pastor and saying to death do us part.
Yeah, because basically it's like, yo.
That doesn't warrant you to be married in the eyes of God.
Alright, cool. Because I was just wondering because like I even had this conversation with my brother, you know what I'm saying? And he like, yo, how you gonna tell me to stop smoking this and the third? You know what I'm saying? Don't you stay with your girl? Are y'all married? You know what I'm saying? Are you gonna stop having this?
Your brother told you this, or you told your brother that?
I told my brother, I said, yo, you know what I'm saying? I'm stop smoking, I'm start doing certain things, you know what I'm saying? Because you live a certain way and you live like, you know what I'm saying? You got certain people that expect you to be the same way. And when you try to change face in a spiritual way, it kind of feels like you are some over pretentious stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Pretentious.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying? Like you moving like you're in a different area surrounded, like your mind is like, oh, I'm not doing this no more. I'm gonna wear this way. I'm gonna dress this way. I'm not gonna smoke this and do this anymore. And then they think something like,
they think you better than them.
basically. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how can you stop doing something when you're sitting every day in your lifestyle?
Okay.
Like, okay, how you gonna stop smoking?
Well, you gotta understand this. There's certain things that we can stop doing. You know, like think about pork.
Yeah.
The Bible says don't eat pork. Right? Some people wrestle with that, but the average cat is easy. But there's a habit.
Yeah.
You gotta train yourself. Hold on, Yeah, you gotta train yourself to what? Like, not do those things. But you gotta break the environment that you're around. That's why I said earlier, you gotta break the environment that you're around, you gotta break the people around. Yes, you can reach a level of perfection. That's why I said it earlier, you can reach the level of perfection that you're able to get to in your lifetime. Because we don't know when we're gonna die, right? But what's the thing we can do every day to make sure that we're good with the Father? Discipline ourselves. And it takes work though. And that's the part that we don't add in our thought process when we're thinking about change and becoming a new person and recreating our lives and putting away the old sins so that God can forgive us and look down on us and we can have that connection with Him. We don't think about that fact, that one factor, work, labor. You see that? Because a lot of people don't like to work. They don't like to put in labor because it makes you think. You have to think. And you have to when thinking, you have to make up plans and ideas and things to make sure that you don't fall into the sin, the evil. Right? And I'm going to show you one.
Before you show me, I guess what I'm asking is there such thing as a small sin versus a big sin?
But he looks at all sin the same.
They all equal.
He looks at all sin the same. Man looks at them with barters.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But yeah, man looks at them with barters in levels and like, oh no. I just told a little white lie. They look at it like, oh, that's just a little white lie. And then, but no, you killed somebody. I just told a little white lie. You worse than me. Man look at stuff like that. But God don't look at it that way. He's like, you did wrong, you did wrong. Because the Most High knows that something small can turn into something big. Just like that. That little white lie, you can turn into a lie that can get somebody murdered. Just like that person literally murdered somebody. You see that? So the Creator don't look at things differently like we do. He looks at it with an even scale. So well, let me ask you this then. So when you ask him with the limitations, right? Is it a connection to everything that you was kind of like just talking about? Okay. Yeah, I want to answer that one because I know we can talk, but I want to so we can jump back to the reading and whatnot too. But I want to finish answering your original question. Read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17.
We're gonna talk about that. Go ahead.
Therefore, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature.
Right. So when you give your life to Christ, when you change, like all the things we're talking about, you put the thought to be godly, right? You find out plans and ideas. You figure out different ways to change, right? Then you're walking in the Spirit of Christ. You're trying to strive to walk in the Spirit that Christ walked in, to be perfect. Read.
Old things are passed away.
Then God starts to see that, hey, this man's conscience is changing. He's changing his behavior, right? He ain't sagging his pants, right? He ain't smoking 1,000 blunts, right? He's conscious throughout his day, right? He's making those necessary changes to show me that he loves me in his actions, in her actions. So he's looking at you. Old things are passed away. You let go of the old life. You saying you love God more than you love your sin. Read.
Behold, all things are become new.
New. It's fresh start. You see that? So everybody have a chance to change. Basically, everybody has a chance to change. But we're going to jump back to the reading. Because we'll go on. Oh, yeah, he's done. So it's the next reading.
Shah, Yahawada, Ban Yashar, men of Israel, imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
Shit.
So you're going to be reading that.
So this is the fourth reading. He's reading Genesis chapter 44, verses 33 through Genesis chapter 45 and verse 20. So he's reading from Genesis chapter 44, verse 33 through Genesis chapter 45 and verse 20.
So,
all right.
Everybody got that?
Everybody there? Okay, go ahead.
Genesis chapter 44, verse 33. Now therefore, I pray thee, let thy servant abide instead of the lad a bondman to my Lord, and let the lad go up with his brethren. For how shall I go up to my father, and the lad be not with me? Lest peradventure I see the evil that shall come on my father. Chapter 45, verse 1. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him, and he cried, cause every man to go up from me, go out from me. And there stood no man with him, while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren.
So basically, he got rid of he got rid of the interpreters and all the men that were in. He got rid of the interpreters and all the servants and men that were in Joseph's house, which were Egyptians, and he made himself known. So now he started speaking their language. Okay, go ahead.
45, verse 2. And he wept out loud, and the Egyptians and the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph. Doth my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were troubled at his presence.
Right, they got shook. Imagine all of a sudden you talking, you think you're talking, this man doesn't understand you, and then all of a sudden he speaks your same language. You're like, whoa, wait a minute. Wait, so when we were talking before, the first time, he could understand. You know, all these things start playing in your mind at that drop of a hat. It's like your belly drops, your guts, right? They flip inside and out at that moment. Con? Yeah, that's what's going on right now. Well, go ahead.
And Joseph said unto his brethren, come near to me, and I pray you, and ye come near. And he said, I am Joseph, your brother, whom ye have sold into Egypt. Now therefore be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither, for God did send me before you to preserve life. So
this is showing you the mind state that Joseph was always in. He always acknowledged the Most High in every circumstance. You didn't sell me in the prison. You didn't sell me as a slave. The Most High did this for me. He sent me before you so we could preserve life. He didn't put me in this position of authority the way you guys took it 15 years ago. Right. So I could just be lords over you. Right. No, he did it so he put me in this position so I could help my family out. And that's what he's bringing. He's bringing that to the acknowledgement of his brothers. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 45, verse 6. For these 2 years hath the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years in the which there shall neither be airing nor harvest. And God sent me before you to preserve you a prosperity in the earth, and to save your lives by a great deliverance.
Posterity.
Oh, posterity. Posterity.
No, not prosperity.
Posterity.
Posterity.
God.
I think that word means uprightness too.
It's remnant.
Should I go for 7 one more time?
Go ahead.
Come. Genesis chapter 45, verse 7. And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth and to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but God. And he hath made me a father to Pharaoh, and Lord of all his house, and a ruler throughout all the land of Egypt. Haste ye and go up to my father, and say unto him, Thus said thy son Joseph, God hath made me Lord of all Egypt. Come down unto me, tarry not, and thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou Goshen. And thou shalt be near unto me, thou and thy children, and thy children's children, and thy flock, and thy herd, and all that thou hast. And there will I nourish thee, for yet there are 5 years of famine, lest thou and thy household and all that thou hast come into poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaketh unto you. And ye shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt, and of all that ye have seen, and ye shall haste and bring down my father hither. And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck and wept, and Benjamin wept unto his neck. Moreover, he kissed all his brethren and wept upon them, and after that his brethren talked with him.
Right, so he didn't hold any grudging this whole time. No grudging over you said 15 years?
15, yeah.
He didn't hold any grudging, which is a big problem with our people, right? You want to hold, your uncle owes you $20 from 85, you know what I mean? And you want to go kill him over $100, right? Something you did in high school, right? He didn't hold a grudge. So go ahead.
And the fame thereof was heard in Egypt's house, saying, Joseph's brethren are come. And it pleased Pharaoh well and his servants.
Right, so now you see also at this time we had kudos with the Egyptians. We had respect amongst the Egyptians. Right? Right, through Joseph, right? How he walked, how he dealt, right? The Most High lifted us up. You see that a lot through us going into captivity with a lot of other nations. We were lifted up. You know what I mean? Being with wisdom and understanding. Moving with wisdom and understanding. Go ahead.
And Pharaoh said unto Joseph,
right.
Say unto thy brethren, this do ye. Lay your breasts and go. Get you.
Where you at?
17. 45, verse 17.
45 what?
Oh, chapter 45.
Chapter 45 what?
Genesis chapter 45, verse 17. Slakia.
Genesis 45, 17. Go ahead.
Get you unto the land of Canaan, and take your father and your households, and come unto me, and I will give you the goods of the land of Egypt, and ye shall eat the fat of the land. Now thou art commanded, this do ye, take the wagons out of the land of Egypt for your little ones.
Right, so you see real brotherhood is having everybody eat. Right, it ain't that Jay-Z mentality, the Oprah mentality, like I'm gonna take care of me and you gotta get yours. That Snoop Dogg mentality Yeah, it's about, look, really, really, truthfully, and we know they're ignorant. They don't know how to deal, right? My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. So, but that I'm only taking care of me is not helping the nation, right? He's talking about, look, everybody's going to be fat. Everybody's going to have, right? You're going to benefit from this. And that's when we change our mentality, when we change our mind state, then we start to see that, damn, that's how righteous men live. Like, we got to think about everybody as opposed to this crab in a barrel bucket mentality, which is, no, I got to get mine. Brother, you ain't my brother. Right? That's what we've been taught, like you said earlier, about the enemy. Right? Go ahead.
And for your wives, and bring your father, and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Egypt is yours.
Right. Look, you got to bring your old stuff. Right? The Most High is with you. The Most High is with us. You see, that's the thing, the difference about a righteous man living in a wicked kingdom, but him controlling and establishing integrity and righteousness in the laws around him. You see, a sister asked a question yesterday in class. She said, well, it was a sister that asked a question about if she's doing right, or was that a brother? If somebody asks if someone's doing right in a relationship, y'all remember that question?
Oh, Con. Yeah, that was brother.
It was a brother? Okay. Yeah, so if he's doing right and his word is doing wrong, and we went to show how somebody has to be righteous. Somebody has to establish the house, right? Somebody has to establish these things and keep the standard. Joseph kept the standard. He didn't move with anger, bitterness, right? Go ahead.
And the children of Israel did so. Joseph gave them wagons according to the commandment of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. Oh, it's like I thought you were going to say something. To all of them he gave each man charge of raiment. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of raiment. And to his father he sent after this manner 10 asses laden with the good things of Egypt, and 10 she-asses laden with corn and bread and meat for his father by the way.
What I have is yours. We're going to all be blessed. We're going to all benefit, right? Go ahead.
So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said unto them, see that ye fall not out the way, by the way. And they went up out of Egypt and came into the land of Canaan unto Jacob their father, and told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive, and he is the governor over all the land of Egypt.
So the questions earlier, did y'all get those questions answered? About repenting, about what things can be forgiven. Did y'all get that answered? Right. Who was that? That was you asking that? Yeah. Say that again. Oh, okay. Which one did he ask? I didn't catch it.
He asked about
the crucifixion. Was that did that do away with the law? Right. So y'all answered those, right? Go ahead, read out.
Come. And Jacob's heart fainted, for he believed them not. And they told him all the words of Joseph, which he had said unto them. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to him to carry him, the spirit of Jacob, their father, revived. And Israel said, it is enough. Joseph, my son, is yet alive. I will go and see him before I die.
So the Most High, in the end, still blessed Jacob He still blessed Jacob with all of that, all the blessings, his children, right? His son wasn't dead. And every step of the way, this was all a plan for who? The Most High to deliver the Israelites into Egypt and bring them out of punishment. See, a lot of times, your situation, your life, the Most High does things to show you what you are. And if are you going to walk in righteousness toward the Most High? Are you going to do the will of the Most High? Right? So, y'all were talking about that a little bit earlier about just the change, the repenting, the renewing, right? Somebody, I didn't catch it all, but you can't, you're not going to be, it was a conversation about being able to tell somebody something. What were y'all talking about on the point of telling somebody something in, help me out here, because I can hear online. Yeah. Yeah, you can't chew gum in class, but go ahead. Go ahead.
He was saying that, like, when he tries to advise, like, a brother or some former, whatever, associate, like, about the word or change this, that, and third, somebody that they would be kind of like recipient to hearing that or pointing out, like, tick for tack, like, you doing this,
right.
doing that, things of that nature.
Right, that's why it's best to do what the scripture says. When you ought to be teachers, you need someone teach you. So if you're going through the stages, of that, like when you come in, the best thing to do is get you right first. Why? Why is that important? Why?
It's because it's like if you're not right and you're teaching, then that's just hypocritical.
Right, true. But why though? What are the people going to see? Okay, somebody else. Yeah, go ahead, Mark.
That's like what you told me. If you're trying to teach or advise somebody else, but you still straddling, it's like you say, it's hypocrisy, but it don't seem like you're sincere, or you can also misguide them.
Right, true. But what they're going to see, y'all are totally right from the standpoint of the negative effect you can have on people. But when you do get it right, they're going to be able to see the positive effect. Right? They're going to be able to see your works and be able to say, wait a minute. Because the first thing you do when you come in, you said it earlier. You come in, you put down the pork, shrimp, crab, lobster. Then what? You put down Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving. Those are the hardest ones for a lot of people. Right? Not every year get your son a gift on December 25th. You got to control mama's mouth. You got to control grandma's mouth. You got to control your family's mouth and not give a damn about that. Right? So that's what you got to deal with first. Then, after you do all that stuff, now you're in the middle of that, you're making sure what? Okay, I put down the pork. Like you said earlier, you put down the blunts, the drinking, the whoremongering. You put down all these things. What is happening in between? People are seeing you pull from the world. They're seeing you separate. So just by your example alone, they're able to see what? Like he put in Corinthians. That you're being changed, you're being renewed. See, so this is why it's not good to go, especially if I smell like a cigarette, if I smell like a blunt, how am I going to go tell somebody the word of the mouth? They're going to be like, bruh, you smell like a pound of dope. Right. What are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? So you got to do what? You got to say, you know what? So I won't look like the Christians, because we bang on them all the time, right? Crip walking our money in the Christian church, right? Sleeping with the women in the congregation. Well, if we don't want to look like them, then what do we have to say? Damn, let me clean myself up. Let me fix myself up first before I start. Now, I get three things right. I put down pork and put down Christmas. And put down white women, and then what happens? You're like, you hitting everybody hard. You got to get right with Christ, but you still smoke weed. But you still what? You still look like a heathen. Your pants still to your knees, and it's like, well, how are you a Hebrew when you dress like, you act like, you move like, you do? So the transition has to be took serious in your mind. And then your example, people will be like, oh, damn, there's something different about this guy. Bro, you don't eat pork? No, I'm good. I don't eat that anymore. Why? I believe in the Bible. See, simple as that. I believe in the Bible. Oh, really? Right? Man, you ain't doing Christmas this year? Hey, bro, could you come up? We finna do this Thanksgiving dinner. I'm good, bro. I don't do that no more. Why? Man, I'm doing a lot of research and finding out that was just a commemoration of the slaughter of our people. I'm not into that. You know what I mean? Then the blunt buddies call you like, bruh, let's light one up. I'm good, bruh. Man, you ain't the same guy no more. Right? That's what you go hear. We all heard that, right? You ain't the same person no more. What's up with you? I'm living a different life. Right? Yeah.
Is smoking a sin? Or is that something
Yes.
that's just not tolerable, or just brings a certain type of element with that? Like,
No, smoking is a sin. Because that's, first of all, you're using the herb outside of what its natural purpose for. It's like a fork, right? It's used for eating, right? But can I stab somebody in their jugular? Exactly. So it's for its purpose. Go to Ecclesiasticus 39. Just real quick on the herb aspect. Then we'll go to Ezekiel. We'll touch on a few scriptures like that. And then we'll jump back to the point. So yeah, it's definitely a sin because you're using these things. It's like this. And I'm going to pose the same concept to you. When the white man has sex with animals, is it a sin?
yes.
Exactly. Meaning, are animals wicked?
No.
Is humans wicked by nature? No, right? But what they did is a wicked act, right? Because some people would say, well, the herb is for the earth. The Most High gave us the herb. He did. But you're not using it in its proper way. Just like a knife. A knife was to cut your steak, cut your food, not to juke somebody in the neck 1,000 times. Right? So the proper usage is what the Most High wants us to do. And he's going to show us this. Read that. Ecclesiastes 39. Is it 39 or 20? Oh. Is 20?
39, 27?
Yeah, let me see real quick. Oh. 39, yeah. You're going to start at 24.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 39, verse 24.
Go ahead.
As his ways are plain unto the hope,
Go ahead.
so are they stumbling blocks unto the wicked.
You see how when we get the laws, things make more sense. They make it plain. They make it easy to be understood. But the wicked are like, I just don't see why. I can't eat a sea roach, a sea cockroach. They're like, I just don't see that. Right? You're like, man, homosexuality is wrong. I just don't see why I can't. Why? But to us, this is easy. Because you know what things take you to the dark side. Like, as we're going to go to the scripture, but just basic concept about blowing smoking. Why do people smoke? Stop, right there. Ease their mind. Perfect one. Who's supposed to ease your mind, the blunt or the father? So there you go. Even in the spiritual sense, they don't even understand what they're doing. So now, for them to live life, right, a lot of young brothers, they literally grow up thinking the only way to get ease is not from the father. He's not my comforter, it's the blunt. And then now they become dependent on that instead of dependent on the father. That's from a spiritual standpoint. We're going to go straight to the scriptures and what they did with the breaking the laws. But even in that, the law says what? Thou shalt have no other gods before me. If your power is the blunt, the liquor, women, right? If your power is anything else but the Father and you're reaching for that, that's a problem, right? Now, that's an additive to what this is, yeah.
So how do you ease your mind with the Bible? Or like say for instance, that means
Let me do this first. I'm gonna drop this on you first. That way you can see scripture that what the herb was used for. Then we'll go to the easing the mind. Go ahead, read that.
For the good are good things created
Right.
from the beginning.
See? So when it says in Genesis 1 that the herb was created for M-E-A-T, meat. That's what it was created for. So, because you'll get a lot of people like, well, God gave us a lot of things. But he also told us what not to eat, how to use it, how to deal with it. So, it was for herb, but for eating, for its natural purpose. So the herb, the original form, we always talk about this, like cocaine. The coca leaf in its original form is used as a numbing agent, right? And they used to use it as an anesthetic to help numb the patient, right? In its natural form, you can use it for its goodness. But to the good, what? Read it. Read on.
For the good things created from the beginning.
Go ahead.
So evil things for sinners.
But what do sinners do, right? Tobacco is not wicked in its natural form. But you add it, you do this, you smoke it. Now it's like, wait a minute, you're using it out of its usage. You corrupted this thing. A woman is good, but now when she's sleeping around with 50 men and getting trains ran on her, she's no longer good. She's corrupted. A man is good when he deals with a woman, but when he deals with a man, he's corrupted. So all these things are good for the godly, but to the sinner, they found out some way to what? Turn it into negativity. Turn it into evil. And that's what the wicked do. Remember all the talk of the Illuminati and the Masons and how wicked they are? Well, that's what they did. The Illuminati did what? They turned good into evil. That's what Satan does. He gives you the knowledge of good and evil. What is good? Food is good. But you use it in its wrong way. It's evil. You see, and that's what we're going to see. Go ahead.
The principal things.
And he's going to show us by just basic, everyday life things how the wicked turn them into evil. Go ahead.
For the whole use of man's life.
Right?
Are water.
Now, think about it. How could humans turn water wicked when you put fluoride in it? You literally are killing the brain cells of the masses, right? You bottle it up and then you put chemicals in it. You literally destroyed the water now. When you take out the animals out of the water and that clean the water, right? And I heard this whole YouTube on maybe we should just take all the salt out the water. You think, what the hell is wrong with these people? I literally heard this whole conversation of like, for the water to be our usage, we should just take all the salt out the seawater. I'm like, are y'all dumb as hell? Like, don't you not know that the Most High created it for that reason, for the environment, all these things? But what do? They cut down the trees. You go to Jamaica, you go to the islands, you go to certain islands, you see more trees, the air's better, right? The scent, the smell, like, go to Atlanta. Right? Go to Atlanta, the backwoods, you got all the trees, all the grass, the air's better, it's cooler. They cut them all down. They literally take all the natural resources and destroy them. Right? And that's what this is talking about. The sinner turns all these things into evil. Go ahead.
Fire.
Right? Fire. We know what you can do with fire. You can cook some food with it or burn up a house. Right? Go ahead.
Iron.
Right? Iron. All the things from the ground, right? All the things that your food supposed to yield forth, because they destroy the ground, now it's deficient of certain irons, right? And you're like, how the hell do you do that? Right? I'm gonna show you though. Go ahead.
And salt.
And salt. You use that iodized salt. Once again, that's not the good salt. You want to use sea salt, pink salt, Mediterranean salt. That's why your high blood pressure, your diabetes is up, right? Because how the hell they mess up salt? Well, because they do what to all these things? They bleach it. They change the genetics of these things, right? Marijuana is good in its natural form for its natural purpose, right? For food, and for medicines. We're going to get the scripture for food and medicine. Meaning what? When you're, do you walk around and just daily drink a Theraflu? No, because it's a medicine. You drink a Theraflu when what? You're coming down with the fever. So you're like, man, you know, you pour it in, you warm it up, but you don't just walk around and drink it, because that's the other logic. Oh, well, if it's there for me, well, I'm going to use it, I'm going to put it in my edibles and then live under the influence again. You're using it out of its purpose. But I always tell everybody that my son, when he was born, he had this like thick cradle cap, right? It was all white. So we baked the marijuana. We put coconut oil. We bake it, put coconut oil, use it for his head. It was gone in a week. It's good for your skin, right? It's good for certain things, but not for you to say, you know what? I'm going to get blowed out of my mind and zone out. But that's what they did with what? All the depression medicine. It was supposed to be for depression. But now they what? They damn zombies now. Because the good take good things to help and turn it into evil. Water, fire, iron, what else?
And salt.
And salt, read.
Flour of wheat.
Flour of wheat. Original, your wheat is brown, it's black. Everything is black from the earth. Where the hell white rice come from? It's bleach. Where white bread come from? Right? It's bleach. Your best healthy stuff, go get the black, the darkest. Right? The darker the berry, the sweeter the juice, right? The darker the flesh, the deeper the roots. Everything dark is from the earth. Everything bleach is genetically changed. Right? So you can go get black rice. It's expensive. It's about this size of a bag. Right? Well, we feeling like we want to spend, right? We go get a bag of black rice and we throw it in the rice cooker, but it's that big, right? But you can go get it, and it's like $8, maybe $7. You can go get a big bag of white rice. Why? Because they're going to give you the things that it kills your liver, kills your kidneys, kills the digestive system. Don't know why you got colon cancer at 30. The brother from Black Panther died at a young age. Why? Because all the foods we eat, we think if we're damn, I'm going to eat healthy, and you realize that there's no irons in the foods no more. There's no vitamins in the foods, right? Hold that. Watch. Go to Isaiah 24, verse 5. So, what I'm showing you is that we're going to get to the herb is meat and medicines too. But what I'm showing you is that the wicked use it for these purposes. The wicked do these things. They take it out of its natural sense. The white man did that. Well, the niggas, they were smoking weed because our people were damn off too. Don't be acting like because my brothers, they were smoking the peace pipe, they were off. They was running around butt naked and sacrificing their kids. So that's why the Most High got the other 9 tribes. He didn't just get the top 3 tribes. He got all the tribes. Think about it. The Native Americans were all the way over here hid. Most High said, listen, I'm going to send this beast all the way from across the world to get you. Because we were doing wicked too. So you can't come with that, well, the peace pipe, they've been doing it for the back. Bro, they were wicked, they were off too. Right? So read that, Isaiah 24, verse 5.
Isaiah chapter 24, verse 5.
Go ahead.
The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof.
Why? Because they take the good things of the earth and turn them into evil. It's defiled other inhabitants thereof. They're talking about global warming. They're talking about, well, we got to change the dynamics of the gas. You know, a black man created a vehicle that runs off of water, right? Do y'all know that? Yes. Do your research. But they're not going with that. With why? Because oil, we can charge for oil. We can charge for that gas. But water? Nah, anybody can get water. There's a machine. I seen this Arab create, or it could have been a Chinese cat, that literally sucks the oxygen out the air and creates water. I seen that too. It probably was. But the thing is this, what? Are they saying, oh, you know what? Let's use these things. No, because it's about the wicked ruling. So we got to understand where we get these from. Remember, your culture is not your culture. It's the white man's culture. Right? Our culture goes back here. It was about life. It was about bringing our people to health. Right? It was about righteousness. Anything we learned in this air quote culture is all death, drugs, doped up, right? And dependency on things that weaken us as a nation. And they call it what? The culture. That ain't our culture, man. Right? Who? I see the hand somewhere? Yeah.
You have two questions, one off the topic, one on the topic.
Okay, we're on this point now. What's on that?
How would you cook black rice?
Oh, you got to put extra water in black rice. So when you make the black rice, you know how white rice you might put, you 3 cups of white rice, 3 cups of water, right? Well, you going to do that. You're going to put a little bit of extra on every one because it's real hard. So you got to cook it. My ribs, man, they learn how to cook that up because it don't taste like nothing. That's why people don't want it, right? You want all the stuff that, tastes like what you know. So, but it doesn't taste like nothing, but you can put cilantro in it, you can put cumin in it, you can mix it up and make it taste good, but you need extra water in that. What was the other part?
The other question is on the topic.
Okay, all right, we'll get to that. Let's go down this train of thought first, then we can jump to the next train of thought so we can get some answers, right? Go finish that, Isaiah 24:5.
The earth also is defiled under the inhabitants thereof.
Right, you see that? Read.
Because they have transgressed the law.
Because they did what?
Transgressed the law.
Because they did what?
Transgressed the law.
What was one of the laws? What was the wisdom the Most High gave us? Hold that. If you write these down, you'll be able to go back. Remember, you don't want to treat the truth like the Christian church. You don't want to do that. You don't want to come in and just, I don't know what pastor said, but it sure was good. Don't come in like that. Write it down so you can have answers. We're not creating zombies in here. We're not creating robots. It's for you to really know the truth and be like, no, this is fact. This is what the word says. Right? So I know you got 2 scriptures held. We want to go to Ezra. It's in the herb. Yeah. What is it, Ezra? Right, you're right. Wisdom of Solomon. Go there real quick. And because I want to start transitioning this herb point in here. Let's go there and hold that Isaiah 24 verse 5. And we're going to hold the Ecclesiasticus. We're going to jump back to all of those.
16:12.
Go there.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 verse 12.
What? Write it down. Wisdom of Solomon 16 verse 12. Right? Wisdom of Solomon 16 verse 12. Read that.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 16 verse 12.
Go ahead.
For it was neither herb.
It was neither what?
Herb.
It was neither what?
Herb.
Read.
Nor malifying plaster.
Go ahead.
That restored them to health.
Go ahead.
But thy word.
But thy what?
But thy word.
It was not the herb that restored us to health. Right? The Most High tells you through the scriptures. It's His word. Right? And we're going to jump on the other train of thought, which is how do you get your mind comforted? See, but that goes to the meditation. But the problem is that the wicked use all these herbs for the wrong things. You see that? It was not herb that helped us and restored us back, our mind and our spirit to life. See? And that's why the wicked do what? They control all these things and destroy all these things. And they're not teaching you this. They're not going to tell you this is the key. They're going to tell you what? Jesus is white, the angels are white, God is white. And if you're like, man, the white man got me in captivity, I didn't want nothing to do with that Bible. But little did you know, this is you, your people, your history, your identity. You see? So jump back, Isaiah 24 verse 5, where you left off.
Because they have transgressed the law.
So what was the law they transgressed? the proper way to use the medicines and the things that God gave us. See, they transgress these laws. You got moral laws. They don't abide by them. Right? There was a moral way you deal in the courts and you judge. They don't deal with that. You got civil laws. That dealing with the laws of the land. Right? How to deal with things and judge certain things. They don't deal with those things. Right. Now, they do got a little bit of the Bible still intermingled, but they always got something to do what? Do away with those things. You see that? The knowledge of good and evil. They corrupt it. Right? You moral laws, civil laws, and you got dietary laws. The dietary laws, we've been talking about them. What you shouldn't eat. Right? Pork wasn't not to eat because we didn't have refrigerators. And we always had ways to keep our food preserved, right? So it didn't have nothing to do with that. He created those for a certain reason. Moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, and ceremonial laws. You don't celebrate the holy days. You celebrate their holidays that was started by what? Something corrupt, something to do with witchcraft, and something to do with defile. That ain't got nothing to do with God. Moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, ceremonial laws. And like he said earlier, the sacrificial laws were done away with. Why? Because Christ was the last sacrifice, right? So, but we still got all those other laws that we're supposed to abide by. But they transgressed the law. Go ahead.
Change the ordinances.
They did what?
Change the ordinances.
He said God, Christ, man, woman, children. But the white man tells you what? No, the woman can, the children can what? Divorce the parents. Right? What do they call it? They can emancipate themselves from their parents. The woman, you know what? You don't have to respect a man. You got your own job. You got your own house. You got your own car. You got your own, right? And then they put that in their head. So the woman don't what? Nah. Wives, be obedient unto your husbands. They're like, please. It has to be a godly woman. Right? And then the man, our power was who? Our example was who? Big brother Yahweh Shai, who they call Jesus Christ. But we look to who? Jay-Z, rapper, Will Smith, right? All these movie stars, right? Man, I want to be like him, MJ, right? I want to be like this rapper, this basketball player, right? But what are they promoting? Where are they leading our minds and our spirit and our thought? Because after you got the substance, but your brain is out of whack, you realize that you don't have really what you need. And that's what the rappers and movie stars and people lead us to, right? They transgress the law. They change the ordinance of God, right? Go ahead.
Broken the everlasting covenant.
So you know what the everlasting covenant means? It means literally they found some way to break every law in the Bible. Like if you were to put this Bible up against the wicked, they found every way. So this is what we're dealing with. We're talking about how, go ahead and sit down, now. Sit down. Go back to where we were. We're talking about how every way they found out how to use all the natural resources and destroy them. Right? You got some of that? Oh, I thought you were going to say something. Go ahead.
Honey.
Right. So we're back in Ecclesiasticus. Jump back over to Ecclesiasticus. Right? All things are good to the godly, but the sinner they're turning to evil. Right? It says what?
Honey.
What?
Honey.
Now, you're thinking like, well, what about the sugar? Processed sugar, you already know what that does to your brain. It comes up as what? It affects your brain like what? Cocaine. Dopamines. So now they put this in, I was at the chiropractor the other day, and he was like, are you drinking water? And I was like, well, yeah, I'm drinking, I showed him this vitamin water. It's called Mamba water or whatever. And I was like, I'm drinking this. And he went through the list. He was like, well, you know what? This is good. But you know why this ain't water? He said, because they put sugar in it. He said, and the sugar tells your body that this is food. So it doesn't, he broke that down and he was like, you need water. And I was like, I was like, okay. But the thing is that they put sugar in everything. Right? When you put sugar in spaghetti, you know you got a problem. I know, everybody looked up like, what the You don't put sugar in damn spaghetti. You Jews gotta stop this. You hear me? If you put sugar in grits, it's cream of wheat. Just get you some damn cream of wheat. Israel, what our people want? You ain't gonna even try to get good soda. You gonna get the pink stuff. 99% sugar and 1 drop of coloring.
Yeah, not a fruit flavor.
Not a fruit flavor. Nah. You gonna get straight stuff that destroys us. Why? Because we grew up on that. You grew up on the quarter water. You grew up on all those things, but like he was going over, those things defile us. Remember, the white man don't put the Whole Foods in your community. Right? He don't put that in your community. He put Jack in the Crack. He put McDonald's. He put all these other food places, Wendy's, right? Yeah, Taco Bell, right? You gotta go to the good side of the area to go get Whole Foods. Now, I'm not saying all their foods are whole, but still, the veggie section is better. They juice in there, right? When you walk into the supermarket in your community, you ain't looking at a fresh squeezed juice. You know what I mean? You be like, baby, go get you a fresh squeeze. No, they're giving you the pink stuff to kill that liver and the kidneys, and you can act like what? You don't know where you got diabetes from. I don't know where I got diabetes. It's in my family. No, it's not. It's in that damn soda. Right? Because we listen to the wicked on how to eat, walk, talk, dress, act, think.
Yep.
When the hell did the black man become such psychologically distraught like the white woman? Think about it. Remember when we used to be the killers, the ones that spazzed out were white people?
Yeah.
But now you what? You got black people going along the same way because they've been raised for the last 15, 20 years. It's a whole transition. There's no more black power. It's I'm American. We got to love this country. We got to think like them, act like them, walk like them, dress like them, talk like them. You see that? So you got to understand the game why they legalizing marijuana now. Because it dumbs you down. It suppresses you. It calms you down. It relaxes you. Right? What you're supposed to do in the natural herb, you just weren't supposed to smoke it. You don't supposed to smoke anything. You're not supposed to stand in the building. I got the laser machine at the house, and when it cuts the laser, all that smoke, there's a thing that sucks it out the window. Imagine we just let that damn smoke fill the house. One time I had to turn the fan on, it gets the whole house smoky. It messes up your lungs. That's not what the Father's about. That's what the wicked's about. You see this? Go ahead. Milk. Right? Milk.
Yep.
You're thinking like, man, what's wrong with cow milk? The cow with 2 heads?
They got me at 16 years old.
The cow with dang bumps and did you see that? You ain't seen it on YouTube. Go to YouTube and look at how they do milk and the cows and pump all the medicine in them and all these things, right? Then we decided 15, 20 years back to say, we're not drinking milk no more. This is crazy, right? We went to what was the other milk? Not almond milk. No. There was something before that. Soy. And then you found out the soy gives men a lot of estrogen. Now you see these youngsters that got titties. These young kids, 13, 14, that got breasts like boys. There was a little boy up the street. We played basketball with him. He was a regular dude. He wasn't trying to be a girl or nothing like that. Bro, he had udders. That's all the milk. Bad milk. Milks and things put with estrogen in them, and then you give them to your kids. You see? So milk, they turned that into evil. Just like, how could you do that? Right? How could you turn milk evil? You see, Professor Evil can do anything. Right? Go ahead.
And blood of the grapes.
And blood of the grapes, which is wine. Right? What do they do with that? They make sure those are on the corner. Now, wine is not wicked. Liquor's not wrong to drink in moderation. You see, when you live your whole life out of the bottle, that's your God, not the Father. But the scriptures tell you Christ turned wine, water to wine at the marriage, right? It wasn't wicked. It's not wrong to drink in moderation. Moderation, right? Meaning what? You're not going to be beating your wife up. You're not going to be now next you know pulling guns on people. Bro, you need to chill. Right? You drinking too much. Moderation. So you see how he went through all the things that the earth yield forth and said they turned these things into evil. Go ahead.
And oil.
And oil. Why? Now check this out. High cholesterol. Right? High cholesterol. Right? What oil are they using? We use all through the Bible the oil of the olive, which is healthy, right? We use that for a lot of things. Nah, they don't do that. Look at the oils they use, and then they pound them in oil, and you don't know why your body, your colon, your liver, your kidneys. Because when you go to the store, they pump those fries in that damn lard. Not necessarily, but it's almost like, I don't think they use lard for that specific, but they do it for the chicken, right?
Type of peanut oil or corn.
Yeah, corn oil, right. And a lot of, first of all, corn it doesn't even do nothing for you, right? So you got to see that they using the earth improperly. That's why it says in Job 9:24, the earth is given into the hands of the wicked. So the wicked ruling the earth. Do you think they're going to tell you how to properly do and use the earth? Think about it. Okay, so don't think they all of a sudden on this health thing. They don't give a dang about your health. They want the money from the marijuana, right? They want the money because they won't tell you how to properly use these things. You see? So, watch, read on.
And clothing.
And what?
Clothing.
And what?
Clothing.
When sodomites, homosexuals, make women clothing and men clothing, you wonder why you don't know the difference between a man or a woman. Because the clothing is turned into evil. A woman wasn't supposed to dress like a man wasn't supposed to dress like a woman. So now they're making the clothes androgynous. You see that? They're making the clothes androgynous to where if you don't get the right size of jeans, those will be spandex. Right? Your bulge will be showing, your butt will be sticking out.
Buy a size bigger.
You gotta buy a size bigger. That's what we learned, right? But it's showing you that they literally took everything and changed it. Go ahead.
All these things are for the good to the godly.
See? But to the godly, they're good. We can sit back and through the godly, the word of the Most High, say, look, this is what the Most High created that for. This is what he created this for. Go ahead.
So, to the sinner.
Go ahead.
They are turned into evil.
They're turned into what?
Into evil.
And what does the Most High do when you turn those things into evil? Read.
There be spirits that are created for vengeance.
That's why these angels, these spirits, start destruction. Because you use the earth improperly. Now the earth itself is doing what? Purging the earth. Earthquakes, famine, pestilence. I got to weed out the disease, right? It's almost so much, even scientists will tell you this, which they got a point on this. The bacteria, you can only have so much before it becomes a cancer, right? Most High's killing that cancer in the earth. So he said, there should be spirits created for vengeance. Go ahead.
In which their fury lay on sore strokes.
Go ahead.
In a time of destruction,
right?
They pour out their force.
So I'm not going to go into that part, but it's showing what? Why the Most High sends evil angels among us. because the wicked got to be purged. Right? Now go to Ezekiel 47 and, what's that, 12? Go to Ezekiel 47 and 12. Let's get into this herb a little bit more. And then we're going to jump back to the, well, we got to touch along the lines of the mind. And you can get a few scriptures on that about the mind state. 47 and 12. Go ahead.
Ezekiel chapter 47, verse 12.
Right. Let him read because you're blocking him. Go ahead.
And by the river upon the brink thereof, on this side and on that side,
go ahead,
shall grow all trees for meat.
For what?
For meat.
Now, if you're looking at that, if you spell that word, it's what?
For meat, M-E-A-T.
Not M-E-E-T. M-E-E-T means good, right? M-E-A-T is food. The herbs were for meat. They weren't for us smoking. None of them were for like that. That's taken out of its natural course because, and then we can go through that line, and you can research it yourself. The actual burning of something, the smoke itself destroys, right? Go ahead.
Whose leaf shall not fade.
Go ahead.
Neither shall the fruit thereof be consumed.
See, you know why? You know what it's telling us? That it's telling us that the Most High created all these herbs in the earth and they're never going to leave. So they're here for a reason. But now we're seeing we got to use them the proper way. Go ahead.
It shall bring forth new fruit.
New what?
New fruit.
Go ahead.
According to his months.
New fruit according to its months. Meaning the Most High constantly, you got to understand about why they control the distributing of certain herbs from other countries. There's certain medicines that they go get, create it into a pill, and sell it to you for $1,000. But they say, oh, those herbs can't come into this country. The actual herb, tree. Why? Because it's about controlling the money, controlling the health, controlling when you deal with the pharmaceuticals, when you deal with doctors. Bro, this is a big thing. Y'all got to understand when you say the wicked rule the earth. And if you put it together, people are already saying this without the Bible. Yep. We're just showing you biblically it been said. The world is just getting on it. Oh, you know what? The foods we eat is bad. Oh, you know what? Our mind and the way we live and think is wrong, right? They're barely getting on it. The Most High has been told us this. If we locked into this, there would be health. The scriptures say that it was marrow. The word is marrow to our bones. It's psychological health. See, that's one of the greatest things we can get from it. The psychological health. And in return, it's something LeBron James said the other day. They asked him, man, it's your 38th birthday. You did 47 points. How do you do it? He said, if I keep my mind in the right place, he said, then my body will follow. He don't even got the book of the Lord. He knows that. Well, that's exactly what we were supposed to be learning, how to keep our mind in the right place, in the word of the Most High, and then our spirit, right? Our mind, our spirit, and our body will follow, because you'd be performing righteousness. Go ahead.
Because there are waters that issue out of the sanctuary.
Go ahead.
And the fruit thereof shall be for meat.
For what?
For meat.
You see how it keeps reiterating. Meat, meat, meat. Right? Go ahead.
And the leaf thereof for medicine.
For what?
For medicine.
What is the leaf for?
Medicine.
Medicines. So these things are not used the proper way. They are there. The Lord did give them for its natural purpose. But we got to use them for what they're used for. Right? If you don't got no ailments, you don't got no sicknesses, then why are you taking medicines? You're using them out of their proper way. You get that? The psychological. Now, go back to that Wisdom of Solomon. I want to reiterate this point as we go into the psychological way. Right? Well, how do we get this right? Because the white man give you what? Not only marijuana, he's giving you what? Xannies, right? He's giving you all the codadones or right? What is it? Codeines. Like a lot of these codeines and all these things they're giving us, it what? Makes you slow. Right? That's why your boy what? Your boys be, yo, real, bro. Trust me, we had a brother in here that got hooked on it. He didn't want to let it go. You know what I mean? But he right there, he be like that, in the middle of talking to you and just fading out. Now, let me ask you a question. Before we touch on this, you think the man of the Most High, is supposed to be like that? Come on, man. Let's be real. Let's be real about this. See, but when you use and you think like the white man and you let America control your mind, you say what? There's nothing wrong with it. Because that's why you got a lot of brothers online. We were talking yesterday. This one brother was like, I don't want to deal with no school, no brothers. Why? Because he don't want to be accountable. He want to be able to smoke his weed, right? He want to be able to go be a whoremonger. But then when a brother tells him, that's wicked, he don't want to be accountable, right? This is what you got. You got a lot of our people, young brothers, that want to say they're Israelites, but have no accountability. And I say to them, you're just as fake as the Christians. Don't never come to me with that, well, bro, I ain't celebrating Christmas. Bro, it don't matter. You're just like Christianity, right? You might as well worship that Caesar Borgia because you're not holding yourself accountable, and your brother is supposed to be your brother's keeper, and you're not letting them. You see that? So read that one more time. Wisdom of Solomon.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 16, verse 12.
Go ahead.
But it was neither earth,
right,
nor malifying plaster,
right,
that restored them to health.
Mm-hmm.
But thy word, O Lord,
right,
which healeth all things.
Right. So the word heals all things. Why? Why? Because the word has to do with your thoughts, right? What is it? Proverbs 16:3. Commit thy ways. Go to Proverbs 16:3. Now we're going to transition to the second part of your question about the mind, right? Your psychological estate, right? Proverbs 16:3. AI, help him. You help him. Just let him read. And that way he can get the verse.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 3.
Right?
Commit thy works unto the Most High.
Right. So if it's not the herb, right? Then what is going to get us right? Well, commit thy what?
Commit thy works unto the Most High.
Now, a lot of people will be like, well, how is that going to deal with me, help me psychological? Well, what works are you doing now? And why have they corrupted your mind? Because your vision and your goal ain't on the thing that's higher. That's a help to your psychological estate.
Right.
Your psychological estate has to do with what you're around. If you're around dope dealers, if you're around killers, why the hell you thinking about like, why I'm gonna get killed? Think about it. You're around them. Like, you should already know that's gonna come, right? Right? You're like, man, I don't know what happened. I went to my boy's house. They kicked in the door. He's a dope man. And you're thinking like, why did this happen? Because he's a dope man. And you sat with him, right? You're surrounding yourself with things of that nature. What comes into your mind? The fear, the anxiety, the depression. Why? Because your works are committed in wickedness. Yeah.
Alright, so real quick. I know how to say his name. Jesus.
Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh Shai.
Uh-huh.
He said that he did it for not just the righteous, but the people that needed the help, right?
Right.
So, and he says like you saying, like, you chill with the dope, then you should already know that comes with that, right?
Right.
But should we separate ourselves from those type of people in a sense? Or should we just accept the fact that they live a certain way and that's not how we intend to live, but you know what I'm saying, we still have a certain relation because he's probably my brethren or my cousin.
Right. So not to go off point of this point, but to answer that point real quick, is we were talking about that yesterday. When Christ said he sat, he was among sinners and publicans. Remember, he went and taught them, right? He literally told them, go and sin no more, lest a worse thing happen unto you. So it's a difference between me going and teaching them and me sitting there with them blowing weed and they blowing it in my face. Right? When we go on the street, bro, just think about it. We go in the hood. We go on all throughout the country. You see all the Israelites. It doesn't matter. We go through these neighborhoods. We're going amongst the sinners and publicans. Right? And we condemn sin. We're not going over there being like, look, put that damn blunt down. They be smoking the cigarette, be like, man, here's a flyer, brother. You know what I mean? They be smoking the blunt. Here's a flyer, bro. Christ, well, Most High. We'll talk to them. But are we like, man, when you hanging out tonight, man? When we gonna get together? It's a difference. So you're right. We supposed to have an effect on them. We go to teach them, but at the same time, their works, we gotta be careful. Right? We got to be careful because if they're continuing in their works and they're not repenting, and we're around that. So there's two questions in here, two answers. The question is, do we go around them? Yes. But how we go around them? We go around them to teach them. Then, do we separate ourselves? Yes. Because a lot of your old buddies, remember, a lot of them ain't going to want to hear it. Then what? Then what when you go to your boys and be like, man, I'm not smoking no more? Well, yeah, why not, man? Because I want to follow the Most High. I'm following righteousness. I'm an Israelite, right? Some of them might be like, man, tell me about that. But some of them are going to be like, man, you tripping. But I don't want to hear that. Because they love that life. They don't know yet. Now, I'm not saying they're garbage. We're better than them. You're on a different path now. You see that? Crips don't hang around with Bloods. Well, actually they do nowadays. But anyway, you get my point, right? Right? The drug dealers, they hang around with cops. Right? It don't work. And we can go to that scripture for you. Be not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. You see that? Be not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. That's in 2 Corinthians 6. If you want to write it down. 6 and 14, right? So, just to answer your question, but let's jump back on the main point. How psychologically, right? Then we can get back into this reading. Question on the top? Okay, go ahead.
Two things that you said real quick there. I definitely had realized that, like you said, should you go, well, not until you first learn yourself, obviously.
Right.
Get so emotionally attached. We're starting to grow and learn, and we're eager to want that person to do the same because we know we're struggling in.
Right.
But again, there's certain stipulations that a lot of us don't understand, and I'm coming to the realization about, like you say, should you go amongst them? Yeah. Should you separate yourself? Yeah, if they're continuing to engage in that, because if you still half weak, half strong, you're going to easily fall right back into it.
There you go. You get it. You get it. That's why the word says that, be not unequally yoked, because if you get in that environment and you still got that spirit on you, it can be mama, daddy, anybody, bro. But if they're doing something that's defiled, you know what? I can't be around them. I'm going to talk to you, Mom. You need something? Dad, you need something? Brother, you need something? But I'm going to help you out there, but we ain't sitting together like we used to. Right? That way, whatever's darkness is still in me, I'm not going to let that pull at me. I'm going to separate myself from that darkness. Right? Right. So, let's get back on this point real quick. I just want to put two scriptures on this, two more scriptures on how do we get the comfort in our mind. So that's for him. You got that Proverbs 16 and 3, and then what do you got? What? Okay, go to John real quick. Lay your burdens on me real quick. Get that one. So, That way, we can answer his question. Y'all gotta see, man, why it's important to write this stuff down. And take good notes. Because you see how many different questions we jump to? You gotta be able to say, okay, question pertaining to scriptures. Because if not, you're just gonna have a jumbled bunch of scriptures, right? So read the Proverbs 16:3 one more time.
Come. Proverbs chapter 16, verse 3.
Go ahead.
Commit thy works unto the Most High.
Go ahead.
And thy thoughts shall be established.
See, so your thoughts are going to be into what you are into. Right? So that takes you now being around godly men and being in the book. That's the only way you're going to get your thoughts or your mind correct. You see that? So how do you do that? Let me get one more before we go to John. There's so many. There's so many. We ain't going to go through all of these. But let's go to go to Ecclesiastes 39:1. Let's go there. I like that one. Ecclesiasticus 39:1. Just on how do I get my thoughts right? Well, it just said, commit your works unto him, and your thoughts will be established, right? But this is another one. Go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 39 and verse 1.
Go ahead.
But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High.
Right. Read it again.
But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High.
See, you got to be. When it says law, it don't mean 10 Commandments. It means the Bible. It means literally everything written here. We're meditating. How do we keep our mind clean, rooted, stable? You got to get in this. Yeah.
Next question. If I read the Ecclesiastes that you want right now, is it in the Bible that everybody has, or just like
Ecclesiastes, yeah, it's in there as well.
Okay.
Ecclesiasticus, but that is a separate. Like this brother right here, we got a Bible with it in there. You can buy the Bible with the Apocrypha in it.
Standard Bible, is that the standard Bible?
No, we went over this yesterday. They took it out in 1823 or something. They took out the Apocrypha. 1825. But the Apocrypha was part of the Bible. He literally asked the same question yesterday. So, yeah. So we went over it. Yeah. Well, see, that's why just get one that's it in there. You don't have to go through that. But to understand the Apocrypha was part of the books that were taken out in 1825, but was in the original writings. Right. All right. And we can touch on that for you too. Same thing. We'll show that. Let me get through this one and then I'll jump to that. No, I know you got a lot of questions. I just don't want to jumble everything. I want you to be able to understand and get the answer to your question. And then you're like, dang, then you can meditate on it properly. And that's what we're talking about right now. Go ahead.
And is occupied in the meditation thereof.
See? So what are we meditating on? Buddha? No. We're meditating on the law. The law of the Most High. You know how people say, well, when I meditate, I clear my mind and nothingness is in there. That's not how we meditate. We meditate on the scriptures, the prayers, the word. Like when I'm meditating and I meditate on a verse, I'm thinking about that precept. I'll be like, why does it say that? Where's there any other verses that go with that? And I'm thinking like, why did Most High say? That's our meditation. Our meditation is with substance, not nothingness. So as the more we meditate, the more it pushes us to go through the book.
So meditation would be like a form of just learning more about what you read versus just sitting there and just...
Yeah. Meditation, biblically, is contemplating. It's thinking. You see that? And that's what he says. Watch, read it from the top again, 39:1.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 39 and verse 1.
Right.
But he that giveth his mind to the law of the Most High.
Right.
And is occupied in the meditation thereof.
Go ahead.
Will seek out the wisdom of all the ancients.
So we're doing what? We're like, well, why does it say that? Why does it say pride goeth before destruction and a haughty spirit before a fall? That's dope. Well, let me look up some more pride scriptures in here. Like, oh wow, the Most High hates pride. That's why he says that. And then you're meditating, you're realizing, wait a minute, the way you looked at pride is totally wrong. What?
How do you get the script? Like, did you read the whole Bible to understand all the scriptures, or is it like you could just find these scriptures just looking at a keyword or something like that?
It's studying now. Trust me, you don't get all the edification and everything without studying like anything else. You know what I mean? But
for like a beginner that just, you know what I'm saying, that's beginning to learn, meditate, or, you know what I'm saying,
yeah,
to understand, just like
you start from the beginning. You start from Genesis. You know what I mean? What I tell people is, you want to get a good reading of just understanding the Bible. That's what you're going to do coming to class. You're just going to go home. You're going to do a lot of reading and going over what you went over. That's going to build your precept knowledge. Because think about how many scriptures we just went through. But see, that's why if you don't take good notes, you won't read it pertaining to your question. You just read it, right? But when you read it pertaining to your question, you're going to get more out of it, right? And that's how you study. So you study by just basic reading, Genesis 1 all the way to Revelations, so you can get a basic understanding of the Bible, like we're doing in Sabbath class. We're learning the historical content. You want that. But then you got books like Ecclesiasticus, Wisdom of Solomon, Proverbs, right? That give you wisdom content and daily application, daily psychological state where you're supposed to be at. Proverbs, Ecclesiasticus, Wisdom of Solomon. Those are things that tell you about your character, how to deal with people, right? Proverbs, Ecclesiastes in the Bible, Ecclesiasticus, right? In the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha is the red book. Yeah. Just Ecclesiasticus in there. And then Wisdom of Solomon. Yeah, Wisdom of Solomon. See, all these books are going to really show you about your character defects. And then show you about other character defects. It's going to talk about a foolish person. It's going to talk about a prideful person. It's going to talk about what? A person that's motivated by money. It's going to talk about a person that is what? Lazy. And all these things you're going to learn in the wisdom, like, oh, wait a minute. I didn't know that was wrong. So when it says meditate on the law, that's what we're meditating on. When I tell my son, I'm like, listen, go read a chapter in Proverbs. And he goes and reads a chapter, and I'm like, okay, what points stood out in there? And he tells me, this verse stood out to me, right? So now he what? He has to meditate on that. See, that's meditation. You meditate on the stories, like what we're going over in the Sabbath class. You're meditating on the stories, you're like, damn, man, Joseph was a cold cat. Like, it's crazy how he forgave, how he didn't grudge, how after all this time, we've been taught, man, to barrel things up in us. See, that's the meditation. So when we read that, we're thinking about the characters. And we're like, man, why did he do that? Or why did this person do that? That's the meditation. You're figuring these things out. And then as you're meditating and figuring it out and asking questions, you're going to be like, that's where the learning comes from. People that read it like the white man's book, like Dianetics, like what's those series? Harry Potter series. You ain't gonna get none out of it because all you're doing is just reading. But if you meditate, you're gonna really start to get things and gain things out of it. Who had their hand raised? Yeah. It's a lot.
No, I'm just saying because every time I get ready to say something, you'll already just say it.
Just answer. Okay.
Like you say with the even pertaining to the psychological point, right? I know that I read in the Bible that it said whatever man thinketh so it become.
Right.
Everything first starts with thought. So
right.
Your mind is solely focused on the scriptures and things of that nature. It's gonna trickle into your emotions and your actions gonna start acting out.
There you go.
And as far as like with the Bible, I had read the King James Version one time, and I kept reading the Bible, and I went to church for years and Bible study and all that, and it never did nothing. I just read it, I seen it,
Well, let me add this point to that. It says, whereby when you read, you get understanding.
Right.
Right. So you a lot of times, first of all, putting things in perspective. It's been there the whole time. But we don't put things in perspective and internalize it. So when you read those Proverbs, right? And I just threw that one out there. Pride goeth before destruction. Or Proverbs 14:1. A wise woman buildeth her house, right? When you meditate on that, and you're like, damn, a wise woman built her house. Man, now you're thinking like, well, what's a wrong woman? What's a wicked woman? See, you're meditating on these things and you're answering them, and you find the answers in here, and then you keep going down this tumbling road of just answers, questions that are answered, and you're like, damn, and you're realizing, like we all do, my mind is warped. The way I was taught was wrong. The Most High thinks different than us, right? And then that's when your mind changes from the old man to the new man. Little by little. But you're totally on point. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Right? And if you're meditating on wickedness, if you sit around, y'all, and you meditate on the girl you love, guess what you're going to be? You're going to be all about that woman. You're going to be a sucker for love, right? Right? And everything you're going to be is about her. If you meditate on none but what? Right and wrath. Whoop that tree. Whoop that. You're going to be sitting down what? Your mind is going to be all into raps. Same thing with the gospel, with the word. If you want to be wise and you want to know about life and you want to know about your mind and your child's psychological state and your woman's psychological state, we can answer everything in here. But you got to read it. You know what I mean? But that's why the Most High gave us at your service is for you to ask, for y'all to take good notes and go back and read it yourself. So you can say, okay, wait a minute. What the brother is giving me is here in the book. It's not some craziness. You know what I mean? That's very important. All right. So you get that about meditation, meditating. Write that down, Ecclesiasticus 39, brother. And when you get home, right, you can read that whole chapter. That's what I do. Instead of just reading a few verses that has been given to me, I'll go ahead and read the whole chapter, right? Now, Ecclesiasticus, Proverbs, it jumps from point to point, right? But you'll still be able to get the answer that you're looking for also in there. But you're going to study and get all the rest as well, right? So that makes sense? Okay, all right, let's jump back. Let's jump back to the reading. I know it's a lot. What we got for y'all online, we got some new brothers in class. So we want to give them these little nuggets so we can get, because we're going to do the reading, but they need these answers that they're asking. All right, so let's jump back to the reading.
Genesis chapter 46, verse 1. And Israel took his journey with all that he had and came to Beersheba and offered sacrifices unto the Lord of his father Isaac. And God spoke unto Israel in the visions of night and said, Jacob, Jacob. And he said, Here I am. And he said, I am God, and the God of thy father. Fear not to go down into Egypt.
Right. And there was a time where through visions and dreams, we had that connection. Right? We had that closeness with the Most High. You know what I mean? That's been stripped from us now. Right now, what we have is prayer. Facing the east. Go ahead.
For I will make there, Salakia. For I will there make of thee a great nation.
Mm-hmm.
I will go down with thee into Egypt, and will also surely bring thee up again, and Joseph shall put his hand upon thine eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father and their little ones and their wives in the wagons which Pharaoh had sent to carry him.
Right. What verse are you at?
Verse 6.
Genesis what?
Genesis chapter 46, verse 6.
All right, go ahead. And you're reading down to what? 14?
I think.
You're the fifth person or fourth person? Fourth
person. Come.
So you can't be. We're in Genesis 46?
Come.
I think you're supposed to stop at verse 20 in chapter.
Yeah, you were supposed to stop at 20. You're done.
Oh, come.
You're in.
Oh.
You already on 46?
No, chapter 46.
You're on 46, what verse?
Verse 6.
Bro, you might as well read down to verse 14. And then, who you already came up? You're supposed to come up, right? He read yours. Yeah, he already read it. Let him come in and finish it up to the 14. And then, because he's supposed to read and then I'm supposed to read. So, we literally, yeah.
Rakah war, Shabbat Shaw, God, Ban Yash Allah.
Rakah war, Shabbat Shaw, God, Ban Yash Allah. Imagine, right?
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
What he said was Gad in Hebrew, not G-O-D. He's not saying God. He's saying, it sounds like it, but he's saying God, which is the tribe of Gad.
All right. So he's saying he's Rakah, a war, tribe of Gad, Bun, son, Shaw of Yasha'Allah, Israel, your nation. So I'm Rakah war, I'm of the tribe of Gad, son of Israel. That's what he's saying when he comes up. We're just trying to translate it. That way y'all know it's nothing weird. Just the Hebrew. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 46, verse 6.
Yeah, you're gonna read the. I guess you know what? You read down to verse 34. We'll do it like that. Then he'll come in. Ecclesiasticus 14, and then we'll do it.
And they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Egypt. Jacob and all his seed with him, his sons with him, his daughters, and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into Egypt. And these are the names of the children of Israel, which came into Egypt, Jacob and his sons.
Yeah.
Question: Is this land of Canaan where they're gonna go back into?
Basically, yes. Most High did like this. He put us in circles.
Okay.
Remember, it wasn't time. It wasn't time. We had to be brought forth and built as a nation. Right? So we're barely what? Jacob and 70 souls here, right? So we're not a nation yet.
Got it.
Right, we're not a nation yet. Exactly. Right. So what happens is we go into Egypt, and obviously next class we're getting all that, but we what? Grow as a nation. Yeah. But yeah, it's like a circle. That whole Mesopotamia circle right there. Yeah.
All 12 tribes are literally related to.
Yeah, we're all brothers. I mean, obviously we.
Yeah, because of this, you just said it wasn't a nation yet.
No, they were just the 12 tribes. Judah, they were just all brothers. And then their kids had kids and kids, and we're their kids, right? Okay. Right. So you either come out of the tribe, these different tribes, right? That's what makes you the nation of Israel. Yeah. Go ahead.
Reuben.
Yeah, they weren't like brother. They was like literally brothers, right? Blood brothers. Okay. So we're family. We all family. Yeah. But the white man ain't gonna tell us that. You what? Now they build that hatred for each other. Right? Get your money, don't worry about nobody else. They gave us that American dream. That's what turned us against each other. Go ahead.
Reuben, Jacob's firstborn.
Right.
And the sons of Reuben, Hanak, and Palhu, and Hezron, and Carmi, and the sons of Simeon.
So that's how many kids Reuben had when they first went into Egypt. Go ahead.
Jemuel, Jimna, Ohad, and Jashin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of a Canaanite woman.
Right.
And the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Memory. And the sons of Judah, Onan, Shelah, and Zerah, and Zerah. But and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Perez and
were
Hezron and Hamul. And the sons of Issachar, Tula, Puvah, and Job.
And who?
And Job.
So it says Job was an Issacharite. Go ahead.
And Shimron. The sons of Zebulun, Shirah, and Elon, and Juhel. These be the sons of Leah, which she bore unto Jacob in Padanaram, with his daughter Dana, and the souls of his sons and his daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Ziphon, and Haggai, and Shunai, and Zibon, Eri, and Arodai, and Ariel. And the sons of Asher.
All right. Remember, these are English translations from Hebrew. So you got to see that. You kicked it a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. She could check it. Yeah, it looks good. These are just, remember, English translation from Hebrew, so that's why it sounds like that. But if you put a Hebrew mind in, you will understand. Go ahead.
And the sons of Asher, Jimna, and Ishua, and Ishu, and Bira'ah, and Sarah, their sister, and the sons of Birah, Heber, and Michael. These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and these she bore unto Jacob, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel.
So Jacob, man, bro, you gotta think about all these. Still, this is a lot of people you rolling with. This is your family. Think about that in order. Not killing each other, right? Not destroying one another. This is his family. Like, we have big families like that, and they're all divided. That, right? Cousins, and this chaos, right? So the Most High is showing you that he blessed Jacob still. Right? Go ahead.
The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. And unto Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, priest of On, bare unto him.
Right. So basically, what it's saying is that Joseph, when he was in Egypt, he had an Egyptian wife. Go ahead.
And the sons of Benjamin were Bilhah, and Bechor, and Ashbel, Gera, and Naaman,
and Ehi,
and Rosh, Muthpum, and Hithpum, and Arad. These are the sons of Rachel, which bore unto Jacob. All the souls were 14. And the sons of Dan, Hushim, And the sons of Naphtali, Zelle, and Guni, and Jezer, and Shilaim.
That's crazy right there. When you look, it says the sons of Dan, Hushman. So at this time, Dan only had one son. Go ahead.
And these are the sons of Bilhah, which Laban gave unto Rachel, his daughter, and she bore these unto Jacob. All the souls were 7. And all the souls that came with Jacob unto Egypt, which came out of his loins, besides Jacob's sons' wives.
You see, it came out of his what?
Came out of his loins.
Out of what?
His loins.
See, before he's in the woman, he's in you. See, you see how we thought back in the days? The Most High taught us. See, but what America teach now? Oh, you come from your mama. No, you come from your daddy. See, everything's geared towards breaking down the man. So they don't want to let you know that what? You're the power. Without you, think about it. When a woman goes to have a baby, what do they gotta go get? They gotta go get some semen, right? Right. They gotta go to a bank, a sperm bank, right? Because without you, it's impossible. That's why they're trying to genetically modify kids, right? Or create them in chamber. But they still need what? You need the seed. So when it says he was in his loins, meaning what? You came out of the man first, then you went to the woman. See, the woman, all it does is incubates it, takes care of it, nourishes it. But you came from the father first. You was in that sack, boy. Go ahead.
Besides Jacob's sons' wives, all the souls were 66.
Go ahead.
And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Egypt, were 2 souls. All the souls of the household of Jacob, which came unto Egypt, were 70. And he sent Judah before him unto Joseph, to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came unto the land of Goshen. And Joseph made ready his chariots.
Right, so this is where Israel posted up at. And if you look at Egypt, it was Israel dwelt outside of Egypt on the top, which was Goshen. Right? So you'll hear that name a lot. Goshen, yeah. Goshen, yeah. So we weren't really in Egypt. Like, we were there, but when they took us from Goshen as slaves, and that's when we served. Like I said, we'll go over that next reading. Go ahead.
And Joseph made ready his chariots and went up to meet Israel, his father.
Go ahead.
To Goshen, and presented himself unto him.
Right.
And he fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. And Israel said unto Joseph, Now let me die, since I have seen thy face, because thou art yet alive. And Joseph said unto his brethren and unto his father's house, I will go up and show Pharaoh, and say unto him, My brethren, my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me. And the men are shepherds, for their trade have been to feed cattle.
Right. So why were we separate from the Egyptians? Because the Egyptians thought cattling was dirty. So we were separate from them. That's why we didn't eat with them. Right? That's why we lived outside, because we dealt with what? The sheeps. Right? The cattle. Right? So the Egyptians felt that was dirty. Okay, go ahead.
And the men are shepherds, for their trade have been to feed cattle, and they have brought their flocks and their herds, and all that they have. And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, and shall say, What is your occupation? That ye shall say, Thy servants' trade have been about cattle from their youth.
See, this is all a thing too. Like, literally, this is all setting things in play. Because now we're outside of Egypt. See? So when Egypt went through all the punishment, we didn't have to go through that. Y'all see that? So this is all the Most High setting up the pieces for the future. Go ahead.
Even until now, both we and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen.
You see that? That he said that you may dwell in the land of Goshen. See, you don't gotta be among them. Go ahead.
For every shepherd is an abomination unto the Egyptians.
Right. You see, so they felt shepherding was unclean. All right. So that's it on that. We're gonna jump. Anybody have any questions on that? Because we're gonna jump over to the last chapter, and this will be the conclusion. If nobody got anything, all right.
You just summarize the last part.
All that was saying, what happened was they got all the sons together, right? And as they were going to Egypt, he was like, look, y'all gonna be here, but we're gonna put you in this land of Goshen, which is like right outside of Egypt. So that what was happening there, right? Remember, Joseph is still the man in Egypt. He's still the second ruler. So he's what? Bringing his family in, but setting it up to where they don't gotta be under the filth of the Egyptians. Yeah. Yeah, because when you go back to all the Africans and these Egyptians, they worship other gods. They worship other idols. They did all kind of defiled things. Right. So that's what's going on right here. All right. So we're going to jump over to Ecclesiasticus 14 and 1. No. The white one. Yeah. Ecclesiasticus 14 and 1. We're going to read that, and this is it. Go ahead.
This is Ecclesiasticus chapter 14 and verse 1.
Yeah.
In the red book, page 78. Blessed is the man that had not slipped with his mouth.
Right. So we actually were talking about this yesterday, about the tongue, right? About controlling the tongue. The tongue is a powerful force, so you have to know how to control it. But it takes discipline. It takes awareness of what you're saying, right? Who you're saying it to. So the Most High is reminding us, blessed is the man that have not slipped with his tongue. A lot of times brothers make vows, agreements, and they don't keep to them. So it's saying, blessed is the man that don't move like that. You say something to the Father, you face the east, and you pray, and then say, Lord, if you take me out of this, and then you don't keep to that. You slip with your tongue. The Most High say, keep your vows. Right? Go ahead.
And that blessed is the man that has not slipped with his mouth, and is not pricked with the multitude of his sins.
Meaning what? Meaning that you sinned. You messed up. Y'all were talking about it a little bit earlier. Blessed is the man that you know the dirt you did, but you have a fresh start. So you got to remember, if you got a fresh start, don't let the sins of the past bear down on you. Because that's what you're going to do. Right? The more and more you get this knowledge, you're going to realize what? You're garbage. You're wicked. You're filthy. You're foul. Right? You're supposed to do that, but at the same time, you make me look like I'm the guy. No, open up my drink. I got it, brother. I appreciate that, but I don't want to open up my drink, brother. But y'all understand that it's important that you don't let your sins, the things you did, wear you down. You've been given the chance. You've been given a fresh start. Don't dab in those things no more. Let them go. Right? Don't let them beat up your conscience. Go ahead.
Verse 2. Blessed is he whose conscience has not condemned him.
See, this is what they don't know in the world, brother. They don't know about how to destroy the anxiety, the guilt, the mental diseases. Well, the Most High is telling you, if you commit your thoughts unto the Lord, your mind will be established. And then you won't lock into this, man, I don't have no reason to live. See, because the Father gives you a reason to live. Right? He gives you a purpose. He gives you a vision. Right? So it's telling us here Blessed is he that doesn't do this. You can't let these spirits tell you you're not worthy. Right? It goes back to that Romans 8:1. But there's no condemnation in Christ. To them that walk in the Spirit. There's only condemnation if you walk in the flesh. Meaning what? You walk and let the fleshly things in the world control you. Huh? Your lust tells you, you know what? You need her. And you follow that. Your lust tells you, you know what? No, you're not done with the pork yet. One last pork sandwich. Right? You gotta see the Most High is saying, you can't let these things rule you. And then your conscience won't what? Condemn you. Right. If you stay away from wickedness, you'll be, you know what? I'm doing what the Father said, right? My past is my past, right? He winks at ignorance, right? He says what? Put away the evil you're doing, right? So this is important for all those ones that want to what? I'm not worthy. None of us is worthy. Stop with that. Please. I hate the guilt trip Israelites. You know, I'm not good enough. None of us is good enough. We're making ourselves better. We're making ourselves good. We're cleaning it up. We're showing the Father through our actions that we want to do right, right? So you can't condemn yourself. Read.
And who is not fallen from his hope.
What's the hope? The hope is what? Salvation. The hope is that if I continue and do what the Father says, the Most High is going to have that place, whether I die or here on earth. Right? Remember, because the Christianity told us we're going to die to go to heaven. There is, when you die, there is that spiritual heaven. But the heaven that we're going to be on, living, is here on earth. The earth is going to be like heaven. Right? Righteousness. You understand? So that's the hope. That when Christ come back, no, I'm not gonna be burnt the hell up with America. Right? Or if I die before he comes back, that I do enter in those gates, what they call the pearly gates. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 3. Riches are not comely for a niggard.
Right. So for y'all that say, well, why do you use that word all the time? Because it's in the Bible. So stop with all that shenanigans. Well, why do you use that word? That word hurts. Well, don't act like a niggard. A niggard is a stingy person. Right? And that's what it's saying here. The word, the context it's used in is a stingy person. Right? So it's saying riches are not good for a stingy person. Because if Joseph was stingy, right? You see how I'm going to correlate this to the reading? Why? Because when you meditate, you start to see it all goes together. It's defining this righteous character by his righteous attributes. And in turn, it's telling us how to be this righteous man. Right? Joseph wasn't stingy. He didn't get rich and you know what? I'm good. Where y'all been? You know what I mean? You got to get y'all home. Oh, y'all over here in Egypt. All right. Nah, he was like, no, I'm going to share my wealth. But a niggard, he what? He's greedy. Right? Bro, you got to get your own. Go ahead.
And what should an envious man?
You see, so what's your name again, brother? Quinn. You see how it's jumping from point to point? But what these chapters do is it starts to show you about your character, our character, and show us, damn, now you're meditating on that. Am I damn stingy? Am I in that mode? Have I been taught that? Is that in my spirit? Because I'm realizing the Most High likes a giving person. Off of that one scripture, I can teach a whole class on it. About a person that's giving, willing to give up, willing to lose for his brother. You see that? Off of one scripture. But as you study more and more, your vastness of the scriptures, how they link together, will come. You see? But see, this is what happens when you meditate. You see? And then you're in the precepts, right? So, go ahead.
Riches are not comely for a niggard.
Right.
And what should an envious man do with money?
Yeah. A person that's envious. Why do you think a lot of our people are the way they are. Right? They murder and kill. Because the white man put in their mind, get rich or die trying, and they sit back and what? They plotting. Scarface is my movie. A little short white guy. He wasn't even damn Cuban. Right? Al Pacino's Italian. But he paid a Cuban, right? But our people what? Scarface. I want to be that guy. You want to, right, the dope dealer, the drug dealer that went out, you know what I mean? But that's the mentality, right? Well, what happens when you give an envious person money? If they didn't do nothing when they was wicked, what are they going to do when they get money? They're going to be wicked. That's why you see all the rappers, the movie stars, you see them greedy, you see they in the same mode, they just got $1 million, right? That's why that pride, it comes out of them. It's like, now I got money, now you really can't tell me nothing, right? You see? Go ahead.
Verse 4. He that gathereth by defrauding his own soul.
Yeah, and then a lot of people get by doing compromising things. Oh, yeah. You gotta watch those individuals. You know what I mean? They tell you know about the rap game. What you have to do, you have to top off the whole crew to get the movie. You have to top off the whole crew to do what? Get the contract. You have to let P. Diddy hit you from the back. Right? But once again, when you deal with these type of individuals, it's telling us riches are not comely for them because they'll sell their own soul for what? $1. He that gathereth by defrauding. And now defrauding means what? Taking something that's due to somebody. Right? We know what the companies, the corporations, right? All these nations do. They think they're going to steal everything, reap, and then what? Benefit afterward? No. Go ahead.
He that gathered by defrauding his own soul.
Right.
Gathered for others.
Right. It says they're setting this up for the righteous. Right? The scriptures say that all the riches the wicked are gathering is for the righteous. You see that? All that's for us in the end. All the Fort Knox and all the Jews. I'm not talking about the middle of the mall gold. Rappers, fake Jews. I'm talking about real, like Queen Elizabeth diamonds. That's all for us. Yes. Get that one for me real quick. Let's find that one real quick.
The diamonds that they putting out, that's man-made anyway.
You said what?
The diamonds that everybody's rocking anyway, they're man-made, so they're not even real.
They're not real. Yeah. See, but you know what? A lot of brothers and sisters don't know that's prepared for you.
I want some rubies.
Find that one for me real quick. Let's add that precept to this.
Come on.
Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 13, verse 22.
Hold on 1 second. Wait till they get it. Proverbs 13:22. This goes with
It
4.
says that, but it just reads a little different.
Okay, what you got?
This says, a good man leaveth an inheritance to his children.
No, go ahead.
To his children's children. And the wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just.
Okay. There it is. The wealth. That is it. That definitely is it. That's Proverbs what?
13:22.
Proverbs 13:22. The wealth of the wicked is laid up for the just. So y'all see that, right? Everything they got prepared is for who? It's for Israel, man. All right, let's jump back.
Stay righteous.
Come on.
Yes, sir. Stay righteous, my friend. Go ahead.
Verse 4.
He
that gathered by defrauding his own soul, gathered for others.
Right. Once again, taking, stealing, taking something that is not yours and that's due to someone, the Most High said he's going to strip you. He's going to destroy you. Go ahead.
That shall spend his goods riotously.
See? And you got them. What do these rappers do? YOLO. You only live life once, right? They ain't thinking about, you know what, spending it the right way. They don't even know what that means. Right? Go ahead.
He that is evil to himself.
Right?
To whom will he be good?
Right. This is, remember the other day when I was asking about, and I was like, where's that scripture at? This is the chapter. He that is evil to himself. And you don't know how to deal with yourself, and you don't know how to deal with loved ones, and you don't know how to respect yourself, how are you going to respect your rib, your wife, your kids? That's why it's important that the man gets himself right first. Because if you're evil yourself, you won't know how to deal with your house, your family, your nation. You see? Go ahead.
To whom will he be good?
Right?
He shall not take pleasure in his goods.
You see? Meaning what? There's a lot of people that get good blessings and don't know what to do with it. They don't know what to do with the blessing. So the Most High is like, what's the point of blessing you when you won't know what to do with them? I was telling the brother the other day. He was talking about his rib. I said, like, you want a righteous woman, but what are you going to do with a righteous woman? I said, you already don't come to class. You don't dedicate yourself to the Most High. You don't give your family over to the ministry to keep their mind locked in. So what you going to do with a righteous woman? You think about it. You don't know what to do with a righteous woman. You don't know. You will corrupt her. You won't give her to the Most High and say, listen, you got to give yourself to the Spirit. Right? My ribs they do this work. Right? They're in the ministry. They're at service to the nation, to y'all. Right? That's what you do with a righteous woman. A wicked person don't even know what to do with it. So the Most High is like, a wicked woman is giving that portion to a wicked man. Right? Your mind is not in the Spirit. Guess what? Your woman is not going to be in the Spirit. Then your kids are not going to be in the Spirit. Ergo, we got what? The 12 tribes of Israel. You want a right woman? Nah. You a thought, so you're going to get what? Your woman's going to be a thought. Then your daughter's going to be a thought. Then your boys are going to be thoughts. Right? We want to get all of that. We got to start transitioning, or I should say rather, keep transitioning from the old man to the new man. Go ahead.
Verse 6. There is none worse than he that envieth himself.
Yeah, this is talking about that person, man, that is bitter towards themselves. Right? Now, there's levels of this. To the I'm cutting myself, I want to kill myself level, to I can't appreciate the things that I have in my life. You get a lot of women like that too. Like they can't see the blessings that they've been given. Right? The Most High is like, what that person is never going to see things. Remember, to the pure all things are pure, but him that is defiled, nothing is pure. His conscience, her conscience is defiled. So the Most High is telling us about this mind state of these type of individuals and how it corrupts them. Yeah.
Would that be like it's never enough in a sense? Like,
yeah, it's never enough. I'm not getting what I want. It's like you won't see any good that the Father's doing for you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Come. There is none worse than he that envieth himself.
Right.
And this is a recompense of his wickedness.
See? So what is the payback? His mind is wicked, and therefore he doesn't appreciate anything that he has. That's the payback. Your mind, your thoughts, and what? You're going through this cycle. Why do you think our people go through the cycle? They want to come out of captivity in hell, right? But then when we give them the word, what do? I hear what you're saying, man, but man, two things I can't give up. White woman and pork, man. I can't do it, man. I hear what y'all saying, but I just can't give it up, man.
Trust and oppression.
Yeah, they trust and oppression. They like it. Man, I hear what y'all saying, but bruh, I gotta get this money right now. You know, Jesus ain't gonna pay my bills. Not understanding.
No.
Bro, you can have a job, but you can still be focused on the Father. Right? You don't got to live your life chasing all the wrong things. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 7.
Uh-huh.
And if he do it good,
right,
he doeth it unwillingly.
See, this is what we watch. We watch this mind state because then you put that brother or that sister in a position that really don't cherish the position. They do it unwillingly, all willy-nilly, and they don't put their heart and spirit into it. And what happens? We give them an office, and they just like, whatever, they don't show up. Like, I've been hearing too, some of y'all sisters that been given jobs, hasn't even showed up to your duty. Hasn't even showed up to your job. It's like, bro, you don't respect what you're given. So you gotta look at yourself. Go ahead.
John.
Uh-huh.
He doeth it unwillingly.
Right.
And at the last,
right,
he will declare his wickedness.
You see that? You see what happens when a person does things unwillingly? See, that's why everything is supposed to be set to free will. This is your free will. You coming and submitting to the Most High righteousness, to the will of the Father. Right? If not, in the end, your true heart will show. I didn't really want to do that anyway. Oh, your heart wasn't there then. Why'd you do it, bro? You should have waited till the Most High put it on you. Right? Go ahead. Or rather, you accepted what the Most High put on you. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 8.
Uh-huh.
The envious man hath a wicked eye.
See? The jealous man, this type of individual. See, it's going into envy on a different level. Because when you look up envy, it ain't just jealousy. How do we know? Because the word is literally defining an envious person right here. So it's going in deeper, different tiers of envy. And how it's beyond just jealousy. This person that's unappreciative, even when they do get certain things. Right? An envious man hath a wicked eye. That means what? They get things and what? Look at it negatively. A lot of women, y'all sisters and brothers online, a lot of women do that. It don't matter what the hell they get, it's not good enough. It's like, bruh, you gotta appreciate what you get.
You also tear down. You're depreciating the value of someone else's effort.
Yeah.
You know, because you always looking at it negative.
Right.
And you can't see positive even in somebody else's way.
Right.
And you gotta always say something negative about it.
Yeah.
So that's that evil eye.
You gotta watch an evil eye. Man, I was gonna say something right when you were saying it. I'll catch it back again. I was listening to what you were saying and I was trying not to forget what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
The envious man had a wicked eye.
Uh-huh.
He turned away his face.
Uh-huh.
And despised men.
See, and that's what happens. I don't want to deal with nobody. Right? I got to do this by myself. Like, that's not what the book says. This book says gather yourselves together. But you know what? You got such a wicked eye, you want to what? Now I'm going to do it alone. Because I can submerge myself and clothe myself in my own wickedness. And I don't have to be accountable. Right? Nobody would be able to tell me. So you want to be by yourself. Go ahead.
A covetous man's eye.
Right? When you coveted things, and then you got envy, but then you want what people got. It's like, bro, what's your problem? But this is show you this corrupt mind, confused mind. You envying, you don't appreciate what you have, but you want what somebody else got. Bruh, why she got the position? Because you're too damn lazy and ungrateful to have it. But you don't want to see that in yourself when you're told that. Right? You don't want to be told those things, right? Go ahead.
A covetous man's eye is not satisfied with his portion.
Go ahead.
And the iniquity.
You see that? That's what I was going to say. Okay. So you come to the truth. You get a rib. And then you're like, oh, she's off. Brother. Because you haven't put her on. Right? Obviously, she's not on point. It's like you want her to come in opposite of how you came in. Knowing damn well when you came in, you didn't just drop everything and you barely showed up. You barely cleaned yourself. But you want her to do what? She want her to walk in white robes and, yes, my Lord. Yes, me Lord. Like, brother, you don't know what you got and you don't know how to build it to that level. That wicked eye is destructive. Yeah, so, some of us, bro, y'all know my stories. I done messed up some Jews back in the days. And I beat myself up because I had the knowledge. At least some brothers didn't have the excuse. You didn't have the knowledge. I had the knowledge, and I what? I took for granted those young women that literally would do anything. They literally would do anything for me. But I was such a hard butt, I didn't appreciate that. So I didn't know how to really be satisfied with my portion and appreciate those little things in her. And as a young man, that's the problem that's in us. We young, fly, flashy, you young and fresh face, you don't realize you get old and washed up like, damn, I had this dime piece, this dime piece, this dime piece. You go through the list of dime pieces you have, right? And then you realize, look, that's why you got stuck. And let me say this correctly. But y'all know what I mean, right? Tread lightly.
You have to work a little bit harder.
Yeah, there you go. You have to work a little bit harder, right? You got to appreciate what you have. If you do it at a young age, you'll come up, you'll get older, you'll be like, man, I got what I really wanted. Because I didn't misuse it and I didn't abuse it. You see that? You know what I'm talking about. You're an old man too, right? Right? We did what? You somewhere up, you up there too. God, yeah, we misuse and abuse our what? Man, things that were given to us. And not men only, but women as well. Go ahead.
And the iniquity of the wicked dried up his soul.
Ooh! Ha! The iniquity of the wicked dry up his soul. You see them, they be so wicked off. We were so wicked and so off, it dried up our spirit. And when we tap back into that mode, that's why you get drained. When you let negativity influence your thoughts, your mind, your spirit, you're like, man, what's up with this cat? Washed up. It dries you up. Wickedness kills you from the inside. And that's why we go over that. Meditate. Keep your thoughts right. Think right. How you look at things. Right? What y'all hear me say? Anything that the Most High give us, I'm grateful. Right? If it's a beat up car, okay. Right? If it's a brand new one, right? It ain't like, man, my car, I never did that. Literally, I think this is the only brand new car I've gotten. And it's only because a brother helped me co-sign it, right? But all my other cars, I was like, whatever I get, I ain't never had a car from my youth up. I'm like, man, I like that. You can never look and be like, oh yeah, damn, brother, you got a new car, how come I don't? That's that envy, that jealousy, right? Go ahead.
And the iniquity of the wicked dried up his soul.
That is heat right there. Go ahead.
Verse 10.
A
wicked eye, envying his bread.
See, there you go. So we're learning about a wicked and envious person. It's telling you, this person do what? Envy their bread. That's why they will do what? They go sell their soul, man, I'm not making enough. I need 10 racks in the bank account, or I'm not right. Like, brother, the Most High bless you with this. Use that. Wait for the blessing to come. But you what? You want to have money to splurge. Right? You want to have that rack to splurge. I literally was talking to the brother about this. I'm like, all money ain't good money. I'm like, I get it. You got a job, you got this and that, but your family's literally telling you you're absent. Right? So how good is the money? If you can't be that Hebrew Israelite man there, because you're never there. You see, all money ain't good money. But a lot of people, what? They don't appreciate what they have. They envy their bread. Go ahead.
A wicked eye envieth his bread, and he is a niggard at the table.
Then you get stingy. You get stingy because why? Man, it took me hard to get here, so I'm not going to share this. I'm not going to give. I'm not going to help. I'm not going to support. Right? Go ahead.
My son, according
Now, mind you, we would be here all day if I added precepts to every verse. Because they're, biblically, all of it links together. The Bible tells you about a stingy and greedy person and an envious person. So you can go to Proverbs, go to Ecclesiastes, go to Wisdom of Solomon, and add precepts just to every verse. That's how I study, right? That's how y'all supposed to be studying. Like, when you read it, you're like, man, okay, well, what does the scripture say about envy? Then you go through all the other verses, and you start adding it. Then you're finding out, you're studying on a whole different level. So, just to give y'all a little side notes on how to study and you start to learn more precepts, right? And doing all that, it does what? It formulates your mind. Because you're realizing, damn, oh wow, I didn't know this was an envious or jealous person. He would be that type of person. The niggard is a stingy person. He'd be stingy because he what? He's trying to hold tight what he has. Right? It's weird. You see how psychologically mixed up this person is? Because you don't appreciate it, but you won't share it. You know what I mean? That's why it says it drives his soul up. Spirit, go ahead.
My son, according to thy ability, do good to thyself.
Do what?
Do good to thyself.
Yeah, you got to do good to yourself. Meaning what? You got to treat your mind the proper way. Feed your mind, your thoughts, your spirit the proper way. Like, you meditating on negativity, you meditated in envious and jealousy and all these things, right? Corrupt. Where is that? Is it in here? Oh, it actually probably goes down. No, I thought it tells you about how it killeth. I'll find it. Go ahead, read it. This is another one. Good. What did it say? Oh, it's another one that says, yeah, how about, yeah, shorten your life, exactly.
30 and 24.
Where is it?
Ecclesiasticus chapter 30 and verse 24.
Read that real quick.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 30 verse 24. Envy and wrath shorten the life.
There you go. There you go. What?
Envy and wrath shorten the life.
Envy and wrath shorten the life. Why? Stress. You got so much. Our people, bro, they be so stressed out. They got so much hatred in them. They got so much bitterness in them. And you like, man, you're 30, but why you look older than me? Envy and wrath. Anger. These cats be so angry. They get ulcers at a young age. They be jacked up. Yeah.
In medically, dealing with your body and the way it lines up with your mind, when you have anxiety, stress, that builds up your cortisol level, and your cortisol are one of those things that your body produces. That if it's too much, you could die. It could kill you, literally.
Right. Yeah. You hit it right on point. And a lot of people don't understand how negativity is destructive. You know, I know y'all seen it online. They do flowers and they put negative music around it.
All kind.
It
affects the way it grows.
It affects the way it grows.
Yeah,
they do these studies on how negative music, negative sad music will affect the flower. Bro, it's the same thing. What do you think? You listen to the Ecclesiasticus. You listen to this guy and don't know why you want to kill yourself now. You hear his music? What's that? The kid showed me this one sad ass song. I'm like, okay, this guy was bound to either kill himself or get killed. Why? Because all it does, it promotes that. Then switch it over to another. You're like, okay, I'm going to listen to Be a Hoe music. Why all of a sudden you what? You want to be a hoe. Yeah, it's a hot girl summer, a hot boy summer, or whatever. And then you're like, well, why? Because you're putting that, you're meditating on that day and night. That's why you can't plug up and zone out.
I actually knew a sister in college.
Yeah.
All she listened to was like some depressing hip hop music, and she was like, "I'm just so depressed. I just can't deal with life." It was like I was like,
because you're feeding that. You're feeding that mindset.
Yeah.
It washes you up. That scripture is beautiful, man. It drieth up the soul. Okay, that was 30 and 23, right?
24.
23 and 24?
30 and 24.
Yeah, I thought it was just
30. Ecclesiasticus chapter 30, verse 24.
Okay, go ahead, read on.
Envy of wrath shortens the life, and carefulness bringeth age before the time.
And you know what carefulness is? It ain't talking about being careful. It's talking about what? Anxiety. It's talking about now you're anxious. You're like,
Yeah.
That's what carefulness is. It shortens your life. And that's why people are dying from anxiety, depression. They want to commit suicide. Because why? Their thoughts ain't comforted by the knowledge of the Most High. They don't have no vision. Where no vision is, the people perish. You don't got no goal. You can't get your wife in order. You can't get your kids in order. And then you made all the wrong decisions. Now you got child support on child support. You're like, nothing else to do. Nothing else to do but to run up in the supermarket, kill everybody, and kill myself. Why not? I can't pay 5 child supports. What the hell, right? My license is suspended. This is suspended. I can't, right? You living in the damn a hole, but you paying all these child support. That's your damn decisions, bro. We gotta see that. It's that mind, right? But I love that scripture. You got one more of that? No? Okay, go ahead. Jump back.
Okay. Ecclesiasticus chapter 14, verse 11.
Uh-huh.
My son.
We're on 13. Oh, are we? No, yeah, go ahead.
My son, according to thy ability,
Right.
do good to thyself,
Mm-hmm.
and give the Lord his due offering.
Right, his due offering. I mean, you want to talk about the offering that is, first of all, that you present your body a living sacrifice. Right? And then all the other things that's due to the Father. You are accountable for that. Right? Which is your soul, yourself, your spirit. Right? You're supposed to give your due. Go ahead.
Remember that death will not be long in coming.
Right?
And
meaning what? Bro, you better be thinking about the important thing. You can get taken out any moment. What do you got to do? What did you lay up for yourselves? Don't wait till that life changing. When I died and I realized I was being dragged into a spiritual place of pain. Don't be fooled, right? I'm gonna tell you. How do you know hell is real? You ever had a nightmare? Okay. And what you feel like in that nightmare? Was that real? Your body was asleep, but your mind was awoke. Your spirit never sleeps. So imagine you never waking up from that nightmare. So don't act like hell. The scriptures tell you hell is real. That you'll be dragged into that mental place and you can't do nothing. You can't wake up. So that's what we're supposed to be thinking about. We were supposed to be thinking about, man, what have I done for the Most High lately? Go ahead.
Remember that death will not be long in coming.
Right, read.
And that the covenant of the grave is not showed unto thee.
Right, meaning what? You don't know what's going to happen when you die. So you better be, what it say? Lay up yourselves treasures in heaven. Seek ye first the kingdom of the Most High and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you. Your priority got to be the kingdom. Go ahead.
Do good unto thy friend.
Read.
Before thou die.
Right. Meaning what? Treat your brother right. Treat your friends right. Right? Go ahead.
And according to thy ability, stretch out thy hand.
Give. The Most High said, if you got it, according to your ability, give. Right? That's one thing that our people don't understand about. And I'll start from here. When you come to the truth and you present your body a living sacrifice, what are you giving? Your time. Right? How to be on time, how to come to class. That's what you're giving to the Father. And then as you come and give that and are changing, then we can talk about all the other things you're going to be giving. Right? Time to study, your spirit, your dedication, counseling, leadership. Right? All those things you're going to be giving. But you can't talk about all those other things if you what? Don't know how to show up. Don't know how to learn what it is to give, to do for the Father. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
According to thy ability, stretch out thy hand and give to him.
Read.
Defraud not thyself of the good day.
Yeah, because this is not about you. We're doing this for the nation. How does those two come together? If you treat your people right, you won't defraud yourself of the good day, because this is not just about you. It's not about you just getting notes here. You got many people that come in and sit down and be like, you know what, I just came to learn. I don't want to do all of that. Bruh, you're not here, nah. This ain't that type of show. You're here to learn, live it, and apply it. You're here to learn it, live it, and give back. So when you're not doing that, you better go back and read all those parables that Christ talked about. The servant that was given the talents and buried them. Well, I'm just not there because you ain't trying hard enough. You don't want to do, you don't want to give, you don't want to dedicate. You're selfish. You got to remember what you're called for. You're not called just to be a seat filler. You're called to be a king and a priest. A nation of kings and priests. Right? And don't look at us. Don't be like, man, you was in the truth 35 years. He was in the truth 5. It didn't take him 35 years. Look at him. Right? How old are you, Out?
25.
25. He came to the truth 5 years ago. He came to the camp 5 years ago. Left his mama, left his country, right? And said, look, I'm going to go dedicate. At a young man, nothing hold him back. Listen, just look at it like if it was a rap career. What you do? You do the same thing. Pack your bags, go up, and P. Diddy said, listen, come on, you're going to live in the house. You're going to give me some cheesesteak. You're going to give me some cake. You what? You be over there with P. Diddy, what? Getting him cake. Well, we got to do the same thing for the Father.
No, just like an internship.
Yeah, like an internship, yeah. But the thing is this. Payment is way better. Because this internship is from the Father. Right? And the Father called you. Don't come in and think it's a coincidence. Don't come in and think, oh, you know what? I'm just, checking y'all out. No. You've been called. Now, what are you going to do with that calling? You going to sit on your hands? You going to play games? Right? No, you got to put it into action. And that's what the Most High wants. He said before the grave. Before the grave, right? Read.
Come. Verse 14. Second precept. And let not the part of a good desire overpass thee.
You see that? It be in your spirit, but you don't do it. And when you don't listen to your spirit to do good, little by little that voice shuts down and you listen to evil. Listen to the good. Now, you're like, well, how do I know if it's good? That's why you got to get in the book, to know the knowledge of good and evil. You got to know what is good and what is evil to say, okay, stay away from the evil. I'm going to listen to that. That's good. But a lot of people don't listen to that good within them. You know it's right. You know you're supposed to be studying right now. But you what? You what? Throw in the earphones and what? Listen to Whoop That Trick. I know nobody's listening to that. I like that song. Right? Well, it's studying time. Take the damn earphones out. Study. Sisters, stop acting like you busy doing everything but nothing, and study. You see that? You have to understand that spirit when it's talking to you. If the spirit says, listen, you need to pray. Well, stand up in faith. Don't always shut that spirit down because it'll stop telling you. You'll be what? No, I ain't gonna pray. I ain't gonna pray. And then years go by. You what? You practice how not to pray. You know what? Stand up and face the east of the Most High. Just do it. Do it. Because that voice, it gets louder, it gets better. It is like, it's a conscience. It's like, nah, don't do that. Don't do that. That's all. Now,
look at your life without it.
Huh?
Look at your life without it.
Look at your life without it. You listen to all yourself, your way, your mind, and where does it got you? Huh? Where it got you? Dependent, depressed, violated, right? We got to understand the word is the answer, right? Stop thinking that it's like the church is like, it's like a ghost is going to come. No, it's the spirit is already here. It's already told you. Right? Nobody's going to show up in your bedroom. Only a brother. He's going to, what the hell's your problem? You know what you're supposed to be doing. Why? Because the spirit is already with each other. Right? So stop thinking like an angel's going to come like back in the ancient days. You know what I mean? No, I need the angels to teach me like they taught. Like they taught who, brother? Like who they didn't teach y'all? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Verse 15.
Shalt thou not lead thy travails unto another? And thy labors to be divided by lot?
You know what he's saying? All this is gone, bro. You're not taking nothing. It tells you that in Ecclesiastes. You don't take nothing to the grave. So what are you investing in? That's why Solomon said what? All is vanity. He said you build up all these riches and all these wealth, and then you don't know if you're going to leave it to a knucklehead. That's why the white man be like, you know what, I'm going to leave it to my cat. I'm going to leave it to this foundation. It's like, lady, you made all this money and you're going to leave it to your cat. You see, we got to understand our investment. If not saying you can't have riches or you can't be blessed with them, but if you don't got them, or if you do have them, above all of that is what? The word. This is valuable. This is riches. Right? What is more rich than wisdom? Right? You can have money, but if you don't know how to do with it, you'll crap it off. You can have a good woman. If you don't know what to do with it, you'll crap it off. You can have a good husband. If you don't know what to do with it, mess it up, right? Go ahead.
Verse 16. Give and take, and sanctify thy soul.
Read.
For there is no seeking of dainties in the grave.
You see that? He's like, brother, do what you got to do, give and take. But listen, all the little dainty things, right? The Gucci belt, that ain't going to be with you in the grave. Right? Somebody's going to come steal that from your grave. They put the one drug dealer that got buried with all this money and everything, they digged up that grave, bro. They dig that up. We don't get that money. You can't take that with you. All those dainties are gone. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 17. All flesh waxeth old.
Listen, your youth, your beauty, a little flying flashing, that ain't gonna last. It fades away. Right? So don't count on that. You better act now. That's what I tell my son. Wisdom. Because that's what's going to last you to your old age. Not your beauty.
Because I think in Ecclesiastes it says beauty is vain as well.
It says beauty is vain. Right? So we got to see what is valuable. Go ahead.
All flesh waxeth old as a garment. For the covenant from the beginning is, thou shalt die to death.
You see what he's saying? Are you understanding the end of the matter? You're going to die. So what are you doing before you die? See, all these wicked people, family, kids, they're like, listen, I'm going to live my best, but you got to die. You got to transcend to the next stage. What are you taking with you? You're taking all of that in your spirit right to the Father. So you're a demon now. You're going to be a demon when you meet the Father. And where do the demons go? With the demons. Right? And that's what a lot of people don't understand. Like, you did it for what? You sold your soul for what? Nothing. Literally nothing. The cops took it all away. The IRS took it. You lost it. It got old. Where what the scriptures say, where moth and rust doeth corrupt. Right? I like the story of Quatazop. When he was in the world, he used to collect sneakers. Bro, this dude's sneaker thing was vast. He said 8 years later, he opened it up. Sneakers are just peeling apart.
Yeah.
Just tearing apart.
I seen that.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
You're realizing that
It's nothing.
all my collection is trash now. Where moths and rust doeth corrupt. Like, it's old now. That ain't gonna stay there forever. Y'all understand that? Go ahead.
As of the green leaves on a thick tree.
Right.
Some fall and some grow.
Right.
So is the generation of flesh and blood.
Yeah, that's how the Most High work. Regeneration. Right? You get wiped out, and the Most High what? Send somebody else. Right? And then it be your time, your spirit come back. Right? It's like a tree, man. In Job and Proverbs, he said you're like grass. Cut down and it just grows again. Right? It's crazy. That's why the flesh is. I know it says there's a glory of the celestial and glory of the terrestrial. I'm like the scripture says, "Oh Adam, what hast thou done?" Like, we could have lived immortal. We could have been immortal if there was no sin. Because right now, this world without Yahweh Shai, bruh, you see why they're losing it out there. If I didn't have the Most High and I didn't have this knowledge, I'd be lost too. I'd be one of those guys that lose it. Because they got no hope. They got no hope. Their hope is their woman. And then when she cheat on you, what? Their hope is their man? Right? Then what? The kids? Oh man, you put everything in your kid, but when he get older, what happened? You realize he gonna do what the hell he wanna do. Then what? Then what? You put your hope in the wrong things. Finances, come on, you know that goes.
You turn into Tyrese.
Yeah, you screaming online talking about, I just want to see my baby. Right? Go ahead.
God, one cometh to an end, and another is born.
You see, one coming to an end, another born. Go ahead.
Every work rotteth and consumeth away.
Read.
And the worker thereof shall go with all.
Read.
Blessed is the man that doth meditate good things.
That does what?
Meditate good things.
Write that down with that Ecclesiasticus 39. Meditate good things. What are you thinking on? Where's your head at? Are you thinking on negativity all the time? Are you thinking on the wrong things? Are you letting envy build up? Malice, strife, bitterness, anger. You angry at life. Right? Bro, you made the path. Go ahead.
Blessed is the man that doth meditate good things in wisdom, and that reasoneth of holy things by his understanding.
You see that? Check that out. That's beautiful, ain't it? Woo! Woo! That's beautiful. Blessed is the man that doeth meditate good things in wisdom and reasoning of holy things by understanding. What destroys our people? They don't understand what's going on. Where does the clarity come in? We understand. Oh, that's got to happen. But this been took from me. Well, why? Let's get the answers. Right? Go ahead.
And that reasoneth of holy things by his understanding.
Go ahead.
He that considered her ways in his heart shall also have understanding in her secret.
Right. See, and that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants to understand life, why things are going the way they're going, why and how to change, how to fix. But nobody, well, a lot of our people don't want to submit to the method, the way. Go ahead.
Go after her
Uh-huh.
as one that traces.
Now it's telling you how to do it. You got to go after wisdom like what?
One that traces.
You got to go after wisdom like if she was that young woman you were in love with. You got to chase that. Whatever inspired you in your life, you got to change that mind to the word. And you'll start seeing it's tasteful. It's beautiful. It's a health. It's a strength. Just to be at rest mentally, psychologically. Right? To understand. Right? Go ahead.
And lie in wait in her wait.
See, you got to be lying in wait. What did it say? Wear out the doorstep of the wise. Right? That's what you're lying in wait. You know how you would creep and rob somebody? Well, you lying in wait for, where's the wisdom at? You know what I mean? Let me get this knowledge. Let me get in this book. Hey, I got a question, right? Could you talk about this? Go into this. Prove that. You lying in wait for that, not for the next thought on TikTok. The next hoe on Instagram. I'm talking about male or female, right? You're looking at what? Man, let me chase wisdom, because that's what I need for my brain to keep right. Go ahead.
And lie in wait in her wait.
Go ahead.
You that pride in at her windows.
You that what?
Pride in.
Yeah, you sneaking in. You trying to rob wisdom. Like, bro, you sneaking in. You're not peeping Tom for the next chick down the block. You peeping Tom for wisdom. Like, AI. What does this mean? What does this scripture say? You know, that's what it's supposed to be. Go ahead.
Shall also hearken at her door.
Yeah, see, that means what? If you are about wisdom, when it's time for you to open up the door, you will open up the door and let it in. That's what Yahweh Shai said. He said, I am the door. Right? Go ahead.
He that doth lodge near her house.
Yeah, your house is supposed to be with her. You see why wisdom is referred to a woman? Because he's saying, like, look, that's how you're supposed to treat wisdom. You want to lay up with her. Go ahead.
Shall also fasten a pin in her wall.
Go ahead.
He shall pitch his tent nigh unto her, and shall lodge in a lodging where good things are.
Go ahead.
He shall set his children under her shelter.
See, this is what brothers and sisters don't understand. You want your kids right, you got to have the wisdom. You will be able to set your children under her shelter. But if all your talks about folly, foolishness, madness, wickedness, you ain't got nothing for your kids. Go ahead.
He shall set his children under her shelter, and shall lodge her under her branches.
Right.
By her he shall be covered from heat.
Listen, you want to be covered from the drama, the pain, the burning, the fire. Wisdom is there. Go ahead.
And in her glory shall he dwell.
Ooh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Any questions on that? No questions?
That's self-explanatory right there.
Huh?
No questions on it. None from this tree.
What do we got online?
Is there any scriptures to show that
No. Hold on. Hey, keep them down back there. They can't be yelling. They can't be louder than us up here, y'all. Come on. Go ahead.
Is there any scriptures to show that ear and nose piercings are okay? I tried explaining to someone tattoos aren't lawfully with Leviticus 19:28, and they asked if piercings applied as well.
Yeah, piercings. We did use earrings, and we did use nose rings, and the scriptures doesn't deem them unlawful. Get the earrings one. You go to Isaiah 3, and it goes into the nose jewels. Go to Isaiah 3. Go back. Remember when it said all the things we went over last night that we would take from them? It says, so remember, the context of this chapter is talking about all the things that was going to be taken from the women for their haughtiness, right? But it also shows you the things that the woman wore, right? Start for verse 19.
God. Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 19.
Right.
The chains.
Right.
And the bracelets.
Right.
And the mufflers.
Right.
The bonnets.
Read.
And the ornaments of the legs.
Right.
And the headbands.
Mm-hmm.
And the tablets.
Right.
And the earrings.
Right. So it was male and female wore earrings. We're going to find that. That's all through the Bible. Male and female wore earrings. Right? You see? So it's naming stuff in here for women and men as well. We know certain things women wore, certain things men wore. Y'all got that? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 21.
The
rings.
The what?
The rings.
Read.
And nose jewels.
And nose jewels. So the earrings and the nose jewels we did wear. Y'all got that? So go to Ezekiel 16 and 12.
Ezekiel chapter 16 and verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
And I put a jewel on thy forehead.
Right.
And earrings in thy ears.
See, I put a jewel in your forehead. Right? So we wore those things. We wore the jewels on our turbans, on our headbands. Ezekiel 16 and 12. Yeah. Now Isaiah 3, 19 on down. Right? So we wore the nose jewels, we wore earrings, right? We wore those things. But you never hear, oh, take out the nipple rings. We never did that. Take out the tongue rings. Bruh, stop. We never wore tongue rings. Earrings, nose jewels, that's all it goes into. We never put plates in our, that was the Africans. That was heathens. We never did that. Alright? So read that again.
Verse 12. And I put a jewel on thy forehead.
Yeah.
And earrings in thine ears. And a beautiful crown upon thine head.
So we wore these things. Y'all got that? Numbers 31:48. Nope. You got.
Numbers 31 and verse 48.
Go ahead.
And the officers which were over thousands of the host, the captains of thousands, and captains of hundreds,
Go ahead.
came near unto Moses. And they said unto Moses, thy servants have taken the sum of the men of war which are under our charge, and there lacketh not one man of us. We have therefore bought an oblation for the Lord,
Right.
what every man hath gotten of jewels of gold.
Right. So we listen. Like black people like to be decked out. It's not unlawful for you to have jewelry and things of that nature. I just made a vow I'm not going to wear no middle of the mall gold. That's just my personal vow. You know what I mean? If you want to wear that, that's fine.
You said
But
middle of the mall?
middle of the mall. Like the fake stuff.
The kiosk.
The kiosk gold. Like, now, we know where they get that from. You know what I mean? But they get it from China. So a lot of that's not real. But it's not wrong to wear gold. It's not wrong to wear jewelry. That's what you're seeing. We was decked out all the time. Go ahead.
Chains and bracelets.
Chains. Listen. Let's show you this is black people, bro. Let's show you this is black people. Right? They had to get the chains off of them, right? Who's rocking those, huh? White people don't rock like that. This is Israelites. He said to get the chains. What else?
And bracelets.
And the bracelets. Read.
Rings.
You got male bracelets. You got female bracelets. You got male rings. You got female rings. So we wore those things. You got male earrings and you got female earrings. You got male nose rings. You got female nose rings. Right? Go ahead.
Earrings and tablets.
See, earrings, tablets, those were dealing with the chains. We got to double check that one because we looked that one up when it said tablets. Double check the tablets. It's kind of slipping my mind on that. Go ahead.
To make an atonement for our souls before the Most High.
So what they did is they were giving all their gold for an atonement. They was like, we're gonna take up all these things for him. So y'all see that, right? So she just wanted scriptures on the nose rings and the earring. Yeah.
We have a
Okay, hold on. Let me finish this. One last one. What you got? Exodus? Go to Exodus 32 and 2.
Exodus 32 and verse 2.
Mm-hmm.
And Aaron said unto them, break off the golden earrings, which are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me.
Right, and bring them unto me. So you see that? So what is it showing us? The males and the females have what? Earrings. No shoes. All right. One more. Proverbs 25 and 12.
God. Proverbs chapter 25 verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
As an earring of gold and an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover upon an obedient ear.
Right, so we wore those things as well. All right. So what was the question?
The next one was, did we
You out?
wear
Shalom, brother.
tefillin?
Huh?
I don't know if I'm saying this right. Did we wear tefillin? Tefillin?
Tinkling?
Did we wear what? That's what they call? What were they? Arm wraps? I don't read about that. I've never read anything about that. Like, I guess it's like the so-called Jews, they wrap these tefillin.
Oh, that's the social.
Yeah, I never seen.
That's the law.
Oh, that's the keeper of the law. Right. Well, the scriptures, they get that to where it says it should be on their forehead. Right. Shalom, brother. Shalom. Good to see you. All right. So, yeah, I mean, look. Say that again? I never seen any scripture that goes into that. How they interpret the law shall be written on your forehead. Yeah, they do it literally, right? When that was spiritual, right? It meant the law was going to be on our mind. Now, is it unlawful to have a scroll right there at your head? Hey, Israelites might need that. It's not saying it's unlawful, but I could double check on that. I haven't read anything like that. All right, what else?
The last scripture was Proverbs.
Proverbs 25 and 12.
And then Isaac also asked, would the marriage ring today be considered the rings we wore then?
No, because we didn't give no rings in marriage. You never read about that. It never said we gave jewels and gold, but it never said when you get married, present the ring.
Right.
See, that goes into heathenistic custom to actual giving a ring. But you gave jewels. We see that all through the Bible. The dowry, right? You would deck out the family. But the actual ring custom, the I'm on one knee, that's not in here. That's not in the book. Like when you go to any dowry, it never said. When Tobit married his wife, it never said, oh yeah, he gave her the ring. You never read that. So that's not our custom. Right? But if you want to make the argument, well, our custom is we got jewels, could I get some gold? You can make that custom, the dowry, right? But then again, the dowry wasn't even given to the woman. No. Not all the time. Not all the time, because you see when we went over, who was that? Rebecca, Sarah, it said she was giving gifts. Remember he was giving her gifts? So it's nothing wrong with those things, but to make it an ideology that in order for you to get married, you have to give her a ring, that's not book. Yeah.
I have a question. I didn't notice it. I didn't see it say grills.
We are allowed to wear grills. Songs of Solomon said he had teeth. His mouth was full of gold. His cheeks of gold. So if you want those glaciers,
Solomon chapter 5.
yeah. So yeah, we were. It tells you, I think it's in the Josephus, that when Solomon rode on the mountain, that his head shined because he would throw gold dust in his fro. So when you see him come up, his whole head just shining, glistening. That's powerful, ain't it? I mean, you got gold like that, you got money, you doing all of that. Right? But once again, that's how you know he was a black man. For his head to shine like that, his fro had to be thick to where you could pour gold dust in it and it can shine on the mountain. Right? Yeah, I guess you put it in my texture here, you can see a little bit. But nah, you can tell he had to be a Jew. Right? What else we got on there?
The nose ring, how do we wear them? Through the middle part that separates the nostrils or on the outside of the nose?
Right, on the outside of the nose. Remember, it's not your cartilage. It's not here. That's ham. We just wore it like that. You can see that based on the Middle Eastern custom, right? Like when you see them with nose juice, it's here, right? But then again, it doesn't. When you look at how the Africans pierced themselves, a lot of the cartilage and all that stuff, we didn't do that. Why? Because it's a heathenistic custom. That's why you can plainly say that. Well, you can say, well, where's that written at? It's not, but you can look at it says, learn not the way of the heathen. What are they known for? Right? They're known for all those weird things. Right? The weird piercings. You piercing the top of the eyelid, piercing the nipple, you piercing the stomach. Right? Y'all brothers better not have no nipple piercings, man. Don't come up in here with that. Those shenanigans, yeah.
Did you want that verse where we gave gifts, where they would marry into a marriage, or they would the father would give the wife?
Go ahead. Where you at?
I got it. Genesis chapter 24 and verse 51.
24 and 51. Go ahead.
Behold, Rebekah is before thee. Take her and go, and let her be thy master's son's wife, as the Lord hath spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped the Lord, bowing himself to the earth. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver and jewels of gold,
right,
and raiment, and gave them to Rebekah. He gave also to her brother and to her mother's precious things.
Mm-hmm. Right. So yeah, gold was given out. Gold, jewels. He was wealth. They were sharing that. Yeah. So you can see how it was a dowry too, but when you're a little more generous, you might be like, look, I'm going to take care of all the family. I got everybody locked. Right? That shows you they had it. Yeah. What else?
This is a different question.
Yeah.
How would I explain to someone the difference between us and the Jewish belief? I don't know much about the Jewish and who they follow, so I don't know how to answer.
Well, you literally, truthfully, when you ask that question, you'd have to start from the beginning and remind them that the Jewish belief is those are not the true Jews. So in order for us to really understand the difference, we got to go to the scriptures in all aspects. So to simplify it, when you talk to somebody, that's how you would simplify it. You would show them, look, these people that call themselves the Jews, Revelations 2:9 and 3:9, they are not the Jew. Right? So a lot of things that they do is not on point according to the scriptures. Right? That's how, if you're talking to somebody, how I would do it, to simplify it and not have to go through so much. Because somebody new, you want to get them to understand it very simple and easy. Like, look, Revelation 2:9 says they're not the Jew. So if they're not the Jew, that means that a lot of their customs and things that they do is not biblical. So what custom are you thinking that is a custom of the Bible? We would have to go through it and show you biblically if that is or if that's not. Because they did take certain things from the scriptures, but certain things they added themselves, right? That are not our custom. That's how I would deal with it. All right? What else we got?
This is going back to the jewelry. Was it single men or women that wore those rings, or was it married men or women?
It doesn't go into it biblically. It just says that's the things that we wore to beautify us. So it didn't go into the specifics. Remember, I'm not going to give you anything that I'm not going to try to strain at a gnat. If it didn't go into it, you can't assume. It literally just said we wore these things to beautify us. So you go back to Ezekiel 16, it goes through a list of all the things the Most High gave us. You go back to that Isaiah 3, it goes through the list, right? And then you go through those other scriptures we went through, it showed that we wore these different Jews. So it didn't specify single or non-single. I know some nations do that, right? They do it in their custom, but biblically, it doesn't identify it like that. Alright? Yeah, I think so. Like Indians,
Yeah, I think that
Hindu.
identifies status.
Yeah.
And we were to have no respect of person. So we didn't, I'm assuming, because it would identify status, because the other nations do it to identify status. So we were, to have no respect of person. So not to...
You can say that. Like the Most High beautified us as a nation, right? We were all going to be rich, right? And you're right. The nations do certain things out of status. You got a point there. Yeah. Yep. Anything else?
Gemaria.
Yeah.
If I take the Bible to my forehead, does it make me holy? If I don't,
Silly. If you take the Bible to your forehead, does it make you holy? Okay, Alec. That's just Gemara, just bringing joy. That's it. What?
So you know how we adopted a lot of these customs from the Romans and Greeks?
Yeah.
Did you want that verse from First Maccabees?
You can. I mean, it's not needed though. No, man, that's on point though. But no, if you take the Bible to your head, that doesn't make you holy, right? That's just like if you wear fringes, does that make you holy? No. He that is a Jew is one inwardly. What makes you holy is in the inside, the spiritual. You got many Israelites wearing fringes, but they're niggards, right? They still doing fleshly things, worldly things. So we got to be able to put the difference. All of us got to put the difference between the clean and the unclean. Anything else? Right. Okay. All right. If that's it, we're going to conclude that. Set up the prayers. Okay. What she said?
Salakia, I heard from a teaching that a enslaved man or woman had to pierce their ear to represent that they were in bondage to a master.
Okay. That's, first of all, biblically, that's what you would do if you wanted to be bound as a servant. It's not an enslaved. Let's go there. Let's go there. It says yeah, that was taken off. Deuteronomy 15 and start at verse 12, yeah. 15 and 12, yep.
Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 12.
Uh-huh.
And if thy brother, an Hebrew man, or an Hebrew woman.
Right, which we were not to make slaves. So that's where you're wrong at. It's not a slave. This is what we're going to find out. It's a servant, a living maid, right? A brother that was going to be working and paying, but be with you, right? Go ahead.
Be sold unto thee,
right?
And serve thee.
Right, now you're saying, well, he was sold unto you. Well, through debt. Right? Through debt. He still would never. Y'all got to remember, we would treat them like slaves. So let's put this in perspective in the law. Right? Go ahead.
And serve thee 6 years.
Right? See? Right. How do we know they weren't treated like slaves? Because in the 7th year, you were supposed to what? Release them. A slave, you ain't going nowhere. You getting your ass whooped, and you going to do what the hell master said. Okay? So we had a year of release, the year of Jubilee, that you would let the Hebrew servants leave. Go ahead.
Then in the 7th year, thou shalt let him go free.
I'm jumping way ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Thou shalt let him go free from thee. And when thou sendest him out free from thee, thou shalt not let him go away empty.
Wait a minute. That's not how you do slaves. Right? Like the white man, when they let us go, they made all these promises, and we're gonna have you, give you this, give you that. Nah. They didn't abide by that. Because they the devil. But we were what? Okay, you paid your debt, you can go ahead and leave, right? You're not going to go out broke. Go ahead.
Thou shalt furnish him liberally.
See? I'm going to say it again. We weren't slaves. Go ahead.
Out of thy stock.
Go ahead.
Out of thy flock. And out of thy floor.
See, you treat him like a brother still. Go ahead.
And out of thy winepress. Of that wherewith the Lord thy God has blessed thee, thou shalt give unto him.
Read.
And thou shalt remember that thou hast a bond, that thou shalt remember that thou hast.
Thou wast a bondman.
That thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt.
Right. Remember, do unto those as you would have them do unto you. Remember what it felt to be an actual slave. That's not how you're treating your people. Go ahead.
And the Lord thy God redeemed thee. Therefore I command thee this thing today.
Right.
Verse 16. And it shall be, if he say unto thee, I will not go away.
Right. Now, this is his choice. Hey, you know what? I take pleasure in living, being with you, part of the family, right? And doing my work. I love the wages. I'm going to stay with you. Go ahead. Read.
From thee, because he loveth thee and thine house.
Read.
Because he is well with thee. And then thou shalt take an awl, and trust it.
And thrust it
through his ear.
Right.
Unto the door.
Right. That's what they grossly misinterpreted. Like, this is talking about a Hebrew servant, and this was an agreement that you guys were going to agree. But this don't got nothing to do with earrings. As we see, we read earrings were already done before. This was an agreement to say, okay, this man was going to be my servant, right? But remember, I know how we think of servants. You know what I mean? We can't think of them how we've been treated. We got to think of them from a Hebrew standpoint. And I know it's hard. You're thinking like, well, he's a servant. Well, none of us never had a maid, so I can't say, well, you know how when you have a maid, right? Do you beat your maids? Right?
Only if you're Esau and you have sex with him. Doesn't mean that is suing one of these. But that's not how we treat it. We treated these brothers, sisters, whoever it was, with respect. Go ahead.
And he shall be thy servant forever. And also unto thy maid servant thou shalt do likewise. Verse 18. It shall not seem hard unto thee when thou sendest him away free.
Now it's jumping back and saying, look, don't let this burden you, right? Remember with Laban, he didn't want to let Jacob go, right? He started making up stuff. He didn't abide by this. So that's why it's written, right? Laban what? First of all, switched his wife. Then when he wanted to leave, he started getting disgruntled. That's not how Laban was supposed to deal. They made an agreement. He was supposed to deal to that agreement and it not be hard to let him go. Shalom, but he start coming back, well, what? Those are my wives, that's my daughters. It's like, hold on, brother. This is my rib. These are my kids, right? Laban was losing it, right? But that's what the scripture is showing us at how we were supposed to deal. Go ahead.
When thou sendest him away free from thee, for he have been worth a double hiring servant to thee, in serving thee 6 years. And the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all that thou doest.
See, you were going to deal with your brother right. You weren't going to be bitter. He served you. He paid his debt, right? But let that brother go. If he wants to stay, that's on him, right? So that's where they're talking about the earring. The all was just a representation, right? But that had nothing to do. We always wore earrings from Egypt. We just read it. From Egypt, it said, take out the earrings out of your ears. So, just to put things in perspective, hopefully that clarifies it. All right?
It's like internship, externship, and you coming up.
Yeah, you're coming up. And look at what happened with Jacob when he did it. It wasn't like he was just a bum, right? He's working for somebody else. No, he was literally gaining and increasing by doing this.
Right.
So to show you the whole different dynamic wasn't like, well, y'all had your own brothers as slaves. That's not what we just read. You're not listening. We don't treat Israelites like that. And all through the scriptures, it tells us. Think about what we just read in Ecclesiasticus. Right? Everywhere, it's told us how to deal with our brother correctly. So that's not near what they're saying. All right? What else on that? That was it? Okay. All right, we'll wait a few seconds. Let them get back to us. See if they got that clear. Armlets of gold, golden ornament, right? Tablet. Oh, so a golden ornament, yeah. I mean jewelry, right? He sent me the tablets. So it's like,
iPad?
Huh?
Was that an iPad or Samsung?
It was a Hebraic. It was a Hebraic. What's that?
So does this also pertain to Bilhah and to Zilpah?
No, it don't pertain to them because they were well, I think there's an argument still with that. It doesn't. They were handmaids. They were still lesser wives, right? They were servants, right? Because it didn't go into their nationality.
I didn't think it did.
We talked about this. We had this conversation. You know what I mean? It didn't go into whether they were nations or not. But at the same time, they were still handmaids, right? And obviously, as you see how from Abraham to Jacob, how they dealt with their handmaids, they were respectful, right? But You know what? Now that we're reading the law, when you think about it, how Hagar was pushed out, we know she was an Egyptian, right? We know that. Look at how he dealt with Hagar as opposed to the other ones, right? Hagar was cast out. So once again, the Israelite women were dealt with different. The nation women were dealt with different, right? So, and I know you're saying, well, the law wasn't there, but remember, we were still practicing a lot of the customs before the law was actually written down. So hopefully that clarifies it. How we dealt with Israel was significantly different than how we would deal with the nation. Right. Hopefully that clarifies that for you. All right. See if they got anything else. Who is this, by the way, asking this? Adriana. Okay. That's what we're here for, to answer these questions. So y'all keep coming with them. Gotta clarify a lot of things. That's why when you read that Deuteronomy, you start saying, wait a minute, people would just be making stuff up. Y'all had slaves, you did this to your people. Like literally the Bible is against that when it comes to our own people, all the way through, from the commandments to the laws to dealing spiritual, right? Do unto those as you would have them do unto you. Treat your brother like your own flesh, right? They err not knowing the scriptures, right? Trying to see if she got anything else real quick before we conclude it. So is that it? Okay. All right. If that's it, we're going to go ahead and finish up the prayers and then conclude class. I'm Madhu Mapunyahapadam. Right. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. The Wadi Yahweh. For this Sabbath. This day of rest. We ask of you to continually bring us peace. Peace of mind, spirit, body, brotherhood, sisterhood, and give us rest from folly and wickedness and foolishness. Remove it far away from us, from around us, from out of us. Yahweh, deliver us, your servants. We ask of you, raise up prophets, raise up teachers, raise up women that have been in your name. Reward them that wait for you. Please, Yahweh, and let us declare thy wondrous works. Raise up indignation and pour out wrath. Take away the adversary and destroy the enemy. Please, Yahweh, make the time short. Remember the covenant. Bahashem Yahweh. Bless us. Increase us with the fruits of the Spirit. And remove from us envy, malice, strife, jealousy, hatred, doubt, bitterness, weakness, double-mindedness. Please, in Yahweh Shai's name, we beg of you. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Hahawa'a. Natavanawa. Ha-ta-ra-ra.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahweh Shai. Ha-hawa'a. Natalanawa. War. La Ra'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahweh Shai. Hahawa'ah. Natalanawa. Ha'ayol. Korah. La. Kora'ah. Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Yeah. Barakatah Yahweh. Bahasham Yahweh Shai. Hahawa'ah. Natalanawa. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashah. Yasha'al.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing, to give thanks, unto Yahweh, and to sing praises, unto His name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night, upon an instrument of 10 strings, upon the psaltery, upon the harp, with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad. Through thy work, I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring up as grass, and all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high, forevermore. For lo, thy enemies, O Yahweh, for lo, thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But our horn shall not exalt. Like the horn of a unicorn, we shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire. On my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire. Of the wicked that rise up against me, the righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai shall flourish in the courts of the Most High. They shall bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. This is Psalms 133. Shayar, Hamalawah, Lanawad, Hana, Matawa, Wama, Naayam, Shabbat, Achim, Gum, Yachad, Kashaman, Hatawa, Ayo, Harash, Yerad, Ayo, Hazakwan, Aharan, Shayarad, Alpanya, Manawathiwa, Satol, Karawan, Shayarad, Ayo, Haraya, Tazaya 1, Kaya, Shom, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Haywalam.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, I'm distracted. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head, that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Ramah, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Bahasham Yahweh Shai. The one, Yad, Aman. Alright, circle that. Saluting y'all online, saluting everybody in here.
We gotta get a big one. One of those big eyes. Call it.
Ogden, Ahmad, Barak.
Trying to face the sisters. Call it.
Salute out the daughters of Zion, men of Israel. Imagine. Barak.
Dismiss. The water. Shalom y'all mind. Say shalom y'all. Shalom. Love y'all. Miss y'all. We see y'all at the summit. Can't wait. See y'all in the Passover. Can't wait. Being under that. Shalom.
Chilling with Yahweh and all the brothers and the sisters. Cooling out, having fun, drinking with Yahweh up in the kingdom. Yeah. Who are we? It's brother. That's who are we? It's brother. Who's the power? Yahweh